Let's go ahead and get things started. We'll go ahead and come out of recess last night just to give an overview. We did go into recess at 8:41 p.m. with a vote of 18-1 and speaker not voting. And we are going to come out of recess. Today's day 2 of our 24th Navajo Nation Council fall session. Today's date is October 18th, 2022. The time now is 10:11 a.m. We're here in Winter Rock, Arizona on the Great Navajo Nation via teleconference. Let's open up those shades. Get some light in here. Or presiding is myself, Seth Damon, speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Let's go ahead and get a roll call, and then from there, we can go ahead and continue. I'll give a recap of where we're at, and then we'll go ahead and move forward.
Good morning, honorable members. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Present, I'm here.
Honorable Elmer Begay answered roll call. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable
Good
Key
morning,
Allen
Delegate Gillen, present.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay is present. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown is
Delegate Brown is present.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown is present. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton is present.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton is present. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty.
Yati Shada, this is Delegate Amber Canespa Crotty. I am present. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty answered roll call. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon.
Good morning, I'm present.
Honorable Speaker Seth Damon is present. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Good morning, Council Delegate Herman Daniels Jr., present.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not answer roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Good morning, Halona is present.
Honorable Pernell Halona is present. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not answer roll call. Honorable Vince James.
Yeah, they've been Delegate James present.
Honorable Vince James answered roll call. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Rick Nez is present. Honorable Carl Slater.
Present.
Honorable Carl Slater answered roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Good morning, present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Otto So.
Good morning, I'm present.
Honorable Otto So is present. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Daniel So.
I'm here.
Honorable Daniel So answered roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Edison Winika.
Here.
Honorable Edison Winika answered. Roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Here.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie answered. Roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer. Roll call. Going back up. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I'm present. Good morning.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered. Roll call. Honorable Jamie Hino.
I'm present.
Honorable Jamie Hino answered. Roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, cautious kid. Oh, shit. Oh.
Honorable Eugene So answered. Roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer. Roll call. Speaker, you have 20 members present, including yourself.
Thank you very much for that, colleagues. 20 members present at this time. And that does conclude, equal to a quorum this morning. So let me go ahead and do a recap, colleagues, as we did do we did have recognitions of 2 walks yesterday morning before council session. Then we called the meeting to order, did post the colors, did a pledge of allegiance, national anthem. Honorable Otto So did our invocation for the week, and we did recognize guests and visiting officials. We adopted the agenda. We did accept the State of the Nation address from the President and Vice President of Navajo Nation. We accepted the written reports from the Chief Justice and the Speaker of the Navajo Nation. And then we did hear a report from the financial report from the Navajo Nation Controller's Office. We did hear on item number 8, we did go over the oral reports. We did hear from Mr. Mahoja from the Bureau of Indian Affairs. We accepted the written report from IHS. We did hear from an oral report from Madam Attorney General. And then we did hear an oral report from the Navajo Nation Youth Advisory Council. We did finish out last night with recognizing that we accepted the written reports from the standing committees, boards and commissions, Bureau of Indian Affairs, and IHS area director. That, colleagues, I did announce last night that item number 10 under old business, A legislation 0003-22 was being withdrawn, and that was sponsored by Honorable Stewart. I did get also this morning that legislation under old business, legislation 0013-22, which was sponsored by Honorable Halona, co-sponsored by myself, co-sponsored by Honorable Yazzie, has been withdrawn too as well. So today we will be starting on item number B, legislation 0021-22. This is sponsored by Honorable Kealan Begay. This legislation, final authority here at Navajo Nation Council, or actually goes to the president's office, the president's desk. But before we go into the legislation 0021-22, I'm going to go over to Mr. Rico to do a recap of the legislation and then also read it into the record, and then we can go on from there. Again, good morning to everyone. Thank you very much for being here with us on day 2 of our Navajo Nation Council session. Yeah, Mr. Rico, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Tracking number 0021-22, an act relating to the Health, Education, Human Services, Law and Order, and Navajo Committee's Navajo Nation Council, amending the selection process for the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration Executive Director, and amending 2 NNC Section 1031, 1032, 1033, 1034, 1035, 1036, relating to the Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council. On July 21st, 2022, there was a motion to refer legislation 0021-22 back to the Navajo Committee to hold a work session within 30 days to hear from the Navajo Veterans, Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council, and possibly the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration. The motion was by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, second by Honorable Pernell Halona, with a vote of 13 in favor, 9 opposed, the Speaker Damon not voting. On September 13th and 14th, veterans public hearings were held and completed at the Eastern and Western Agency on Tuesday, September 13th, 2022, and Wednesday, September 14th, 2022. On September 22nd, the Navajo Committee referred the legislation back to the Navajo Nation Council for consideration. There are committee reports from the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendment. A committee report from the Law and Order Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendment. A committee report from the Navajo Committee that referred the legislation to the Navajo Nation Council. As mentioned before, the July 21st committee report or council report that referred the legislation back to Navajo for a work session. The work session was held. And on September 22nd, there's a committee report from the Navajo Committee that referred the legislation back to Navajo Nation Council. This legislation moves on to, this is a 2/3 legislation, and we'll move on to the Office of the President or Vice President. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much for that, colleagues. On legislation 0021-22, it did go through the process. It went to NABI twice and came back. We did have a public hearing on this too as well, and a work session. With that, colleagues, in order for us to go ahead and continue on with this legislation 0021-22, could I get a motion?
Motion, Delegate Daniel.
Motion by Madam Chair Charles Newton, and second by Chairman Daniel. So, colleagues, does NABI work? Only twice. Chairman Henney, you have a question? Okay, with that, Honorable Keon Begay, you have 20 minutes on the board. Honorable Keon Begay, I take that back. You have 5 minutes because this is under old business to for your presentation. So you have 5 minutes on the board for the recap.
Good morning, Asche. Ado Kodo 24th Navajo Nation Council. I'm not sure how much more information that we can provide to the council to really understand, but more of inaccurate information is being disseminated. But Kodo PowerPoint presentation, the intent of this legislation. the selection process of the Veterans Administrator. The position is what is being discussed or although the second part of the legislation is the changing the advisory council title to the commission. The legislation there has been discussion and asked the Committee of Veterans, which and that's what we've done. Eastern Agency, Crown Point, the other Western Agency in Kienta, other again, I've done my best to disseminate the information to the public as much as I could. If there's more question that tells me that not much help was done by my colleague, even though if you opposed it, you could have at least helped me disseminate the information to our veterans. But as far as the service that's being done is limited to some extent, legislation for the Eastern Veterans Organization, the top leadership of the commanders, yes, they said a few of them were opposing it, but majority of the local veterans were in support of it. The chapters, similar to Western. A lot of us that we've been there, and I've seen quite a few veterans, delegates at these public hearings. You've heard them directly. Just like yesterday, Donna, there was the 24-22 that was vetoed again. With the support by the Veteran Advisory Council, the Veterans Advisory Council, although the Northern Agency, the Central Agency, and the Fortified Agency for supporting resolutions of all these legislations of the veterans legislations is really being politicalized in a way. But yet we're really being are not being adhered to. That's all. Yeah, that we're not really being listened to. It does need 16 votes, but the way the vote has been going, it seems we don't have it. But again, it is up to you. Kudon his last son Linki Papa Kunitsindo hit Abipa on Nishdo Leki Jo Kwaki Jo E Ajet last son Linki the administration by Papa was to Leto Pipa on Nishdo Lake Akut A Kudo Shizigi Papa his last son Linki Kodit Ashin Kudon being Hitchanasi to Leto and he Speaker.
Thank you. That, colleagues, we go to the floor. Chairman Hino, floor is yours.
Speaker, just don't get yelling. I'm on the line. For the record, share, Speaker.
Chairman Henio? Henio going twice.
Channels to the Speaker Damon. Telecommunications Council. Just check here. Channels check for bring this legislation before the Nomination Council. This question I have here is that there was opposition from the Eastern Navajo veterans, and so therefore, what after doing the public hearing, Aloha Dela on the Eastern side, because I'm still here getting mixed messages from the veterans organizations from Eastern side opposing this legislation because of the way it's constructed. Reserve time.
Every time at 4 minutes and 21 seconds. That we go back to Honorable Keon Begay.
Speaker, Chair. The other thing that I was told by the staff that the summary of the public hearing statements would have been disseminated to the council. During Crown Point do Ado leaving out the individual's name of who made comments, but the statement summarized Elia Goko. Council maybe it could be a public statement. And I believe that you made a statement in your speaker's report yesterday. But the problem that I've seen, and I want to put this on record, Speaker, was that the administrators was in attendance and possibly, and again, this is just an assumption for me, but he, the current administrator, veterans administrators was in attendance. Based on that, they make statements. A few of them, it was very obvious that they really were in opposition. But those that I've heard a lot, that I've heard about, was that there needs to be an improvement of the Veterans Administration. And the other thing is that for the Eastern Agency, and again, I do admit that I was late for almost more than an hour, just because that the 1 hour Niyago, the Eastern Agency commander didn't choose to leave the meeting for don't need, but majority of the veterans stayed behind and really asked questions. But for the Eastern GG, again, majority of them were saying that they support the process of the legislation. But our ancient baby Casey, commanders such as Lindiki, Yego but I really can't speak exactly the statements of what these what our veterans had said at each of these public hearings. And I'm not sure if Speaker, if the staff had finalized transcribing the statements that were made at each of the public hearings. it seems that the commanders were more try to control of making statements, but it was very limited of the local veterans to make a statement. And I believe both of the session was recorded. Well, I'm not sure if any of the delegates that weren't in attendance was able to review the recording of exactly and hear exactly what the veterans have indicated or what they've said. And I know the position of some firm delegates of their firm position. So that will be my response. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kiamge. With that, colleagues, any other comments, questions before I go back to reserve time?
Good Chair, Eugene.
Eugene, so floor is yours.
A question to Dana in regards to public hearing. What code and what section is it in within our Navajo Nation government? The codes beyond that. Where does it state the process and how to do all this public hearing across the Navajo Nation? We call the Bansi Tido by the Chido became got NASA Delia Quidget to today. I did not a deal. I'm sure there are all veterans out there, like I said before, you had to march to the cadence. Just call it on that they need at the time. I guess they didn't understand what I meant, but we do need to understand that what we're going to do today is going to be our leadership comes to play. How we're going to vote. Or we're not sure we're going to start case ago. Because I see many doors is in Halon. In that case, in Halon, as Hans case in Halon go. They would need or they would need many. Or it is a lead right now. But all I'm thinking about is how to make things better for the veterans. Like I said, how it is out when you go outside where I live in Solo, they take care of you hand and foot. You know, there's hard to have ya. So it go I mean to decommission Iliad what I saw I go with scale and very just keep a sheet and not what it's an issue. So that's what we're really seeing that debating on today. Once we should say Honorable Seth Damon and reserve my time. Thank you.
Mm. 2 minutes and 58 seconds. Okay. Let me go to Miss Barbara. Miss Barbara, for response to the question to Office Legislative Council.
Thank you, Speaker. This is Dana Bobroff, Chief Legislative Counsel. I am in a bad space, almost in Window Rock, so I'm going to defer that the answer to that question to Ms. Khan and Ms. Henderson. Thank you.
Ms. Khan or Ms. Henderson?
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. This is Mariana Khan, Office of Legislative Counsel. With regard to public hearings, each of the standing committees has particular authorities, and particular standing committees have language in their authorities with regard to hearings. And these are usually administrative or very specific type of hearings that a standing committee is given authority over. With regard to public hearings, which are not for a particular purpose, the first place I look is in the authorities of the Nabikiya Committee, and I do not find offhand, and Ms. Henderson is also looking, any language with regard to public hearings. But when these have come up in the past, we advise the standing committee to generate its hearing procedure. A public hearing procedure is very different than an adversarial hearing procedure. A public hearing is seen as an opportunity for the standing committee to obtain information and for the public to provide statements that they would want the standing committee to be knowledgeable of. It is that type of a hearing is not an adversarial type of hearing. I do not recall that, I believe it is the Nabikiya, I do not recall that the Nabikiya generated any type of particular hearings for this public hearing. I hear beeping. I don't think that's coming from my computer. At this moment, I do not find a particular segment of the Nabikiya committee to have in which specific rules are given for how a hearing is supposed to take place. Mr. Speaker, if I would be given 5 more minutes to delve deeper into this, I would really appreciate it. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. If I can come back to you. That, colleagues, is there any other further comments before I go back to reserve time?
Speaker Solana.
Honorable Halona, floor is yours. Good morning.
Thank you, Speaker, and good morning. And good morning to 24th Navajo Nation Council and all those that are on the line. Good morning to everybody. I just had a few comments that I wanted to make on this legislation that we're talking about. Main thing that I want to discuss is the public hearing that we went to, and there has not been any consensus as far as what they want to do from the Veterans Administration. They're still split half and half, the way I understand it, and that some of the changes that we're making. If there's something going wrong with that administration right now, I guess we can make changes. But right now, as far as I can see, within the last 2.5 years, we've had a lot of success with the Veterans Administration, with the way Mr. Zerline is running things right now. And so I can't see any reason why we need to change. And, if something's broken and needs to be attended to, I can say we can change it. But right now, as far as I'm concerned, there's nothing broken in that administration. I understand there's some animosity between some of the officials and leaders, and that has to be overcome. Because ultimately, what we're trying to do is make things better for the veterans and give them benefits that they can move forward with, and we've done that. And we also got the homes built. We got the new Veterans Office sitting over here in Benito, and it's working. So I really don't think there's any need for any changes right now. Main thing that I look at as well is that the advisory committee. From the meetings that we had, the advisory committee hasn't even met in the last 6 or 7 months. They've been having trouble to even get together to agree on anything. And so just changing it to a board of commissioners is not going to make any difference. If they're not going to be able to get together and meet and address the issues on a public scale and and take care of things the way they need to be done, they can't even get together right now. So that's a problem there that needs to be addressed. And I just don't know what needs to happen right now, but I do understand that there's a division there, and I just don't see anything about making any changes right now, because we need to get that veterans organization to get them to working together before they can actually help themselves here on the Navajo Nation. As far as I'm concerned, we're doing everything we can right now to make it better for the veterans. As far they make the most money out of all the Navajo Nation, the programs that we have right now. So I just can't see that changes need to be made. I need some better information there as far as that what the Veterans Administration is going to do.
Question of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
With this, Honorable hold on. Good morning, Madam Chair Crotty. What is your question of privilege or point of privilege this morning?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. If I could get information from Delegate Halona's comments that veterans are the most paid, if I could get what information or reference that's referring to. Thank you.
Okay. On a point of privilege, Honorable Halona, your questions on that you've stated. There's a question about what you have stated, so I'll have to return the floor back over to you to make that response.
Thank you, Speaker. And but that comment came from the public hearing that was out there, and so I don't have anything written on it, but that's what I was understanding, that the in the public comment hearing that did come up as far as how much money we are allocating towards the Veterans Administration. So that's why I was using that comment from Speaker. I guess we could listen to the recordings and see if it's there, but that's what I'm basing my comment on right now. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you. With that, let me go ahead and go back to Honorable Keon Begay.
Speaker, Mr. Sylvia Naideh will be coming back from the Legislative Council. Again, I'm being singled out to go out to present a legislation to the public, which I did, which is a good thing for me, in expressing and talking about legislations, while the rest of the council just tends to just not go out with their legislation to the public. But that really tells you that this is really being manipulated to make it harder for the legislation to be passed. For the record, my colleague, Mr. Halona, you did attend, but you didn't stay in full length of the public hearing for the Eastern Agency, and you, about 90% of the time, you were on the phone in the back attending your committee meeting. So I'm not sure why and how you really fully listened in on the public hearing. So again, I mean, yes, provide me information and tell and asking why the veterans are being paid more. Nothing is broken the next door. Nothing is broken. I see there's a lot. And maybe because that certain delegates are being treated more well than others. So within my 5 region, it's totally not in tune of what should be expected of a veteran service locally. I mean, the foremost one veterans how many is there? And I've been trying to ask the Veterans Administration specifically, and the only thing that they continue to tell me is that those are confidential information. I'm not asking for the individual's name. How many homes are being built, and how were these selections being processed, of which agency? Because of the 5 regions that I cover, I'm only getting, my region is only getting 3 homes, while others are getting more. How you stand on to say that there's nothing broken? And why is it that our veteran continues to live in dilapidated homes while their issues are not being addressed? And why is it that our veterans' benefits is not being addressed and they're not being helped by the Veterans Administration? And why is it majority of the time the Veterans Agency offices are closed to the public, to the veterans? And I'm not sure why you're saying that there's nothing broken. The Ninigi, that just tells me that majority of the council is probably, and I'm sure a lot of you will get offended, but a lot of our local veterans organizations continues to struggle to get accurate information about a lot of things related to veterans issue. I mean, it just seems to me that we're just defending. I'm not naming anyone. I'm just naming the position. If you begin to name the administrator, that tells me you're more in defense of the individuals than our own Navajo veterans. I mean, that's the fact, and that's the truth. And how are we going to debate on it? Let's make it open to the public of how we stand on behalf of our veterans. Seriously, the ash and ni hatn a cohit alla in his last son linigi codache put on hin the has it ado a base of benach base of ehit that akoko not the open digital chit at the agency level. And that's what there was the reason why. And again, the other thing, Yego, Kodon his last so alayin yatkito yatki to his job papers nahaneta. Ako aki Kodon hibish vans anni clinici o Kodena Satin dan hit the clock go benago go shindit all yate shit. Ako aki shisazink Yego Kodo the ash and knee of it off been the Naza Ocean zone just a case. But what in the I know that you do represent majority of the veterans from your district. Ako akot ego go Asia Zinke, Satosh, Panashaki, the 5 chapters. So Basalta is equal. If it's equal, that means there is a problem. If a majority of the veterans, 99% of them, to say that they don't have a problem, then there's no problem. But if you made a statement to say that it's there's a half consensus, then that tells you there is a problem right there and should be a problem there. And why would veterans march to the council on a yearly basis and even to the president's office? Do we not see that as a problem? And look at all the veterans' homes. I continue to sponsor a lot of these veterans legislation, and that's even being a label that I'm just doing this for the publicity or for some type of a political gain. No, time that I requested for these legislation were last year. So it takes time for our legislative council to develop and finalize a lot of these legislations. So I've been in and out on going to the public, going to the agency, going to the council, and going back out again to the public. And now I'm coming back in to the council to express of what we've the need of improving the legislation. The veterans program. So again, I just leave this up to you, Shannon. We can argue all we want and all day, and I'm sure I will not convince or change any of the delegates' mind that those are continue to be opposing any veteran legislation that comes before the council. So the argument is there, and I'll continue to be making this statement, and I'll continue to advocate on behalf of our veterans. Hajo do lito so da sto ni kita pawasin ko hajo be hatne hasto ado hot en kite nin an ke jon la te na hot eto nda has ekipe no ingo ko jo hot a shiti legislation ki hatel ya ki a ko kwa ki hot a na ta be na sit or the speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kiyomiye. With that, moving on down. Where are we at? Moving on down, Honorable Elmer Begay. Where's yours? On legislation 0021-22. Honorable
Good
Elmer
morning, Speaker.
Begay.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Hello?
Good morning.
Okay. Jag är vet Speaker. I don't the members of the Navajo Nation Council. Jag är been on the line. Jag är additionally. I don't to the Ellen Begay though. Here about legislation about YAT for the veterans. I talked to Commander Dalcon called David Lorenzo. He's a commander for Dalcon. So I understand that the understanding they're getting confused now. I know that there's opposition for others on the veterans, so both sides go. Okay. But my question is, can you re-explain it? I think by the veterans were on the line. I call it. We say that it's just a legislation that I know that appropriation were made. I call it regarding the 50-50 formula or the percentage. Then the other ones are saying that it's going to go into this funding appropriation. It's going to go into one lump sum. I don't think it can be money will be dispersed to agencies. Can you elaborate more on it? That part of it, Cecilia. Speaker, reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 3 minutes and 7 seconds. That moving on down. Honorable Herman Daniels, floor is yours.
Mr. Speaker, good morning. Out of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, colleagues, out of the his staff, here that it out of the should shake so there's an in that issuing the needs the needs and the area I see here I don't not so bad than how did I could get that non ski should shake delegate key element junior. Yeah, but I see my bike here Adonana Kodo, the Queen Shea Batlana, Slade or Nana Bahina is dead of the Queen Shea Bahwin's neck at the call. A call Padona Gaydam. I know that public hearing 8 obviously for Eastern Agency and also for Western Agency. A conagay to the next in the Henia Dokodo, the Abe Ban Hassan's Mako, word for word. On the legislation could have been Kisha Hassan's Adonana Kodo, just the last phone Linigi, Magay Western Agency, Shin so a Yada Ziho. So even Nasha Equado a Equado them, Bishop and need Linigi even Nasha Equado eat Adol Kodo today. Adonana Kodo Sadi, Fado Kodo, Magay Dama. Veterans Lenigi from Western Agency, Ishimike Kodo, eat Adolesh Kodo. Adonana Kodo, Nalfose, Danahit, I, Atla, that, Hodide, a Kobe has Anisha, and that's Nahiki to Ekodo, Ishimben, Rego, Magada Agency, go a Kodo, a Hoda, Kodo, recommend Ilia, Kodo, Magada, at the summer session at Eben National Kodo, you went out to the Eastern Agency and also Western Agency to do public hearing. I don't know other legislation how that so Kodona great them a year ago Kodo a ban Hassan's negi what's that with the AI by here since it says Lindo the Coben National Kodo and a great last phone Lindo night dash Kido Yahan the Shingi what's that so a quite just in here down Nanti so Kodo Ashbekek Yana Josh Kitoles, Yana Josh Kitoles, Adonana Kodo Sabe, Danahit, Leniki, the resolution based Leniki from the Western Agency, Kodon A Veterans Leniki, a Kodo a Hitchodalia, Kodo. So Ishim Naship, Kodo a Bebe Adoles, Kodo, Adon Hadai, Digita, Ishim Naship, Kodo a Adoles, Kodo for. Kodona great Ayego, Kodo, Hodina, Dona, Kalbasha, Lehunza, Hanan Halzishna, the Kodo. So, Mr. Speaker, or Hans Toba, speed on it, oh, yeah, Nana Kodo, that should say, Delegate Kiel McKay. So, 80 Hans Toba, speed on it, Kodo. Adonana Kodona, I would like to reserve the rest of my time, Kodo. Mr. Speaker.
1 point.
Thank you very much for that. Honorable Herman Daniels. Reserve your time at 1 minute and 43 seconds. Moving on down. Good morning, Chairman Nez. Floor is yours this morning on legislation 0021-22's main motion.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker Damon, Aaron Hassan, Tahaki, Do Bish Bahasa Anno Litigation and I Silla, Honorable Key Allen Brigade Jr. Silla, I'm very proud of the work that you do for the great Navajo Nation, as well as the rest of my colleagues. With your legislation, Silla, I remember listening to your legislations when you presented to Northern Agency Veterans Organization at San Juan College. I do on the Friday at Northern Agency Veterans, and they reiterated our position from Northern Agency. What dito is it that you as Northern Agency delegates in Hitana? The Koti Kodogi start betan harit ahe Namazdona ki asa. Ado Istona, Kirona, the Pato, Navajo Nation, Veterans Administration, Executive Director, Bananashio Senegi, Ashtedo, Nego Esa, Betanahadi, I con Nihitafos Source, and I am not Seneki, Ado, I read I not in his last sword, and not Seneki, Kodoti, Bansis, Kesiki, Go Yaha. Shihiat Any Friday Northern Agency veterans, but that's a success. The neck at your baby's nahasisla. Jonago Basiata, I presented my presentation all in Navajo, and they really enjoyed listening to it. They were elderly veterans. They were sitting in there, but by the house and I hear the neck at Chinhit like it on no. Yeah, that is I sent down to the detail of my report. Okay, what I answered that case Lanson did. Okay, could all I hindle Navajo Nation, but by the cargo hadn't yalas it's public hearing been yet on Jahata East. Johat Ane, each home hast anal at the Hojona, the scope of the host anal. Hut Hegit Ergaban, case. Jashi, Pato, Hit Yada at Hitten de. Hast anal Hegit or a shit. The large president could all recommendation eat or least. I don't that the way veterans commissioners each and visit Saho Eliago. I don't that the kid best on health, education, human services out of the full council yet not those say. A Kokoshi Bikodin in Lenigi, a Conejo, Sasto Lesla. A Koshiat, a Conde could see on the page 3 there. Shall be an enrolled member of the Navajo Nation. Hot Ensign, the Quaggy. Okay, the Obich Iliago. That means we can just have anybody without a census number, without being an enrolled member, to be an executive director. Okay, do Quaggy should is Ahaki Hashtanadne and a gish space. And then as neto what on there. Latin is last saw Yitten, Yitten, what ego. I joke Ebersandage take got the neck a shipper chahati. They on that joke has Agi art and what I am success of stone. In his sato, a Daniel taco. What out no recommendation il ego. All are the egg now it will be other lamans and his last sword and leniki. A cotidi coron saw it and had it. Nehi, his last saw the laconic achidod neck achiji astico big. Other are surviving spouse and leniki other gold star family members than leniki alphanana edode. A cotide hakoro. Kunstsagoba has Zito here, she's not Gishan not Seniki. Ashihut Adot, Zit Astide, a here, Odin is a lot. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Chairman Nez, for those comments. Let me go ahead and go back to, at this time, the sponsor. Honorable Council, is there any comments or response at this time?
Speaker, Kodov, Delegate Elmer Begay, Kodo Yahat Ziki, again, it asked the there was some confusion is being disseminated. Delegate Elmer Begay, there's no discussion on this legislation about any funding appropriation doya yastkit that did at this 21-22 and even none of the legislations really talk to how veterans trust funds were to be distributed. It referenced the one that was vetoed yesterday. That's what it was referenced. But again, none of the legislation is talking about any funding distribution to AI. 21-22. But don't need brother, Mr. Delegate Nazia Hadziki Joe. And I just resent the PowerPoint that I've been presenting to the public hearing. I believe one of the paragraph or PowerPoint at slide 3 illustrates the current and the proposed legislation. The first part, again, that's just the selection process of the Veteran Administrators Director. I thought the slide slide 9 non aja akoko look at a Veteran Advisory Council bebetoche at Board of Commissioners hot beidochi legislation the two main things and I believe Legislative Council has been providing the reason why there's two parts to this legislation. And I'm not sure if I need to go in detail about who authored with the help, but I'll leave it at that. But I tried to say that there should be two separate legislation H18 need, but the interchange of the legislation so again, the Delegate Elmer Begay, there's no talk about any funding appropriation in this legislation. Delegate Herman Daniel, yes, you did hear from each of the commanders at the Western Agency. Again, it was more of the commander continued to go to the podium to make statements, but there were several that you've heard that were also saying that there needs to be some changes. No, Yahanazi, again, the summary of the public hearing statement should really illustrate and provide us more a clear picture, the stance of the local veterans, not the obvious opposing commanders, but their handwritten statements rather than clearly defined statements that are being circulating. Daniel. Jo ben sin the case ada hot asheto need joten need a coco ben na coco ani hot. But again, if you look at the overall coco, the true meaning, the true understanding, setting aside the administration, setting aside the agency commanders, truly at the chapter level, majority of it were just comment. Delegate Daniel, Delegate Rikinez Kadosh from Northern Agency, Niniki, Ani Kodo, Out Ego Sato, yan yadat kito akot bensi sito ishito ni the sto kwakya ako benago ardent resolution ziki again going back. I mean, if that is the case, Halik Allah going back to Delegate Daniel Hashit as an agency, though resolution ziki hati sosta unless they forward that already. Ako Eastern Jido ako as I indicated today. I got the Veteran Advisory Council. I mean, in Title II, under the section, it does ask that any legislation or a change of this policy needs a supporting resolution by the Veteran Advisory Council. Because a Veteran Advisory Council, I'm not sure why that policy is even in there while we choose to go in a different direction. Although the Northern Agency, the Central Agency, and the Fort Defiance Agency Veterans Organization, I mean, that's for supporting resolution attached to this legislation. Because that's a bigger majority of the Veterans Organization, while the Eastern and the Western continues to not provide their official position, but simply just an individual statement. Maybe I can ask the Western Agency delegates, to help me in getting that information. Asatoshi o Beshito Vakeso Zindan that Asato da Baha Hotana Sosliniki be Sizindo Liki, Quakin Habaka Hotlesto the Nisodashin Hota and Liniki be Bichonat Layat Esto Letters to Aja Western Agency. Other Kodo Northern Agency 8 out Kodoliki baby Kane Zino Kodo Delegate Naz Yahaziki 8 on it and I have been making presentation to some of the agency that are more open. Yeah, there's some people that indicated that they were not supporting it at these open meetings. To me, that's more of an open session that needs to be conducted. Some organization tends to not conduct a lot of these local organization meetings just because that it's just an individual's position rather than being overvoted by a majority of the local veterans organization. But nonetheless, I don't want to go into too many speculation because it will further the justification of the opposition. But nonetheless, the presentations there, my basically adiki a kodo a beishla ado kodo PowerPoint presentation is clearly it's outlined right before you. A kodo each of the legislations again, I'm not sure how much more of a presentation is needed. Work session done that is lean. I followed those instructions, even though I believe it wasn't necessary, because I never seen any other legislation that each of you, as a delegate, I never asked of you to go out the Navajo and need based on you go Kodobe kin he see the Nahinas and La Ada Dahiti Nido Kodo Yard Liniki de Nokid and Happy Landa is lean according legislation as a policy. And I would be on record to say that it's really just because that the administration and the executive branch are very much involved in this particular situation, and I'd like to continue to make that statement on record. It's very obvious of all the emails that I've been receiving directly from the administration. That's my justification of this statement. Again, koko joy ato after is counting hanna to as has been big had that is the need of big height out koto sa delegation that eto le. I mean that's our job. Shinant ano liniki hajot open no ha kote. That's all we're asking. What we see locally and what you have in your situation, yes, we're all different. All veterans organizations are different. But all veterans from the central agency and those that are supporting of the legislation, the veterans organizations, and you know it. And a lot of you made public statements to the veterans that had marched to the council chamber. On happy this it up on the baby chatai so ziko hata a on hit on him with eight other baby chat hata a call with that ego a that allowed me to make these legislations to be developed. A call with Mr. Speaker kodo with I kodo so every statement that is made, I'll respond, making sure that we are on record of what is being said and try to provide clear, accurate information back to the my colleagues and what was being publicly being discussed at these public hearings. Mr. Speaker.
Great, thank you, Honorable Callan BA. Now let me move on down. Honorable Chairman Daniel So. What's yours? What is
I can't learn. Telespeaker Damon, can you hear me? Colleagues, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. At a Hidini Dole, Ado Shadana Shadhazana, Ado Shanantai Claggy, 24th Navajo Nation Council. Ato Bahde Claggy, Nita, the Sadbetana Hodita, so Ziggy. So a large Bansaha Casey, Sato director dan Leniki Sato a confirmation bandel wants to answer directly to the president. The Dishi to out with Edo Lake when Tuniki Ben Nachan. Sad bed Adana Hodit I Hadalia. Ado Zo Banso case. The I think so veterans administration aliado ato ay si Hajo Kelieta. Ukatnte. Adaya di na hahan. That's Slahovan Dalia. I know what a basis. It is a basis in the look late out in the day Dalia. Late Aila the Winsenigate. Oh, could the Yahi Kayata in 2019. The Aya Nitato Nistago, she administrated. I don't know how to just and they other just it will be clear the Aya resign Ila. The Hodoni. I don't the I don't Aya. It's not there and they quick cut now the Nishigi couldn't alter. Adokade Klat Yugo Ignalness Saho Eya Nikednalness Kokraki Hazodo Lake Look at the Sabetan Hodit Ahe. It also stod Ziggy be Soigi Dog us. So, Dolla Ado Abahat Adi because around the Satahagi President Igi Aitai in a Zoigi Klichigi that you think on the Quaggy Deek at the Nanisios and Igi are the veterans. Are the Yundal Nisigi Quaggy bill the contract Etoba wind either. He Quaggy that is Neldo Biketcher. Add a Rishi, but let me take a Arja. Dig it out at a leaf. Dig it out at a needle leaf. Cut Nenegit at so a teacher, which had only see it either. The Zoba one of them, and I quaggy. Oh, you go on out here. I pesos in there. So at a Hazo, Pechin in Mister. At a coach, executive branch, Ziggy, Chelnista. Oh, you took a secret. I get sad. It and how did I? The key, no, the Craggy pesos in the letter or you and here. So Zoba and Sahake, or think of Jimmy, Jumti. Whoa, what? I don't a head show. And he did in that silly. I don't need the old Kinko a Craggy pesos.
Time.
Not this. I can't launch it to live, but I do appreciate the time, and I think I put the issues forth that I really wanted to put on the table. Yeah.
Great. Any other comments or questions? Are we ready to vote on legislation 0021-22?
Doug, Speaker, this is Doug Get Yell here. Please stand there. I don't think what I like to speaking.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair on legislation 0021-22 is being motion.
Okay. Yeah, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker, as Navajo Nation Council, all 24 councilmen. Could I ask this out? Is she allowed to make straight to the point? Yeah, yeah, the American name. Yeah, behind 3,000 as Anita Hunter Little, Boya Shonda. Let me say what they were 80. So, not like I see that yacht isn't Sago. Upon the Queta, so a British Asiki a Yaki, Navajo Nation Veteran Board of Commissioner in shall indicate through resolution support Navajo Nation President nominee. A Kodo a Board of Commissioners and Linear A Kodo Navajo Nation President Lady Tini Vet Division Director A case is need or Kate not need on the in nominee in Health Education Human Service Committee. The Chihato late out of Navajo Nation Council for confirmation. According to Quaggy, Navajo Nation Veteran Board of Commissioners does not support to cases Zingo go a and nominee cannot escape the Navajo Nation President. A could echo Quaggy to yat a other the Koto Besas on any clinical appointment in the is going to be confirmation by the Navajo Nation Council. Out of Navajo Nation Council, Biyaro, Navajo Nation Red Administration shall perform a sound function as identified as approved plan of operation. Dide, Nitniti Tine Navajo Nation Council. Yaro na Niscole. So, then is on Sidiasi, Sidiat, Atahuis Avon Hitane, Besiat, Ado Siati, Halonigi, Ad Eta Yat, Etok, Nishinel, and Shin Hitane, Division Director and Lindoli. Hala, they believe in Navajo philosophy, Navajo cultures, Navajo traditions. Kodat, Navajo law, Navajo on. It's not yet is Bahos and Dilka, there's on is Tonda Stogi, Edigi, Diat, and then John, Dokata, Ada, the Kodisha now us, Yahat Zisto, should now us with the snow icy, scare with the snow, Mr. Hanona, but you yet and John the Nepahe, Hunsabahas, Zero dot, Ejibe Sazo, the Patsatasto, they can be cut out of politics today. And the Nepayat is Navajo veteran. God bless our veteran, each one. Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marines. Thank you. One on the east side of the Ayoma time. One the hospital. Yeah, speaker. Thanks. Parola, yeah, let's celebrate key LMBK. Yeah, brother. God bless. Okay, LMBK.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
With that, I'll be all here. Any other comments, questions, colleagues? Not. Let me go ahead and go back to reserve time. I have Chairman Henio with 4 minutes and 21 seconds. Chairman Henio going twice, 4 minutes and 21 seconds. Chairman Henio going 3 times on reserve time. You had 4 minutes and 21 seconds. Moving on down. Honorable Eugene So, 2 minutes and 58 seconds.
Okay.
Oh.
All right, okay. Sure. So, the application is adult is or because in that case or what the Nana other nationalities don't really understand the way we live on the Navajo Nation and what kind of church that we go to. Call them now go a Spahas and AIG home and the Nahanat Ani Kasasatago at director. But I go in this so you home all on Latin that is kiddo. Abanan Cadole. I don't make a suggest John Dollars or any quality call and need Ashik Nazin need to make a suggestion. You know, you hold that need up. And now $8,000 could it out 8 of the cut. Not for some day engineering in the car. But yeah, 8 of and then I'm pretty sure we can put within that policy for the director what he can do. All my yeah, he I think needs but still there is a lacking of our Navajo knowledge and Navajo culture, Navajo way of life. He's only that than other tribes. According for a the cases in it, they are not street or a share non let's do what we need to do is we do change laws. Even yeah, and that we don't only go at the appropriation or 80% of that and the things that what the thank you, sir.
Thank you. That. I'll go ahead and continue on down. Honorable Elmer Brigade, 3 minutes and 7 seconds on reserve time. Honorable Elmer Brigade. Honorable Elmer Brigade, going twice. You have 3 minutes and 7 seconds on reserve time. Honorable Elmer Brigade going 3 times. You have 3 minutes and 7
Nikita
seconds
office speaker called us in.
on reserve time. Moving on down. Honorable Herman Daniels, you have 1 minute and 43 seconds on reserve time.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for those nana. For sharing for those actually for you we can see late hadlin ako. The question ba la na late the snow ko do e ba question ko I don't know ko do should say the question na here in the Winter Rock and also at the local level ko do na Eastern Agency and also Western Agency. Do ko do I think it actually ko do Asian and Hinha, Lakodosanat, Senegi, Aronaneto, Ebe, Tobe, Hanat, Ida, Kodo. So, I'm ready to vote, Kododam. Mr. Speaker, Oshinota, I see those Kododam. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. That. Everybody else in the queue, let me go back to Honorable Keon Brigade.
Speaker, I wish that, could we just go to into the vote, Speaker?
Okay, thank you. That colleagues, everybody else in the queue, no one else in reserve time or nobody that's responding to the reserve time. Going twice. Going 3 times. Let's go to board on legislation 0021-22. On the main
Honorable-
motion.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Kale votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Delegate Herman Daniels Jr. votes red.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Honorable votes red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Hino. Honorable Jamie Hino. Honorable Jamie Hino did not vote. Hino? Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green via text. Honorable Otto So.
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, God, this is sort of show.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Winika.
Red.
Honorable Edison Winika votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henry votes red.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes red. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So votes green via text. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes red.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. Speaker, with a vote of 14 in favor, 9 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
Thank you very much with that, colleagues. On legislation 0021-22, so 2/3 legislation, there was 14 votes in favor, 9 opposed, and Speaker not voting, motion fails. Let's continue on down to our next legislation. As indicated on our approved agenda, we did have legislation 0013-22 up next, but the sponsor has pulled that legislation and which are on it actually completely. So we're moving on down to item number 11, new business. New business A, legislation is 0110-22, sponsors by Honorable Stewart. We have Honorable Stewart, co-sponsored by Vice Chair Smith and co-sponsored by Chairman Rick Ness. Mr. Rico, if you could read in legislation 0110-22.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Navajo Council, tracking number 0110-22, an act relating to the Budget and Finance, Resource and Development and Navigated Committees and the Navajo Nation Council, allocating $5 million from the Citizen Fund for the assessment and remediation of the former Navajo Forest Products Industry location in Navajo, New Mexico, approving the related expenditure plan pursuant to 12 NNC Section 2501 to Section 2508. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr., co-sponsored by Honorable Chairman Ricky Nez, and co-sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith Jr. There are committee reports from the Budget and Finance Committee. that recommend a do pass with no amendment, a committee report from the Resource and Development Committee that recommend a do pass with no amendment, and a committee report from the Napakeeta Committee that recommend a pass and refer to Navajo Nation Council. This legislation will move on to the Office of the President and Vice President. It is a 2/3 legislation per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9. Legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico, on legislation 0110-22. That, colleagues, is there a motion?
Eugene So.
Honorable Eugene So, is there a second? Second by Honorable Paul Begay. Colleagues, on this legislation 0110-22, did get a supporting resolution from the Napakeeta Committee. It's a 2/3 legislation. Again, final authority is at the president's desk. So this does go across the street. Does not be work. Going twice. That on the legislation, I do have Madam Chair Amber Cruddy has a question. So Honorable Stewart, or one of the is one
Good morning, Navajo EPA is on the line.
is one of the co-sponsors taking over for Honorable Stewart. And the sponsor going once.
Chairman Damon, or Speaker Damon, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Yes.
I'm present. I can co-sponsor.
Okay, with that, there's you have 20 minutes on the board. Floor is yours.
Thank you, colleagues of the Navajo Nation Council. The
Question of privilege, Speaker.
Question of privilege? Was it a question of privilege?
Yes, that was a question of
Oh,
privilege.
yeah, there's a point of privilege by Madam Chair Charles Newton. Good morning, Madam Chair. What is your point of privilege this morning?
Sorry, Speaker, I did mean point of privilege. I'm looking at the legislation that was printed for us. I don't see any co-sponsors on the legislation, and it's also not noted on the agenda, at least on the blue agenda that I'm looking at, Speaker. So was there a co-sponsor that recently signed for this legislation? And I guess we're looking specifically at legislation 0110-22. Because what I have in front of me, Speaker, only has Delegate Wilson Stewart's signature, and then on the agenda, it also just says Wilson Stewart. It doesn't have a co-sponsor. Okay, thank you. Just making sure.
There's a co-sponsor on the original legislation. So with that, let me go ahead and go back to Vice Chair Smith. Floor is yours.
Speaker, Bishmasan, Nadine, Nadine, those classes, the snow sagi, we saw called Sanawit Ahin Gat, so the co-sponsors, the the meal, so in the some yard, and ye being done the stove, and they Navajo, New Mexico, that in there. Ita is the NFPI force products. So that NSG, the Edo, the NFPI site was opened, the former Ita 1960s, and was the Navajo Nation's first enterprise called Ita with General Nanish. Londe, Negushi, Jet, and Mother, a hundred Tandash, still a hundred with Yada, a Kunda, 1994, and that is called for a Eaton, Nanish, a day ladder, and a Kadea had that Shinandad and Oshinigi. I have two agents with me. Ms. Pam Maples from the Navajo EPA, Adonana, Ms. Francine Gardenez, community member of the Red Lake chapter, club chairwoman that the Nanda needed Benyegi 5 million. The reason for the request is to set up a trust fund type account within the Navajo Nation. Funds could be used and could always be used for continued assessment and clean up for the remediation of the site. Yes, Anigi Osa. So it's for the batch one and the Ahut. We need to clean it up on behalf of the Navajo community up there. There's also another benefit for this funding. We understand that continued application and successful awards of federal funds to help clean up the site is better when there are matching funds. Yalako Ani Koyas in the Danica, Aleta Yal, short Benache, Navajo Nation Capito, Abacado, Elana needs and go matching funds at the they when they not being done, the stone day, New Mexico, Hashin Sonticado, Benache, Ajita, Kayas, Anigis under New Mexico. This is a step towards assisting the community, and we want to continue to work with Ms. Maples, EPA, and the community leadership, club members on Lenigi, in getting the site cleaned up and cleared, just like the uranium mines on the reservation. I see. And for the first time, NFPI has had the attention of EPA for some time now. The EPA, and they want to help out. So with this Navajo Nation, Navajo EPA has applied for federal Brownsfield funding from the U.S. EPA for the site and was awarded targeted Brownsfield assessment funding and a $350,000 Brownsfield grant. Mr. Wilson Stewart, he says, I know that U.S. EPA has visited the site, Wishing Ajit, 3 times, Nina, and including the 3-month emergency action cleanup of asbestos originating from the old drying kiln. And Vice President Leiser, community leadership, Navajo EPA staff, and Wilson Stewart has toured the area and want to very much help the Navajo Red Lake community recover this land so that in the future it can be used for the needs of community. Community is also working complete objectives of a $120,000 environmental justice grant regarding the site. So the reason for this $5 million Navajo Nation so I have my agents here, Ms. Maple and Ms. Gardenez. I'd like to turn the floor over to the Navajo EPA at this point in time. We have 20 minutes. I don't know how much time we have left. Then I'd like to turn the time over to Ms. Pristine Garnanes, the chairwoman of the club. Ms. Maples, you have the remainder of the time. And then we'll have time for Ms. Garnanes. Ms. Maples?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Awesome. Yes,
Thank you. Sheye Pam Maples Yanishi, and I am the Brownfields Program Remedial Project Manager. I have been with Navajo Superfund for the last 3 years, and before that I was with the Leaking Underground Storage Tank, which is how I came to know that this site existed. We were over there looking at the petroleum contamination of the soil and the groundwater leaking out of the fuel tanks from the facility. NFPI closed with no commissioning, no decommissioning plan in 1994. The work session, history of events, and a slideshow and my talking points have all been submitted for distribution. Hopefully you have them with you and can look at them. Environmental concerns at NFPI include the facility water well supply is contaminated with asbestos, and the remaining one well on site in the heavily contaminated area I suspect to contain heavy metals, benzene, petroleum, and other things. And that's a deeper well that potentially has a conduit to contaminating the deeper aquifer over there. Right now, only the 20-foot deep, shallow, perched aquifer is contaminated, as far as I know. The groundwater beneath the site, that shallow groundwater, is contaminated with hexavalent chromium, diesel, and gasoline at least. We have not looked for other contaminants yet. Soil in the site, in the areas we have investigated so far, contains mercury, hexavalent chromium, dioxins, heavy metals, pesticides, asbestos, solvents, oils, greases, and etc. Asbestos is commingled with the petroleum contamination in the soil in several locations at the site to a depth of 2 feet below the ground surface, complicating cleanup. Petroleum contaminated groundwater is estimated to be about 2 acres, and diesel fuel is floating on top of that perched aquifer. The last time we checked in 2018, there were 2 feet of it floating on top of the groundwater at the site. Soil gas testing recently conducted indicates that chloroform is coming up out of the soil in the area of the powerhouse. It is the only place we have looked for soil gas so far. There was a discharge of cooling tower blowdown and boiler water containing hexavalent chromium, at least, into Black Creek north, east, and west of the site, and into the former sewer lagoons across Navajo Route 12 over in the floodplain. The discharges contained lime, sodium aluminate, soda ash, sulfuric acid, descalants like hexavalent chromium, and algicides. If you've seen the movie Aaron Brockovich, that's hexavalent chromium, and that's the stuff we have here. There is also concern about the methyl mercury contamination in the sediments, the water, and the fish of Red Lake. There was a fish warning for Red Lake until the lake was drained to repair the dam. It's being filled back up now, and there has been no testing of the sediments yet. The contents of drums and chemical totes that had been scattered across the site have been found to contain ferrous chloride solution, hydraulic fluid, waste oil, diesel, gasoline, antifreeze, mercury, transformer oil of an age that had PCBs in it, and all kinds of lubricants. There's a 176-acre open dump, and it extends about a mile east up Black Creek, east of the site. It is known to contain sawdust soaked in formaldehyde. All chemical waste from the logging operation, the operation and maintenance of the sawmill, the particle board manufacturing facility were disposed of in this dump. The open dump does not have a liner, and due to different oxygen conditions in any open dump, chemicals that were never placed into the dump can be created as the rain and the water leaches down through it. And this stuff all ends up in the soil beneath the dump and then out into the nearest waterway. And there will be hundreds and hundreds of equipment and automobile batteries in this dump, according to some of the records I've seen. Hexavalent chromium at levels substantially above the regional standard for protection of groundwater and dioxins has been leaching from a rapidly eroding area of this dump for at least 50 years and has recently been confirmed in Black Creek in the sediments with the water flowing around it to the north and to the east of the site behind the diversion dam used to fill Red Lake. Emergency action is critically needed to pull the known hexavalent chromium containing waste back from the precipice which it forms. A few more feet of this pile falls into the creek every time it rains hard. I have personally seen 10 feet of that pile go away. And by go away, I mean go into the creek and get washed downstream. Since the water from the creek and Red Lake is used for irrigation, I'm currently researching the uptake of metals and specifically hexavalent chromium in plants and livestock and trying to decide whether or not it bioaccumulates. So far, it looks like corn is the best receptor for taking up hexavalent chromium. Corn is what the farmers in the valley there use the irrigation water to grow. The site has been a serious airborne asbestos hazard up until summer of 2021. The US EPA, so after transferring to the brownfields program from the tank program, I inspected the lumber drying kiln and immediately called US EPA Superfund Emergency Response. And they came out and had a look at the site and decided it needed a time critical removal action for asbestos. But then we had the pandemic and we had to wait until the summer of 2021. And then we conducted a 3-month, 70-hour work week emergency removal action for asbestos. And we took away over 4,000 cubic yards of asbestos waste off the surface of that site. Asbestos remains in the near surface subsoil presently. The presence of various toxic heavy metals on the site and in the creek should have and could have resulted in impaired neurological development of children who live in and attend school near the site. I know that children play in the creek and livestock drink the water and eat the plants that grow in the floodplain, and this is concerning. The cost estimate to assess and clean up this entire site, it's the best I can figure relating different sites that are kind of similarly contaminated, and it's probably a low estimate. I get $660 million to assess and clean up this site. It's 800 acres, including the dump and the lake sediments. So far, we've been able to win a $120,000 environmental justice grant, a $90,000 targeted brownfields assistance tool, which is what we discovered the hexavalent chromium with in the release area. The $350,000 specific assessment grant has already been mentioned. We used that this past summer. We just finished trying to delineate that hexavalent chromium. We advanced 40 borings going down gradient to see if we could get non-detect, basically ring around the plume to know where it is. I'm expecting those lab results back any day. They tell me they have them and they're making them into tables. The time critical removal action was a $6 million action paid for by the federal government. I have 5 more TBAs lined up to drill holes in the creek bed from the dump all the way east as far as it extends to south past where the high school is in the wash to try and figure out where the contamination is and does it end before it gets away. The bipartisan infrastructure law I have was graciously awarded a second 128A grant, and in it I wrote $800,000 for site-specific work, for assessment, for NFPI, and also the original location of this sawmill up at Sawmill, Arizona. So to date, that comes up to $7,810,000 spent on that site, and we are just now beginning to get a handle on what's there. I'm applying for several more grants on the bill, the bipartisan infrastructure law, a $2 million assessment grant community-wide, and a $2 million cleanup grant. I hope we shall get them. This legislation creating tribal funding to clean up this dangerously contaminated site is very important, not only for the needed protection of health and the people and the environment, but it will demonstrate tribal commitment to address the situation. This demonstrated commitment is very useful for leveraging federal funds via competitive grants and cooperative agreements. There is the presentation. If anyone wants one-on-one, I'm open to that at any mutually convenient time. Mr. Speaker.
Commissioner Smith.
Thank you for that information on behalf of the EPA side. Colleagues, this black water or this Black Creek flows all the way through Winter Rock and into Hunters Point and Oak Springs and on down to Houck and into the Rio Perco. So it's imperative that we do something in order to protect our water. I don't know if we have enough time for Ms. Garnez. Speaker, how much time we have left?
You have 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
Okay, at this point in time, I'd like to turn over the floor to a CLUP member. Ms. Garnez, you have the floor.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Smith. Also, good morning, honorable members of the Navajo Nation Council. My name is Prestine Garnanez. I'm a community member here in Red Lake chapter. My family has lived here for many, many generations, and I'm also an active member of the community. And I want to stress to you how important it is for us to see the former NFPI site created so that we can restore, our community to a healthy state. You guys, I'm sure you've driven through Navajo and you've seen how the mill has slowly broken down over the last 25, 30 years from, the big metal buildings that were there, that were set on fire, that have been graffitied. And we've lived with all of that as a community, and it does take its toll, I think, on our psyches about how the Navajo Nation feels about our little community. But, I always feel like we're very hopeful about the future, and we want to see our community in a better state. This past summer, you guys supported our community with some money for new housing. We are, I think, desperately trying to work to improve our community as well. And we just need additional support from the Navajo Nation to do that. I think it's more than just the protection of our health. It's about, the way we view our community, the way we view the world. We can't continue to live this way. It affects not just us, but our livestock, our farmlands, wildlife. And as Chairman Smith said, it goes beyond just the boundaries of Red Lake chapter. It affects Mexican Springs chapter, Crystal chapter. If you think about the air and how asbestos can move with the wind, or even the hexavalent chromium. And then with the water downstream, it'll affect Fort Defiance chapter and St. Michael's and Oak Springs. So I just wanted to add that little bit that it's more than just Red Lake chapter that you would be helping. Okay, could go hasti.
Thank you, Ms. Garnez. At this point in time, Speaker in the Navajo Nation Council of the 24th Navajo Nation, Classy, I will go ahead and turn the floor over to the Navajo Nation Council for any questions and concerns on behalf of this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, I'm going to go ahead and go to the board. I do have Madam Chair Crotty in the queue at this time on the main motion on legislation 0110-22. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, colleagues. I appreciate Vice Chair Smith sponsoring and co-sponsoring this legislation to have our Navajo Nation EPA staff on the line, and Shadeja, Ms. Garnez, for advocating for the community. I think in terms of what I'm reading in this packet, Speaker, and the extensive contamination to the area, knowing that it was a Navajo Nation enterprise, that created this harm to the community and created harm and impacted a generation of millers and a generation now who are living there in the community. I'm not sure in terms of liability and if Navajo Nation EPA can provide or if Department of Justice is on the line. Has there been a determination on who is liable for this cleanup? And looking at Exhibit C, this is a $660.25 million cleanup cost. This is equivalent to what we see in some of our uranium cleanup. And so I'm looking at, Speaker, has there been other legal remedies that have been provided? It seems like there's been minimal federal funding available for this type of cleanup. In terms of what has been done in the fenced off area, it's not clear from attachment 1 with these estimates in what is going to be the impact of this $5 million. Is this just to continue with the assessment and do reporting, or is this a $5 million to actually start doing some of the cleanup? Which in my experience working with our uranium communities that have been impacted, that's exactly what they want. They're done with the research, they're done with the testing, they just want to live in clean communities. And so what, with this request for $5 million, what then is the intent? I did see that this was to help leverage part of the hazardous substance fund. So if we could get an understanding of then what funds need leverage to move forward on cleaning up these areas. The last question to the co-sponsor and to the agent is regarding Black Creek. So Black Creek has a watershed project right now with U.S. NRCS. How does that compare to what's on this ongoing public health threat? We've been trying to get this project completed through the Navajo Department of Natural Resources to get it. It's been funded, and so I'm not exactly sure how this project that's on this listing compares to that project that has been funded. And I'd like to get a better idea in terms of how this council can then regulate our current enterprises. There's a common misconception that Navajo Nation enterprises work for the benefit of the people in the community. This is a clear example that this industry did not think about the community, that it did leave waste, that it did not provide the resources to remediate after they left. And Navajo Nation Council, we should have some type of policy that creates that opportunity for communities to be safe. I'll reserve the rest of my time. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Any other comments, questions at this time?
Okay.
Oh, Madam Chair, your reserve time is 1:26, Madam Chair. Honorable Begay, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Chairway, other Navajo Nation Council, the legislation that we brought before us again. I just wanted to, I know that the intent is understanding and looking forward to, but we all know that there's these funds that are there. We try to preserve it and try to use it where it's needed, but we always say there's some projects that are out there that can be used with other fundings. So my question is, so if it's relating to environment and how much it's going to cost to use this project, and I was wanting to know that if EPA is involved in it, and then there's an organization that understanding that's working on this project. So is there any, can you even maybe show us or give us some information regarding the previous any allocation that was used, particularly for on grants? How many grants was it being awarded for this particular project? Maybe you can share it with us. And that'll be my question. Preserve my time, Speaker.
Reserve your time at 3 minutes and 13 seconds. Let me go ahead and go back to Honorable Vice Chair Smith.
Speaker, Bishmasan, and the questions that were posed to the legislation and the concerns regarding the liability and who's responsible and what has taken place and how this is very expensive and it is the equivalency of uranium cleanup, and those are very, very good questions, and they are plaguing us. And how do the enterprises that are now within the Navajo Nation, they are also in the business of developing. And of course, we know that this was built back in 1960, and this was one of the enterprise that was first established within the Navajo Nation as was known as NFPI, Navajo Forest Products Industry. I recall back in the day that it was a viable business, and there was two plants that were going. There was one manufacturing the what they call it, particle board. There was a lot of employees there, and there was also the harvesting of our own timber from our commercial forest, bringing it down off the mountain of Chuska and the surrounding Fort Defiance Plateau, and using the water and utilizing the environment to sustain the little community of Navajo. And there was good lumber at the point in time. But now the company has left, and now we're stuck with this. So I think those questions that were posed by Honorable Crotty, I can turn the floor over to, I think you want to ask the question to DOJ. So I don't know if DOJ is on board to provide that answer to Honorable Crotty, Speaker.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. Department of Justice, anybody on that might help assist in answering the questions that were risen by Madam Chair Amber Crotty? Anybody on from Department of Justice? Madam Chair Crotty, I will Chief of Staff's reaching out to AG right now. And if when they come on, I'll come back to them. At this time, let me go back to the sponsor. Does that conclude your response at the moment, Vice Chair Smith?
Actually, thank you, Speaker, for the giving me back the floor. There was a question from Honorable Elmer Begay, and also another question from Chairwoman Amber Crotty regarding the Black Creek watershed. To be honest with you, I'm not fully aware with that, but I know there is that the United States Clean Water Act that is in place that does enforce any contaminants that will be flowing in any fresh water, and that is why I think that the EPA has viewed that and also looked at the tributary of the Black Creek that flows through the communities that I mentioned, and it's contaminating our valuable groundwater, and that's what we're trying to prevent at the head source, and summons maybe even Superfund to look at this site and to clean it up to where it's not going to contaminate, because there's a lot of wildlife up in that area too, along the Black Creek. We have waterfowl, we have big game, we have small game, and we have livestock too that go into that creek to replenish themselves with fresh water. And that is a blessing that we're having, all that rain coming down. And I saw the Black Creek the other day. It's going up through Oak Springs, crossing that little bridge there, and that water was flowing, I'd say, knee deep, which is a good sign. So I'm not too familiar with the aspects of the watershed that Honorable Crotty had asked on me as being a co-sponsor, but I'd be willing to look into that and to support their efforts to keep that water, any waterway throughout the Navajo Nation, clean. Because we don't want to be a dumping yard. We don't want to be a disaster up here, and we're trying to fight for our water rights. So this would really spark my attention. That's what allowed me to co-sponsor this. Say, hey, we need to keep our water rights clean, and we need to clean up that community. And it affects not only that community, but it goes downstream, and it does have the effects for all walking life. And the question that Di asked about the grants, I'll turn the floor over to my agent. I'm not sure who's available to answer that question, but I'll see if the club member, Ms. Garninez, I'll give you the floor for that. If not, Ms. Maples, maybe you have information from the EPA side, but I'll go ahead and give them both time to respond back to both Honorable Crotty and also Honorable Elmer Begay. I'll start with Ms. Maples. You have the floor, and then I'll turn the floor over to Ms. Garninez. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. To address the questions from Ms. Crotty, the showing of leveraging of tribal interest is really good for every competitive grant that Navajo EPA can apply for. They always have somewhere in the guidance where you can add if there is community interest in cleaning up the site. So any and every competitive grant that we are eligible to apply for showing tribal interest and commitment to cleanup will be worth extra federal dollars. And to address your other question about which kinds of, what is our commitment is cleanup. On slide 14 of the presentation you have, there's a word about cleanup and federal dollars and why tribal funding is necessary, because no leakage from above ground storage tanks is allowed under EPA cleanup grants. And that contamination came from above ground storage tanks, the petroleum aspect of it. And then US EPA region-wide and across the whole country has a no direct exposure pathway justification to delay or avoid cleanup, because their list of sites are so extensively vast that it's just, they try to avoid cleanup on grounds of, well, you know, you get your water from somewhere else, so you're okay. Which is the case. Navajo, New Mexico gets its well water from up at the Buell Park lava field, but still the stuff is in the creek and the livestock drink it and the kids play in it, and it comes out of the ground as a spring across the highway. And cleanup grants can only be awarded once per site, which is why I have tried to slice that 800 acres up into about 15 operational units to try and apply for a cleanup grant for each unit. But I just had talks with US EPA, and they tell me that anyway they stretch the rules, groundwater is not defined as real property, and therefore federal grant money cannot be used to clean it up. We can assess it, but we can't clean it up. So my objective would be to use tribal funds to start the cleanup. And the talking points, to address Mr. Begay, Honorable Begay, the talking points document lists, and item number 5, it lists all the grants that have been awarded and the grants that are being applied for currently. I read them out, and I could read them again, but they are in that packet of information I sent over. But I could read them again if you would require me to do so, happily. Mr. Smith?
Thank you very much, Ms. Maples. I'll turn the floor over to the Ms. Garden-Nez. You have the floor.
Okay, I actually don't have much more to add than what Pam had stated. A lot of the funding that we are acquiring as a community is routed through Navajo EPA. So we just have a really great partnership with Pam and Navajo EPA in trying to access additional funding for the community. On a side note, I've tried to, as a community member, search for different foundational grants, but they're not very big, like 15 or 20,000 here and there, to really help educate the community about the issues with regard to the contamination coming from the plant and what is happening in the creek. So, but the majority of the funding is that 7.8 million that Pam said that she's been able to access for various aspects of cleanup, the biggest chunk being that 5 million for that asbestos abatement last year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garden-Nez. I appreciate that. I'd like to go back to Ms. Maples. Since Honorable Elmer Begay had asked a specific question, could you just kind of highlight those grants and highlight where it's written or where it's can be found as a reference so that we can answer each and every one to the best of our ability? I appreciate that. Ms. Maples, you may continue.
Yes, sir. Okay. I sent over to Mr. Rico a set of documents. One of them is titled Tribal Council Meeting Talking Points. And it's item number 5, grants and other fundings recently secured for NFPI. And so there's the $120,000 Environmental Justice Collaborative Problem Solving Grant. We use that to build community awareness, establish a website presence for remediation updates on things we're doing. And we used it to do the surface soil sampling that found the hexavalent chromium in the creek water this past summer. The targeted brownfields assistance was a $90,000 federal expense that they spend their money with their contractor, but they do what I ask them. And I asked them to look for the hexavalent chromium at what I reasoned to be the release site of where it began to soak into the ground. And they did find it there, along with the chloroform and soil gas. The brownfield site-specific assessment grant was $350,000, and we used that this past summer to hopefully delineate the hexavalent chromium in the shallow groundwater at the site. The time-critical removal action for asbestos, summer 2021, that was $6 million, and a whole lot of hazard gone off that site. The asbestos was really critical and dangerous. So the targeted brownfields assessments, I have 5 more of those secured in succession. We're going to start with the area just north of the dump. We were going to start in November. It says that in your document, but they just called and said that we can't do that because the samples would be at the lab over Thanksgiving and they would expire because the lab's all closed. So we're going to do that in the spring. And we're going to delineate the entire stream from the dump east of the site all the way down south past the high school to see what's there. And then the bipartisan infrastructure bill, our 128A grant, I have put $800,000 in there to be used for all brownfield site assessment on the Navajo Nation. And the bulk of it is going to go to NFPI and the sawmill site up at Sawmill. And then I am currently applying for the bipartisan infrastructure law $2 million community-wide assessment grant and the $2 million cleanup grant. Although I'm having talks with my project officers over there trying to figure out what I can use the cleanup grant for, because like I say, they won't let me use it on groundwater. So I'm looking at the commingled contaminated soil as something to clean up. But Navajo EPA Brownfields program is focused on cleanup because that's part of our definition. We want to clean up so that the community can revitalize and rebuild whatever they want. Mr. Smith?
Thank you for that clarification. Appreciate that. And back to Speaker Damon. Guess we're waiting for Department of Justice regarding the question that was posed by Chairwoman Honorable Amber Crotty. We'll turn the floor back over to you. We have completed our response. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I do believe we do have individuals or so maybe Madam AG or anybody from Department of Justice on the line now.
Good afternoon, Speaker Damon. This is Erica Pruitt with the Natural Resources Unit.
Oh, good afternoon, Ms. Brook.
Good afternoon.
I don't know if you heard Madam Chair Crotty's question earlier, or if you need that to be restated.
I did hear the question, Speaker. I was listening via the live stream, so I just had to hop on the Zoom call.
Okay, well, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, and honorable delegates of the Navajo Nation Council. With respect to the liability question, the short answer is that there's no viable, potentially responsible party or PRP. And in the context of these environmental laws and statutes and those Navajo Nation laws and statutes modeled after the similar scheme that's commonly referred to as the polluter pays, a PRP is necessary. Some of this is due to the legal and historical complexities of NFPI itself, its establishment as an enterprise, the ways that the nation establishes those to protect itself as well with respect to some liabilities, and kind of the timing of the contamination and the operations that pre-existed a lot of these environmental protections, as well as the nation not taking over the site with respect to trust land status until early 2000. So there's a lot of moving parts in there, but the short answer is there's no viable PRP, but the nation, with respect to securing additional funding from a polluter like we typically see in the uranium context, where those corporations that mined in the 40s, 50s, and 60s still exist in some form or another in the present day, as well as the Navajo Nation itself not being legally liable under those same statutory schemes. So that is the answer to the liability question. Thank you.
Thank you very much with that. Let me go ahead and go back to the floor now. At this time, colleagues, are there any other further comments or questions on legislation 0110-22 before I go back to reserve time? Madam Chair Charles Newton, good morning again. Actually, good afternoon. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I can't hear myself.
We can hear you.
Okay. So hopefully everyone can hear me. Thank you for the presentation and also the information. I will have to admit that I did read it the very first time when it came before NABI, and I had to go back and reread your expenditure plan and really the purpose of this legislation. I know, and perhaps this may not be the legislation where there was a request made, but Speaker, at one point in time, I know that council did request for an inventory of all of the facilities that needed to be demolished or those that needed to be abated. And I know that that at that time that we were told that it was in the process. Is this one of those facilities, not specifically to Speaker, but to the agents, is this one of those facilities? And do you have a complete listing? I just went through the packet here. I didn't see anything in here, but do you have a complete listing of all of the facilities across Navajo Nation that need to, that also need to, I guess, be assessed and go through the abatement and then also, you know, eventually demolition? So if I can get that information to try to put things into perspective because of the way that the Speaker, you're not on mute.
Oh, sorry.
Because of the way that this this legislation is written, $5 million from Sihiston into the Hazardous Substance Fund for the Navajo EPA. And then the last question I have is there's reference to the legislation, the Navajo, I guess the Hazardous Substance Fund. How much money is currently in that fund? And can we get a little bit more information? I know that there was a reference to the legislation in here, but the full legislation is not included in the packet. I reserve my time, Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, sorry, Madam Chair, Charles Lynn, I was talking to staff. You have on reserve time 3 minutes and 1 second. Is there any other comments or questions at this time? There's none. Let me go back to reserve time. Madam Chair Crowdy, you have 1 minute and 26 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm just not clear with DOJ's answer in terms of who's the liability, if that could just be provided. I understand the rationale when there's an existing entity to go after. If this was an enterprise developed by the Navajo Nation, if I could get that clarification. The other area, just in terms of the Substance Hazard Fund, if I could get clarification from Navajo Nation EPA on how did they report that funding, who is the oversight, and $5 million out of $660 million. I'm still trying to understand then what would be the proposals that that EPA would go after to use this funding. I understand there needs to be like a cost share, but we haven't been provided information on when that will happen, especially if the chapter is requesting a $1 million drawdown every year. It just doesn't seem that I have all the information that I need at this time, but I support the cleanup. I just don't know if we're quite there, and I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve your time at 17 seconds, Madam Chair Crowdy. Moving on down, Honorable Elmer Gay, 3 minutes and 13 seconds, and then I'll go back to the sponsor.
Good afternoon again, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Oh.
Okay. Oh, I appreciate that. I would the question still continue regarding the priority of cleaning up the property there. Is there any overall plan regarding this whole cleanup project? I know that there was a request of $5 million, And then there was you mentioned about the previous grants that became available. So what's regarding the previous grant that was being awarded and any funding that was being used, how much percent of this whole work is being accomplished with it, and how much percent is there still left? We're trying to look at why there's a lot of money, and this is just for cleanup. Can you be more specific about it? That the cleanup, if the cleanup is the priority, what percentage is being cleaned up, and it can be more specific on it. Reserve my time. Speak.
Reserve your time at 1 minute and 55 seconds. Honorable Elmer Begay. That, let me go back to you, sponsor, Vice Chair Smith. Floor is yours.
Okay, now speaker note Bishmas Tinting. Asking the question on the inventory, demolish, or abatement. And is there a complete listing of all the facilities? And those questions, I'll have my agent. They're the ones that oversee. Not only, I guess this pertains to just Navajo, but let them see if there was an inventory and if there was any demolishment considered. I know in the legislation it just talks about the Navajo site and the infrastructure, and it talks a little bit about the history of the NFBI and things of that nature. But I'll have the agent provide that information. And also, Honorable Crotty had asked about the liability and DOJ's listing on board. So I'll go ahead and have DOJ respond to that. And she was asking about the clarification, the hazardous funds report to the oversight. How is that done? And the proposal of the chapter drawdown for $1 million per year and cost share and $600 million that's being proposed. Those questions, my agents are here to provide those answers to the best of their ability. And Shadai asked a question about the
1
previous
million
grant.
drawdown per year requested by the chapter? Question mark, question mark.
Department of Justice, you're not on mute. Or Ms. Maples, you're not on mute.
Okay, good afternoon again. So
Question mark, question mark.
Ms. Maples, the floor is yours.
oh, sorry, I got back on mute somehow.
Hold on, Ms. Maples.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Vice Chair Smith. I just heard Ms. Maples starting in. That's the reason why I gave her the floor. Vice Chair Smith, go ahead. I'm sorry for interrupting you.
Speaker. My agents, please, I'll give you guys the time. We have the time to respond back. I'm just going to give it a highlight of what's taking place with the questions that were posed by Honorable Chairwoman Eugene Charles Newton, also Honorable Amber Crotty. Now is going into the process of Honorable Elmer Begay. He was asking about the previous grants, awards, how much is accomplished and the percentage-wise, and the priority, and how much is the priority of that funds is for actual cleanup. And those were the questions that were posed to us. So at this point in time, I'll go ahead and turn the floor over to Ms. Maples. And after Ms. Maples, I'll go ahead and have DOJ answer the question that was posed by Honorable Crotty. And also, if and should we need to have Ms. Gardenez to answer any. If not, then we'll turn the floor back over to the Navajo Nation Council. So at this point in time, Ms. Maples, you may proceed with the answers.
Thank you very much. I shall proceed. The answer to the oversight question is Resource and Development Committee. That is who Navajo EPA reports to. And I have asked our support staff how much money is in the hazardous materials fund, and I hope they will get back to me before I finish talking here, because I don't know the answer to that question. The 1 million drawdown every year requested by the chapter, this is a first for me. I've not heard of that before. And as far as the list goes, it is final now. It is on our website. Our new website is up and running. And you go to navajoepa.org to the Waste Regulatory Compliance Department, and then scroll down to Superfund. And then you get to the Brownfields program at the bottom of the page. And then you can go to the Brownfields inventory. And on the inventory is the listing of the sites across the Navajo Nation that we know of so far. There are 204 sheep dip vats. Some of them have been remediated. The vast majority of them have not. We have 17 other sites. NFPI is one of them. The first location up at Sawmill is another one. And then there are other sites like cell phone towers and gas pipeline pumping stations and different things that were found early on in the inception of Navajo EPA. And then there are the sites that we haven't discovered yet. I have been through our files and I see photographs of places that are obviously contaminated, and I don't know where they are. And as soon as I can be able to do it, like I have funding this year to hire staff, because right now there's only one person employed by the Brownfields program, and that's me. And once I have time, one of my obligations under the 128A grant is to go out and find the rest of the Brownfield sites, like the general dynamics and the branches of roads that have petroleum and other contaminations. I have to find them. That's part of our job. Let's see, the other question by Honorable Begay. So the money in a trust fund is going to accumulate at first, because assessment is going to be supplemented by US EPA, hopefully, if I can arrange it. And also assessment is expensive, but cleanup is greatly more expensive. So we cannot proceed with cleanup until we have a site conceptual model. And the way to get a conceptual model is to poke a bunch of holes in the ground and characterize the soil and the groundwater on the entire site, and then figure out the best way to approach it for cleanup. In the interim, there are aspects of this site that we do pretty much know where the boundaries of the contamination are, and we can, if I can get a cleanup grant, I can maybe get some of the soil that's commingled with asbestos cleaned up and disposed of. But like I say, I can't use US EPA money to clean up groundwater. They won't permit it. So my answer to the percentage is that the greatest percentage of that trust fund will be spent on cleanup after we spend money to assess what we've got. Was there a question I missed?
Thank you for that response, Ms. Maples. I'll go ahead and have the Department of Justice convey the answer back to Honorable Crotty on the liability. Is Department of Justice on board?
Good afternoon. This is Erica Prode again with Department of Justice Natural Resources Unit.
Go ahead, Ms. Bird.
Thank you, Speaker. So to answer Delegate Crotty's question, the Navajo Nation is not liable. NFPI would be liable as an owner and operator of the site under these laws, specifically CERCLA, Navajo CERCLA, but NFPI is non-existent. Hence, we get to the non-viable PRP determination. So we do have an entity that would be liable, but they don't exist. And that speaks to the complex legal and just general history of the site and its operations. But hopefully that provides a clear summary and answer to Delegate Crotty's question. That the nation is not liable and NFPI would be liable as an owner operator, but they don't exist. So we have a non-viable PRP. Thank you.
Question of privilege, Delegate Cuddy.
Question of privilege by Madam Chair Cardi. What is your question of privilege this afternoon?
Thank you, Speaker Damon. If I could get the last known management team of this enterprise and the last known board, and has the Navajo Nation ever tried to either a criminal or civil complaint against the enterprise for the type of contamination that they've left in the community? Thank you, Speaker.
Well, we will try to research that at Office of Legislative Services to get that information. We're probably going to need the old resolutions for the last board, the last approved board, like before 1993. It's going to take us some time, Madam Chair, at least for on our end, to get that information. Unless if there's an archive of something there at the Division of Economic Development that they might help assist. Or Department of Justice, if there's any proceedings, let me go back to Department of Justice, if there was any attempt to have, as Madam Chair indicated, any kind of civil or criminal complaint given to NFPI.
Speaker Damon, this is Erica Prode again. My knowledge, I don't believe that was ever pursued. My recommendation would be that it would need to be some sort of analysis as to whether the nation could bring an action under Navajo Nation CERCLA, and that would probably have to come, or my recommendation would be that that would come as a request for legal services from Navajo Nation EPA or brownfields. Because the background information that I have relates to how it was established, and then just general timeframes for its dissolution, but I don't have those specific. Well, it looks like it was, I'm sorry, it looks like it was dissolved in 2002, and that resolution is CAP 2302. But that's the only background information I have, and to my knowledge, I don't think that has been investigated, but I can work with Navajo PA and brownfields if that's legal services they want to pursue. Thank you.
If it,
Thank you. With that information, let me go ahead and go, well, as we're researching that information to Office of Legislative Services, will reach out to Madam Chair Crowdy as soon as you get that information. I know that's not going to be within the time frame of today, but we will get that information.
may I speak? I'm sorry, but may I speak? Is that okay?
Who is?
This is Pristine Garninez.
Vice Chair Smith, your agent wants to speak.
Speaker Damon, thank you for letting us have the floor back on behalf of the legislation here. Ms. Garnez, I'll go ahead and give you a few minutes to speak on behalf of the legislation. You may proceed.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to say that and remind members of the council that NFPI, the site that we're talking about, is very large. We're talking about 100 acres of the site, and there were multiple facilities and different things that were used on the site, and the reach of NFPI's operation is not just on the 100 acres. It was well beyond that. And so it makes the entire thing very large, and it happens to be very complex. If you just really listen to what Pam is saying, I know she's throwing out a lot of really big terms and talking about things like hexavalent chromium and asbestos and abatements and things like that. But the way I understand this is the $5 million we're requesting right now is to conduct an assessment. First, we need to know what is out there, what is the depth of all of those issues that are out there. Then we can make a plan for how we can address all of these issues that we see, right? Some of them are going to be more expensive than others. We also know that parts of the site are less contaminated or not even contaminated at all. But we need to know exactly where those boundaries are. And that's why we're asking for the $5 million. Yes, the site will require so much more funding to clean it up beyond $5 million. But first, we just need to know what's out there. That's really what this funding is asking for. What Pam was saying before about all of the $7 million that's already been spent on various sampling and assessments and some cleanup is because some of those were very urgent, like the issue with the asbestos, because asbestos was flaking off of that drying kiln. It was spreading around the site and potentially off the site. As a community member, we could have been breathing in asbestos on those really windy days. So that's why that was an emergency action that needed to be taken care of right away, right? So that's what we're trying to do here. We're asking for $5 million just to see what's out there. The other thing I wanted to mention is that while the Navajo Nation may not be legally responsible for the cleanup of the site, I think that the Navajo Nation does have a moral responsibility to us as community members who live in this community day in and day out. We're breathing the air potentially with some contamination that is coming off of this site. My sheep that graze near the creek could potentially be drinking in a little bit of hexavalent chromium. My sister who irrigates her farmlands from Red Lake and Black Creek could potentially be watering her corn, her squash, her pumpkins, all of that with contaminated water. And my friend who gathers medicine, who gathers the teas and whatnot along the creek could potentially be ingesting contaminated plants and medicines and herbs. All of this is happening right now, and we're asking you, the Navajo Nation, look out for us as people. We need help. I don't have $5 million, but the Navajo Nation does. We've lived with this contamination for more than 25 years, and we've been too silent about it. And it's very frustrating for me to listen to this debate while you guys are raising very valid concerns about the process to get the funding to the community. For me, it's about getting funding to see what's there so we can start making a plan and move forward. Because in the meantime, I'm sitting here, I'm breathing in the air here in Navajo. My sheep, even though I don't want them to drink from the creek, they get down there sometimes. All of this is happening right now. And so I hope you guys really think about us, the people who are truly being affected by it. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gordonez. At this point in time, Speaker Damon, we'll go ahead and turn the floor back over to you.
Thank you. With that, can you hear me now? Great. Okay. Thank you very much, Vice Chair and your agent, and thank you very much, Department of Justice, for clarification. Let me go ahead and go on. I don't have anybody else in the queue. Is there any other comments or questions at this time?
Speaker should say.
That Honorable Otto So, then Honorable Eugene So.
Thank you very much, Speaker, members of the council, and well, as we heard that the sponsor's agent told us that we're just here debating this issue, and she's not liking it. And this is how the council talks and gets their votes to align. And this is part of the process. But as I'm here listening, I wasn't part of the debate earlier, but I do support this. But there's valid questions that are being asked because these dollars are not the council's dollars. They're the Navajo people's monies. So to make a valid decision, a lot of these discussions happen in this manner. Although committee meetings has happened, these questions should have been raised at other committee meetings, but they intend just to pass through committees. But I already have my mind made up to vote. With that, this time, Speaker, I'm going to yield my time over to Honorable Madam Chair Crotty.
Thank you very much for that, Madam Chair Crotty. 3 minutes and 30 seconds is being donated from Honorable Otto So. Accept.
Yes, thank you, Speaker.
Okay, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. So I think in terms of the comment from Ms. Garner-Nez and being a Club C member, so let me think this through in terms of how other proposals that have been come before the council. And so the community that's being contaminated should have a priority in terms of, does the community need these assessments, which I think should be the priority, or in previous legislations, you've come before this body with similar ideas and opinions that this council should help your nonprofit to remove some old housing and then build an apartment building. And that is why we debate here on the council floor. So I would challenge the community and how you move forward with the assessment and the cleanup of the site to prioritize the contamination, to move forward the Black Creek restoration project. That project is stalling and has stalled the last 6 years of any other conservation projects to be provided on Navajo Nation because the Black Creek project, for whatever reason, has not moved forward. And so it's equally frustrating as a delegate to identify and read through these legislations and not have a clear priority from the community. If this is an emergency health, public health site, then every available dollar that goes into the community should address this cleanup. I agree with everything that you said in your statement, But it's very hard then when you also propose additional funding proposals for this council to consider. So there has to be internal priorities. And I believe as delegates, that's why we're asking critical questions. Who is and what is the entity that's legally liable for this? And at what point has Navajo Nation EPA requested from our Department of Justice some type of legal action regarding this site? These are all viable questions. I have no control over how you feel about the debate, but I would then ask, prioritize. What plan then moving forward, if it's going to be over $660 million, this request is for $5 million. How do we move forward with the request that is needed for the community if there's contaminant matter that's in the lake? Now is Navajo Nation surface and dams. They repaired the lake, and water from Black Creek recharges the lake. It looks like there's now fish that are being put into the lake. Are Navajo Nation programs being accountable to stop, or at least to have the proper signage that all of these areas have a form of contamination, and that the community should be known of these efforts? Because what's always a contradiction is your chapter president, through his employment, has requested from this council $1 million for his program. And in the tourist plan, they've always talked about how to bring tourist opportunities to Navajo Red Lake area. So there is a lot of contradiction.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That, colleagues, let me go ahead and continue on back down to the floor. We do have Honorable Eugene So next in the queue. Honorable Eugene So, floor is yours.
I don't have the time. So my question is the Quila don't need. Stand up the state or nicht up a kitchen so that's it and stop. One thing I would think about is it can so maybe I don't all has you know is on taxes generated in the needed or the year. I found about to get other Nista. So on the last of chief on the is chief named a city a bit the credit all kind of cancer. On those needs on it. But it is for gas. Todo has seen that todo has missed that we eat. And it only laid. Did it something nado? I don't say it has strong vaccine all day. Beyond what long you a yard for the time and this for all the materialistic things for funds. So I start how it they it over there's uranium, there's coal, there's oil, etc. This is only kitchen. You could see the kitchen not miss. But it is for gas according the rate that has 3 down in there to a kitchen made on it. Let's elevate the tornado if you got what value the end of Miss Bahada does miss. So what has 2 years as a corner has cut. So the Canada eyes no fight or remediation. They see it out eyes, such for those. It hate as eyes, stand up at trade or miss a big and not. So what I has squeezing it out in this guitar. alle chili hot an hastam I don't know set it honest on you your three han so ni hot ya but shape on no it all but the say to registered that it and ha the on need basic need and also not that even as a recent staff when I was a young man. No, has had a chain has traveled 3 sessions that has now. The year that became a cousin song or could decisions thank you should say deserve my time.
Thank you for that. So 1 minute and 42 seconds on reverse time. With that, let me go back
Point of
to
privilege,
sponsor.
Speaker?
If there's what?
Point of privilege, Speaker?
Okay, hold on. Before I go back to Vice Chair Smith, there's a point of privilege by Madam Chair Charles Newton. Madam Chair Charles Newton, what is your point of privilege at this time?
Speaker, I asked the question, I asked 2 questions actually, and I don't think they were ever answered. So I'm hoping that I can get an answer to the questions that I posed previously before we come back around to reserve time. Thank you, Speaker.
Additional questions?
No, Speaker, I had 2 questions that I had asked when I had my time, and I don't think they were answered. So I'm asking if I can get them answered before you come back around with reserve time. Because
Okay. What are who are those 2 questions directed at?
I'm guessing at the agent. Should I repeat my question, Speaker?
Yes.
Thank you, Speaker. My first question is whether a full listing of all the abandoned buildings that need abatement and demolition on the Navajo Nation has ever been completed, along with the other projects. There was a mention of there are other communities that are being affected in the same manner. So what I want to know is, whether that complete listing has been completed, who it's been completed by, and why that wasn't attached to this legislation. My second question is in terms of the fund that is being referenced to, and there's an attachment, I believe, as an exhibit on this legislation, and it was just sent, the full attachment or the full legislation was sent to me by Mr. Rico just now, but it is the, sorry, let me pull it out real quickly. I'm going through my stuff, sorry, Speaker. It's the fund, sorry. The super fund, the Navajo EPA super fund hazardous waste fund. So my question was, so I got the legislation, the original legislation, but how much money is in that that Navajo EPA super fund hazardous waste fund? Because it is talking about the ongoing remediation that does need to occur. So I'm just asking, like, what is the balance? It looks like the original fund was established, and perhaps I'm wrong, but there's Exhibit E that references BSJA-09-11. So I'm guessing that since they created this Navajo Super Fund, and then also the fund management plan that was cited in the Navajo Nation Comprehensive Environmental Response Compensation and Liability Act of March 10th, 2008, that money was attached to that. So I want to know what the balance is as of today. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, let me go ahead and go to back to Vice Chair Smith for the question of privilege at this time. And then also after that question of privilege, can continue on with response to your colleagues.
Speaker Damon, Navajo Nation Council, 24th Navajo Nation Council. For those questions posed to the legislation 0110-22 in relation to the number one abatement, who conducted it and why wasn't it attached? That was by Chairwoman Eugenia Charles Newton. And the other one was funds, Navajo Superfund, the balance, and EPA, hazardous funds, and questions that were listed as been repeated for the purposes of getting clarification on this legislation from EPA. So at this point in time, Speaker, I have my agent, Ms. Maples. You have the floor. Reference to PCN's question.
Thank you, sir.
Honorable Chairwoman Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, sir. So the list was not attached onto the packet I sent over, probably because I forgot that it was required or requested. It is online. It was not finished previously at the Navajo Committee. Our website was not up and running, but it is now. And that list can be found online on the Navajo NavajoEPA.org website under Waste Regulatory and then Superfund. And the Brownfields inventory list is what it is. There are 204 sheep dip vats across the Navajo Nation in various states of cleanliness. We try to get 2 or 3 of them cleaned up by the responsible party every summer, or at least I have been doing that since I have been employed by the Superfund program. We are doing 3 this summer. There are 17 other brownfield sites that are contaminated in unknown degrees. 2 of them are this sawmill, NFPI, and the original location of the sawmill up at Sawmill, Arizona. I do have the incorporation papers for the Navajo Tribal Sawmill Enterprise signed by Mr. Chi Dodge. I found them in archives. I have to say that most of the records of this enterprise went up in fire when the records were stored over at the recreation building at Navajo, New Mexico. When the chapter moved into the administration buildings, they put all the records over in the library for safekeeping, and then that building burnt down. So finding records is difficult for this site. The balance of the fund, our support staff has gotten back to me, and I'm not sure about these numbers because this is not something that I regularly check in on as part of my job duty. But the program revenue, I am told the Hazardous Materials Fund has over $48 million in it, which doesn't seem right to me, but that's what I'm seeing here in this email. The Superfund program gets budgeted $1,500,000 every year, and that is used to run the programs to cover personnel, travel, fleet, auto insurance, things like that. That's what I know about the Hazardous Materials Fund. I know that in the usual course of events, request for yearly allotments from the fund, I know there's a procedure for that. But again, that's not part of my job, is to request the money. So I don't know quite how that works. Let's see. The other question was about the $5 million and how that pales in comparison to the 660 that I am estimating. my answer to that is that the $5 million, if it were used for seed money to create a trust fund with some kind of annual contribution, then the length of time would take.
Point of privilege, Speaker.
There's a point of privilege. Sorry, Madam Chair, we didn't hear you. Point of privilege by Madam Chair. Point of privilege on your point of privilege.
Yes, I'm sorry, Speaker, but I call a point of privilege because the agent is going into somebody else's question. I did call a point of privilege on two. I asked two questions and she answered it. So I just wanted to make it clear that she's going into another person's question when I did call a point of privilege, Speaker. So just an FYI on your part, Speaker. Thank you.
So Ms. Maples answered your question, right? Okay, then I know I did, and then I did clarify and let her and Vice Chair Smith know that they can go into answering colleagues' questions, Madam Chair, after that. So Ms. Maples, continue on.
Okay, thank you, sir. I would like to add to my discussion of the funding amount in our hazardous materials fund. The reason why the numbers didn't make sense to me is that that hazardous materials fund also under that same umbrella houses the Tronox money and the Cypress AMAX money. So that's why there's so much money under there. And that money is specifically and exclusively for the uranium mine lands cleanup. I would say 40 million of it, I guess, is specifically for a uranium mine land cleanup. So that's my amendment. And I will proceed to the next questions. The $5 million requested is for it. I think the original legislation started out asking it to be a one-time contribution, and it has evolved through committees to become seed money to set up a trust fund to clean up these two sawmill sites, specifically starting with NFPI as the more grossly contaminated of the two. So if it were to be set up with an annual contribution, the speed at which it takes field work to be conducted and results to come back, and then more field work on top of that, it takes time. And during that time, that $5 million trust will accumulate and grow in size rather quickly if it is contributed to every year. And then when we get to planning and cleanup, that's when we will start to drain it down, because cleanup of groundwater is very expensive. It takes a lot of equipment. It usually has to run a long time. And so that's how the $5 million would be best used. The signage, I agree, signage is needed to tell the people the dangers, especially for the fish. You know, there was a fish warning before, and probably it's going to be the same because nothing has changed in the stream bed and the lake bed. We also need to permanently close that old dirt road, Navajo 31. We're working with NDOT on that. I think we're waiting for some documents from Navajo EPA to go over there to just a letter in support of shutting the road. But I know that NDOT has to fix the other end of the road for the one resident who lives there. Then they can get out to the new paved road. But until then, as bad as it is, the old dirt road right across the dump containing the hexavalent chromium and everything else is the only way that that particular family has to get out. I have spoken with the Just Move It people and suggested to them that they do not run events on that road anymore. We've mentioned at chapter meetings that no bike riding and hiking should be conducted in there. Certainly people shouldn't walk on the dump because, you know, it used to catch on fire, and you never know if you're walking across that dump, if you're going to fall 80 feet down into the ground because you stepped on an area that had been burnt and is soft. I can't remember any other questions. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Maples. Appreciate the response back to our delegates on behalf of the questions that were posed.
Point in time, Speaker, we'll go ahead and turn the floor back over to the Navajo Nation Council.
Thank you very much for that. Colleagues, let me go ahead and continue on down. We are on legislation 0110-22. With that, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. I do have Vice Chair Slater at this time. Honorable Slater, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. In attachment 1, expenditure plan, NFPI assessment and remediation project, page 2 of 3, it says the estimated cost to delineate one contaminant in the 104-acre portion of the site is about $2.2 million. Then above that, it says 2 contaminants 1.53, 3 contaminants 2.295, 3 contaminants 3.06. So can you explain how all of these numbers comport with the $5 million request? And then at the top of that page, it says surface asbestos has been largely remediated for the 104 acres. So is this request for something that's below the surface? I don't know what the technical term is, but it says here 20 feet below ground surface. I think those are the main questions right now, but I'll just say right now, it's really hard to vote for this legislation when the same legislation sponsor is bringing forward a request to produce another sawmill to the tune of about $19 million. So at this time, I don't know how I can support this without further prioritization from the chapter, from the nation, from the delegate himself on how we can make all these things work. This citizen fund is not exclusively for any particular chapter or for any particular purpose. It has, I think, 4 or 5 specific purposes, and I think this could be eligible, but it's really hard to find the logic in all of them when there's a bunch of competing requests and some of them conflict, I think. So, Speaker, I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve your time in 3 minutes and 16 seconds. That, any other comments or questions before I go back to reserve time? Okay, with that, we go ahead and go back to reserve time. I do have Madam Chair Amber Crowdy with 17 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. If I could ask the program if we've asked Department of Justice for legal support in terms of how to address this concerning CERCLA. I'll reserve my 6 seconds.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair Crowdy. That is every time at 5 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Elmer Begay, 1 minute and 55 seconds.
Good afternoon again, Speaker. Thank you. I still have a question regarding the percentage. I know that my question was relating to how much funding that was previously been given to the organization there to do the cleanup, but that was a priority. But it seems like the money was more to get more money for assessment. That's my understanding. So
I'm pretty sure that there's some funding or there's some grants that are available for any assessments for cleanup. But as far as I know right now, that we're not sure how much all the previous fundings that was being given, how much cleanup was made, and how much percent is still left. And with this $5 million, and how much is that going to be covering that? The cleanup. So I think that was my main question. It was my time, Speaker.
Reserve your time at 43 seconds. Honorable Elmer McGee. Let me go back to Vice Chair Smith at this time. Oh my. Thank you.
Okay, now the speaker, but Bishmasan, I could be Zagi I'll let my agents go ahead and answer the questions. And I think there was a question to Department of Justice too. So at this point in time, Ms. Maples.
Thank you. To the best that I understand Ms. Corradi's question about has EPA consulted DOJ as far as CERCLA goes, we did consult with DOJ, and we do know that Navajo EPA cannot delegate its authority under CERCLA to clean up hazardous waste to any other entity. We cannot delegate our authority under CERCLA. We have to do the cleanups. We can't say, oh, Red Lake chapter, here, you clean this up. That's a delegation of CERCLA authority, and we can't do that. The next question about the numbers on the cost estimates. So those numbers, see if I can get it up here. Those numbers, cost per sample, 2 samples per boring, 3 samples per boring. Those costs were developed early on in this process using something called the ITRC's incremental sampling method, where you get approximately 1 acre, and then you divide that into fifths, both directions. So you have blocks of 1/5 of an acre. And then from every 1/5 of an acre, you get a 35 random collection point from 7 of 5 equal parcels. You put them all together and you get a way of taking a composite sample that is representative of that entire acre. And so for 102 acres inside the fence times 5 samples each, that's 510 samples at 17,850 random collection points. Since that method was developed, we had the time critical removal action for asbestos, and the asbestos, was what was holding up the whole thing, because you can't drive around on top of that site, or you couldn't, without danger of causing airborne asbestos. When the contractor who demolished the metal buildings was out there, they didn't pay a lot of attention to what they were demolishing, and I'm pretty sure that's how the asbestos fibers got into the soil and were driven over and driven down into the ground, like over in the petroleum area, to a depth of 2 feet at least. So this incremental sampling grid and method was developed before we had the asbestos removed from the surface of the site. And now that that has happened, we know for a certain fact that there are near subsurface pipes and parts still down there, because this was the time critical removal action was a surface action. US EPA Superfund emergency response went above and beyond the call of duty. They did scrape down under the ground a bit. If things were sticking up out of the ground, they went ahead and pulled them out. They weren't obligated to, but they did. And so these other numbers about two contaminants sampled for each boring, that was for putting 510 samples across the whole site, using the entire suite of everything we suspected in every boring. We now know that the areas of activity that have been rendered into operational units are going to have specific contaminants in them that aren't necessarily going to be found in any other part of the site, like the hexavalent chromium is going to be in an area, I hope, and not just distributed all over the site. The formaldehyde is going to be down around where they took delivery of that stuff by tractor trailer load 24/7 to make the particle board. The sulfuric acid stuff is going to be up in the dump in the sawdust. And so we kind of know what we're going to be looking for, and we kind of know where. So the costs that are on this expenditure plan are based very loosely on an average cost of like $50 per sample for whatever you're sampling for. Some constituents are more expensive. Hexavalent chromium is a very expensive, but asbestos is cheap, that kind of thing. Petroleum products are not expensive, but formaldehyde is, and it requires a lot more time and a lot more sample medium. So these are very, very basic costs. If we're gonna, the meaning of the, and it was hard to write this, so I understand the confusion. If I'm gonna estimate a cost for delineating one constituent out of every one boring on that grid, which would have been the 510 samples, then that will come into about $760,000 to do that. And that's including, the laboratory, but also the mobilization, the equipment, the scientists, the geologists. That's the whole shebang. Everything it takes to get someone out there: mobilization cost, reporting and deliverables cost, the rigs, the sampling, the time. That's what that is all about. And then at the other end of it, there's data validation, matrix input costs, and report writing, because they have to deliver the sample result in a report that is easy to read and makes sense, that we can glean information out of to see how to proceed. The cost versus the 5 million. So that's how that relates. The $5 million, again, is just seed money. This site is going to take a lot of work and a lot of money to assess it and to clean it up. And it's easier for me to think about it as not a total cost. I mean, $660 million is a lot of money when you think about it, but a trust fund started with 5 million with some kind of contribution to let it accumulate will accomplish the same goal in the long run. It takes time to do sampling. It takes time to develop a conceptual site model. And in the interim, previous grants yielded no cleanup. There was a lot of assessment that was done, but no cleanup, because again, no conceptual site model. And we really don't have our hands around any particular contaminant except the petroleum. And that stuff is excluded from cleanup grants. We had to bend rules to assess it. And cleaning up petroleum from above ground storage tanks, nobody in US EPA has a grant that will do that. The hexavalent chromium is the same way. They don't have any grants to clean up groundwater. That's why the assessment followed by cleanup has to be tribally funded. There are no grants. I have hired grant writers. We put that out to bid and selected a company who does nothing but brownfield grant writing for tribes and communities. They are hugely successful, and they can't even think of any grants that can be used to clean up groundwater. That concludes my answers for now.
Thank you, Ms. Maples. Point in time, Speaker. We'll go ahead and turn the floor back over to the Navajo Nation Council on this legislation.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Smith. That, we go ahead and continue on down when we're on reserve time. Madam Chair Charleston, in 3 minutes and 1 second.
Thank you, Speaker Damon, and thank you for to the agent. Thank you for, sharing information about this need. I was a little bit confused because the agent, Ms. Garninez, was a little bit passionate about the need for this coming through. and made it sound as if like tomorrow cleanup was going to occur. And then, you know, going back in and listening to the presenters say that this $5 million is seed money. And granted, I'm not a business major, nor have I taken any business classes. So I had to actually Google, like, what is seed money? I know people are probably laughing. But, you know, what I'm reading right now is seed money is usually, you know, money that's kind of like to start up the capital investment. Everything I'm reading right now says that seed money is always less than $1 million. And these are business, business sites. And all of the sites that I'm looking at right now all say the same thing. So why are we then giving $5 million as seed money for a project that is just going to be starting up? That's one of my questions. My other question is, thank you for telling me about the brownfield inventory. I have been going through it while you've been talking to get some information about the various sites that are on this inventory list. But what I don't see on here is like the estimated cost for cleanup or the estimated cost for abatement. And so I think, you know, it's a little bit hard hearing from you, you know, number one, you started off, you said there was over 48 million in that account. Then you came back and you said that Cypress and then another company, you know, specifically for uranium land mining cleanup, you know, is actually taking up a majority of that. You said probably around 40 million, which means based on what you're telling us, that there's actually $8 million in this fund, but you're asking for an additional $5 million in seed money. And that's why I'm really confused, because it sounds like this, you know, this presentation that you have is not very well put together in terms of sharing information with us. You're coming to council, you're asking for $5 million in seed money to start this off. And then there was reference to a previous legislation within the exhibits that have been provided that have been sent to us. And so, you know, we don't really know the BSJA-09-11. We haven't got a full breakdown of how much funding is available within that fund, Speaker. And I asked that question because the controller just gave her report to the Navajo Nation, and this fund was not included in that. Thank you, Speaker. It looks like I ran out of time.
Yep. Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, we continue on down. On reserved time, we have Honorable Eugene So, 1 minute and 42 seconds.
Okay.
Oh.
No question. Not this the other but the city scholarship the country all what a lot of city on. Like I said, in regards to this cleanup. Honestly, that they ain't wonder if they ever look into some of the funds that are coming like that. There's 71 million that just came up about 4 days ago. USD agent the based on that. That's just how it is. The job all this. That's my question. AG that is so in regards to farming and also ranching. Arjun David whatever. Based on that, I know there's a lot of money that comes out. And Biden's been signing this and that left and right. In that regards, maybe you can try to look into that one. Maybe there's a language in there that you can use in regards to farming and ranching to clean up this area because it's contaminating water and forest and farm area. Thank you, Secretary.
Thank you very much for that.
Speaker Damon, request to speak. Daniel So.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I'll put you in the queue. Moving on down on reserved time. 3 minutes and 16 seconds. Honorable Slater, floor is yours. Yep. Is it?
thought I was be able to negotiate my time up. Sorry, Speaker. Thank you very much for the response on more detail on the budget. My question is for the Controller's Office, and that is on how the Hazardous Materials Fund is invested or how it's managed. It doesn't really speak to that in the fund management plan from what I can see. I think that's Exhibit E in this legislation. But it was stated that there would either be income from this $5 million or we would continue to make an allocation as a council into this for this purpose. And I guess I'm not seeing any of that in there right now. And I have one more question, and that is on the Black Creek that Delegate Crotty mentioned, and that there's $16 million that hasn't been used for that. It's really hard to vote for legislation when there's already some funding that has been set aside, I guess, by NRCS. And the council has very few mechanisms to enforce accountability on executive branch programs. And I mean, one way is not providing further appropriations to the program until they handle funding that has been made available. So that's something that's in the back of my mind right now as we're considering this. But I'm looking at the EPA website, and they do have a little NFPI section, it looks like. I heard that, okay, there's no grants that are available right now. What is the status of this site as it relates to obtaining like Superfund status with EPA? Would that open up more funding? Is it already a site of that nature? I just see that on October 7th, the final loads of asbestos were shipped away from there. And it doesn't look like EPA is intending to intervene further, but that there's potentially more work that may need to be done. But Navajo Nation EPA would lead that. So I see that that may be what's happening right now. I'll save the last remaining minute I have, Speaker. I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. So every time at 1 minute and 10 seconds. Let me go ahead and go back to Vice Chair Smith. Vice Chair Smith, floor is yours at this time for a response. Oh.
So thank you again, Speaker, Navajo Nation Council, Hajitasan Daigi, and the Navajo Nation Council, 24th Navajo Nation Council, for the questions that were presented to the legislation 0110-22. And I'll have my agents, of course, there with me in providing the answers that were posed on this legislation. So I'll go ahead and turn the floor over to Ms. Maples, and we also have a question to the Office of Controllers. Office of Controller, I'm hoping that someone is available. And I think there was a question, possibly maybe to DOJ, on behalf of a question to them. At this point in time, Ms. Maples, you have the floor.
Thank you, sir. Starting with the most recent questions and working back. I hope I have written them all down. The investment or non-investment of the Hazardous Materials Fund, as far as I know, it is not invested. And my predecessors here at Navajo Superfund have been asking for that to happen, that it could be invested and start earning an income, because right now it has no income that I know of. The Black Creek project, I've heard that several times. I don't know what that is. It is not associated with Navajo EPA. I don't know what its objective is, but I'm fairly certain it doesn't concern delineation and cleanup of hazardous waste, or I probably would have heard of it. And as far as Superfund status goes, I had a long discussion with Superfund about that, USA Superfund, and it could be, it is contaminated enough, but the minute it gets listed on the national priorities list as a Superfund site, that's it. No more grant funding is available. You take a number and wait in line for cleanup. And we've already waited 25 years. The community has had the rug pulled out from under them when this plant closed with no decommissioning plan. whatsoever, and it's just been sitting there. Vandals have spread the contaminants around on top of what was already there. So if we get listed on National Superfund, it is a list and they will get to us eventually, but be prepared to wait a long time, because I think that maybe we would be pretty low on their priority list. Next questions, Honorable. So the USDA and ATSDR and everybody who has grant money, and there is a lot of money flowing out of Washington right now, and every bit of it that has anything at all to do with hazardous waste has been looked at, and we are currently applying for 2 different US EPA infrastructure law grants to do assessment and cleanup. If I can find anything that they will allow me to spend cleanup money on, like I said earlier, I'm looking to try and clean up the petroleum contaminated source soil because it is commingled with asbestos. And the commingling with asbestos is what's going to allow us to use federal grant money to clean it up. Otherwise, it's off limits as well. So we have been looking at everything and anything that has to do with contamination, and the USDA loans for development of farming and ranching don't address hazardous waste that I've been able to find out. Delegate Ms. Charles Newton, cleanup can occur for petroleum in groundwater tomorrow. If I have funding, it can occur just as soon as I can get that contract out to bid and select a contractor. I cannot use federal grant money to clean up the petroleum in groundwater, but it is ready. It is at that stage. We have phase 1 and phase 2 site investigations. We have it delineated. We know where it is. We know how much of it is, and we know what type of fuel it is. It's diesel mostly and gasoline, and we could put out an RFP to begin cleanup as soon as we can get that funded. For the rest of the cleanup, we have to have assessment first because we don't know how much, like the hexavalent chromium. As soon as we get the lab results back from this past summer's activities, we will know if I got delineation or if we have to step out further, if it's across the highway and where it is. I hope that we have it delineated. I suspect that we don't. And until we have it mostly delineated, like if we're missing an edge here or an edge there where we have to step out to contain it with non-detect results, we can begin planning to clean up the hexavalent chromium in groundwater, but we cannot use federal grant money for that. The seed money, I guess I am at fault there for using that word without really understanding its meaning, because as you've explained it, seed money is for capital building projects. And this venture that I want to use a trust fund for doesn't generate income. Seed money at $1 million for capital building projects that are going to start returning on the investment immediately the first year by producing income. That's not what's going to happen here. So my fault for using the word seed money without fully understanding its definition. And the $40 million, it's a little more, I think, in our hazardous materials fund is exclusively for abandoned uranium mine. The reason why US EPA doesn't allow cleanup grants for groundwater and for hexavalent chromium and in the soil and stuff is, you know, US EPA bases their risk assessments on population. And the population of Navajo, New Mexico is not big enough to even be a blip on their radar. So, again, no grant money for cleanup is available unless I can twist the arms of the funding agencies out there in Region 9 and get them to allow the commingled contaminated soil to be cleaned up with federal money. I'm going to write that in the grant application and we'll see if it flies. Return back to you, Delegate Smith.
Thank you, Ms. Staples. Office controllers, there was a question posed. Is office controllers on board with us?
Mr. Speaker and Honorable Delegate Smith, I can answer that question. May I
I
speak?
appreciate that, Mr. Willie. You may proceed with that.
Okay. For the record, this is Robert Woolley, Office of the Controller, Accounting Manager for the General Accounting Section. So I looked up the resolution for their fund management plan, which is BFJA-09-11, which is the fund management plan for the hazardous substance fund. In their established funding sources, there's no investment provision. So their sources of revenues are registration fees, tariff on transporters, amounts appropriated to the fund, fees for monitoring and cleanup, application fees and such. But there's no investment provision within this fund. So the program would actually have to go out and modify their plan to add that back in order to be able to invest the monies. So that's the short answer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Honorable Delegate Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Robert Willie, answering that question from the Office of Controllers. I think we have concluded our response for this questions that are posed for the legislation. I'll turn the floor back over to you, Speaker, and the Navajo Nation Council.
Thank you very much for that. Let me go ahead and go back to the floor now. I have a new colleague in the queue, Chairman Daniel So. Good afternoon. The floor is yours on the main motion of legislation 0110-22.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, colleagues, for really perusing this legislation. With this latest information, the intent and purposes of this particular legislation, it seems like the fundamental aspects of the intent, to fulfill the intent and purposes, there's certain items that are needing revision. And basic is, I guess, we, in our work, always hear from the chapter officials. And it just puzzled me that we have the president of the Club C addressing the council. And even in that manner, then the aspect of the question on the priorities. However, that be aside, the main intent to fund this particular assessment is some items that need to be revised. And so that, with that aspect, Mr. Speaker, colleagues of the Navajo Nation Council, I motion to table for a period of not less than 30 days for this particular legislation to come back. More than likely, those revisions on the fund management plan still would then go to the Resources and Development Committee. Mr. Speaker, that would be my motion.
So, did you get that? Thank you, Honorable Chairman Daniel. So on legislation 0110-22, there's a motion to table legislation 0112 -22 by Chairman Daniel. So for no later or for no less than 30 days, and within that time, have corrections to the expenditure plan completed. With that, on Chairman Daniel So's motion, colleagues, there is, when I go to ask for a second, just keep in mind that I'll go back to the floor, and Vice Chair Smith, you'll have 3 minutes on the board if I do get a second. Is there a second on the tabling motion? Madam Chair Charles Newton on the tabling motion. With that, on the tabling motion is not debatable, but in this case at council, Vice Chair Smith, you do have 3 minutes to voice your concerns are on the tabling motion or issues.
Thank you, Speaker, Navajo Nation Council, and 24th Navajo Nation Council, and also Chennai from the Eastern Agency. Appreciate the thought of tabling this and going back to the fund management plan and need some revision. I think we need some better clarification on exactly what we need to nail down so that we could move this forward on the after we do this 30-day endeavor to ensure that we're ready to act upon it, because it's going to require 2/3 vote. And like my agents have indicated, it's very important and imperative of what is taking place and what they're experiencing, what is happening within the Navajo forest products industry in Navajo, New Mexico. And they want to approve the expenditure plan under Title 12 NNC subsection 2501 through subsection 2508. With that, what exactly are we wanting to pursue within those two subsections in order to get this legislation either passed or amended for the aspects of cleaning up something that our first enterprise had opened up and was in full operation, and the historic impacts and what we're facing, not only within the Navajo, New Mexico area, but also downwinders and also the folks that live downstream, and what was indicated by the clip from the Navajo CLUP member, Ms. Garnez, and what they're experiencing up there. So I highly recommend that we do this, and we need the help on behalf of what we're actually going to be doing to make sure that this thing does go through the next council, because it'll be brought forth. With all due respect, though, you have your votes, either red or green. Highly would recommend that we vote green, move this on forward, and if it vote red on the motion table, and then we can vote on the main legislation. So I'll leave it up to the council as anything. Once this legislation comes to the council, it's the council's hands and council's prerogative on how they're going to move forward on this. So either way, we'll go ahead and support this. And I'm a co-sponsor, so I'll get back with the sponsor of this legislation, Honorable Wilson Stewart, and his agents. And of course, I can assist on behalf of this legislation. Speaker Damon, that's my
time.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, let's go to board. Tabling motion and legislation 0110-22 for no less than 30 days to make corrections to the expenditure plan.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll go green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty votes green via text. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Council Delegate Herman Daniels Jr. votes red.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker
I vote
Jr.
green.
Honorable Thomas
I vote
Walker
green.
Jr. votes. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund
green.
Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red via text. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Speaker, with the vote of 15 in favor, 7 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
That 15 in favor, 7 opposed, and Speaker not voting. Motion carries on a tabling motion for no less than 30 days. to bring that back to Navajo Nation Council. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on down. Item number B, legislation 0159-22. So sponsored by Chairman Yazzie, co-sponsored by Vice Chair Smith. Mr. Rico, if you could read this into the record, the legislation, and we'll go from there, colleagues.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, tracking number 0159-22, an act relating to the Resource and Development, Budget and Finance, and Navajo Committees, and to Navajo Nation Council allocating $10,031,897 from the Citizen Fund for the Mariano Lake Chapter Multi-Purpose Building Project, approving the related expenditure plan pursuant to 12 NNC Section 2501 to Section 2508. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Edmund Yazzie, co-sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith Jr. There are committee reports from the Resource and Development Committee that recommend a do pass with no amendment. A committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommend a do pass with no amendment. And a committee report from the Navajo Committee that recommends legislation pass and referred to the Navajo Nation Council. This legislation will move on to the Office of the President and Vice President. This is a 2/3 legislation for Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order Rule 9. Legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, colleagues. As Mr. Rico indicated, 0159-22 did go to before Navajo Committee. There at NABI got 18 votes to 0. This is a 2/3 legislation. Let me get a motion. Motion going twice.
Motion Halona.
Motion Malona. Is there a second?
Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith. Does NABI work? Comments, questions? No, we don't. Let's go to the board, or let's go to the floor. Madam, our Honorable Chairman Yazzie, you have 20 minutes on the board.
Okay, thank you, Speaker, and members of the council, and everyone that is listening. Yate, I want and ask and plead with the council with the support in this legislation. We do have our chapter president, Mr. DeGroat, who is online. And then we also have our CSC, Ms. Leandra James, and then also the project manager for this project that we are asking funding requests. Currently now, I just kind of want to back up. Mr. DeGroat was very grateful and honored that Mr. DeGroat was the one that created and designed our Navajo Nation flag. And so I just wanted to share that with my colleagues. But colleagues, as you see, and the request is to fund a multi-purpose building for the community of Mariano Lake. And within this building, and I know there's probably going to be questions asked, Ms. James can go ahead and answer the questions as far as the funding, and then also our staff who designed the paperwork to get this building. Currently, right now, my colleagues, the chapter is meeting in a portable building. And so there was issues with the old building, which did not want to create any health problems for the members and officials on the old building. And so it is requested by the membership that through a resolution that the Navajo Nation help fund for the building for their purpose. This building will be utilized for the veterans, and it will be utilized for the senior center as they gather. And so they it will be also used for the youth. And so, as I had indicated, my colleagues, I asked for your support. In the previous, with the 3 years of leadership, I know my colleagues have requested funds with the CSN funds, and I had to vote in favor with the legislations with the colleagues that had requests and made the request through a legislation. So in saying that, my colleagues, I would ask for your support on this building. Speaker, I would like to give some time to our chapter president, Mr. DeGroat. He is online. So Speaker, Mr. DeGroat, chapter president, if it's okay, Speaker.
Chairman,
Yes,
he's good to go as long as you're your agent.
yes, he is. And Ms. James and the project manager, so our CSC and the project manager. Mr. DeGroat, if it's okay, again, Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Grote, go ahead.
Okay, if he's not on call, maybe our chapter CSC. Ms. James? Ms. James?
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm here.
Okay. You have the airwaves, okay? Is that okay, Speaker, sir?
Yes, as long as he's your agent. James,
Okay,
floor is yours.
all right.
Okay. Hello, good afternoon. First, I'd like to express my appreciation to my honorable delegate, Mr. Edmund Yazzie, for this time. Thank you, sir. And thank you, and hello. I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry about that. Thank you, and hello, Honorable Speaker Damon. Thank you for this opportunity, allowing me to present our request for the chapter in the community of Mariana Lake. And thank you to all of our Honorable Navajo Nation Council delegates. Good afternoon to all of you. It's an honor for me to present to you all today. I appreciate you all, and I appreciate your services to our Navajo Nation. So thank you. First, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Leandra K. James. I'm from Mariana Lake. This is where I presently reside, and I'm from here. Grown up here. I've practically been here almost my entire life. So when I was selected to work at the chapter as the coordinator, it's been an extreme honor for me to be here. So I'm very thankful for that. I've been serving my community for the past 8 years as a Navajo Nation employee. So again, I'm very thankful for that. So with that, I present our request of seeking funds to construct our new multi-purpose building. This project began in 2015. It actually started with a work session that was held into the night hours with our various committee members, our elders, our veterans, our youth, our adults, and many community members, including some community members that came from neighboring communities. Everyone joined in to make a concrete decision to create or construct a multi-purpose building for the chapter. Once that decision was solid, our goals were formed and we began the project. Originally, it was intended to renovate the existing chapter, but after all the surveys and assessments, it was concluded that the chapter facility exceeded its useful life. The project then took a turn and went from a renovation project to construction of a new multi-purpose building. But let me provide a brief history of the original chapter building. That was constructed in 1952. It was constructed as a warehouse type building originally. And it went through several renovations. Basically, the first renovation it received was in 62, where it received insulation and a stove was installed. And then later on in 82, it received a laundry room and some offices, including restrooms and a kitchen. So the building went through its own improvements and renovations throughout its lifetime. But once it was concluded that the building met its useful life, and for the community, it basically affected their health and safety. So once that determination was made, the building was demolished, and the demolition was completed in October of 2020. So one of the major aspects that we kept in consideration throughout our entire project is that we want the opportunity to maximize the annual budget that we receive from the nation. In order to maximize our funding, we've created our foundation, which is to incorporate all our needs into one facility. So our new multi-purpose building is not only going to hold our chapter administration, but it'll also hold our veterans and our senior council. There is going to be a library with a computer lab. It will have a kitchen and cafeteria, as well as a large meeting room, and even an office for our community health representative. Our major goal of the project is to incorporate the true meaning of unity within community and move into working closely together. We're a team here in Mariana Lake, and the team players are the chapter administration, which includes our chapter officials, our community land use planning committee, our senior council committee, our veterans committee, and all our community members, especially our youth. Our youth are involved in our community, and the improvements we complete makes them happy and makes them feel loved. In fact, all the projects we complete reminds our community members that they are important and loved by our nation, and that their major needs are a priority to the nation. We're asking and seeking, and we need a facility to support our goals and services. All our goals of collaboration with the available resources, we would like to incorporate into one facility and provide those services that are needed. As Navajo Nation staff, we understand that it's our responsibility to provide services to all our community members, which is why we are in full support of administering the operations and maintenance of a large facility to accommodate all ages within our community. We're honored with the duty to serve our community and provide the best services within our capabilities by working from a facility that would embrace the community goals and services needed to help our community. We have complete support from the grassroots level for our multi-purpose building. We also have acknowledged the concerns that have arisen from our honorable leaders, our council, our Navajo Nation president and vice president, the concerns of reaching the grassroots people and providing them services and helping to improve their lives. We support our Navajo Nation leaders, and we try our best to provide the best services possible to our community. We hear the priorities of our council urging chapters to implement services to improve the community, which we are doing. Although we've gone through the pandemic, we've completed 2 major electricity construction projects, house wiring projects, serving 63 homes, and we've also completed 2 road improvement projects. We're in the process of starting another electricity project, and we're going into the preliminary plans of a major water line project. We're planning for another bathroom addition project, but we've already completed several bathroom additions, assisting over 60 homes. We, of course, have our annual programs and our annual events. We keep our focus and we pursue our community goals as best as we can to improve the lives of our community. We work closely with our Community Land Use Planning Committee, and our members are very active and they assist with all of our community projects. We have a 7-member team from our club, and we're extremely we're extremely thankful for them. I personally am very thankful to my chapter officials, all my committee members, my temporary staff even, and especially my chapter account maintenance specialist, Ms. Myrna James, as well as my community members. But our team is not just here in Mariana Lake. Our team includes our project manager, Andy Thomas, the CPMD staff, our ASC staff, our Division of Community Development staff, our division director, Dr. Yellerman, IDSA, our architect, and of course, our delegate, Mr. Yazi, and Barb, his LDA. We have an entire team, and we've been working on this project together for 8 years. Together, we've acquired over $4.5 million from the state of New Mexico and approximately over $300,000 from the CHISN funds. Unfortunately, because of the inflation, the project budget has increased. It's gone from the original budget was basically at $8 million, but now with inflation, it's gone to over 14 million. And of that, we need the over 10 million that we're requesting today. $10,031,897 is what we're requesting. And we're asking that for our construction of our project. We've completed the preliminary activities of this project. We've completed all planning, designing, and we've even completed a master plan. And we've just completely gotten ourselves prepared. So this project has been ongoing for years, and it's not something that we've taken lightly. We've been working at this year after year completely as a team. Our project isn't just construction ready, it's shovel ready, meaning as soon as we receive the funds, we're ready to procure a contractor and begin construction. So our project is moving forward, and we're very thankful for all the assistance that we've received. We're thankful to the funds that we've received from the state of New Mexico. It's the tribal infrastructure funds, as well as the aging funds, the general funds from the state of New Mexico. So our community is looking forward to this and looking forward into moving forward together as one unit and being basically under one roof and helping the community and serving all areas of the community from birth to elders. We're trying to bring in all the resources that we can and incorporate collaboration with all of them. We've already started that step. We work closely with workforce development, and we have continuously hire temporary staff here at the chapter. We also are working with E-Rate, the New Mexico State Library, to provide the library services that the community members need. So again, we are a shovel-ready project, and we're ready to construct this building for our people. So thank you, my honorable leaders, for this time to present to you. I appreciate this opportunity. It is with the complete hearts of my community that we request for your support and approval to fund our project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. James. Speaker?
Yes, does that conclude your presentation?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Hey, with that, colleagues, Let me go ahead and go to the floor at this time. I do have Madam Chair Crotty. Madam Chair Crotty, on legislation, on the main motion of legislation 0159-22. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I appreciate the time. Thank you, Chair Yazzie, for the legislation. Speaker, I do have an amendment. I support this legislation, but Legislative Council has asked for additional time to complete the amendment. If I could get guidance, Speaker, if I could provide for a recess and ask Legislative Council how much time they'll need. I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Officer of Legislative Council. What was the reserve time? 4:37 your reserve time, Madam Chair Crotty, on the main motion of legislation 0159-22. 7. That Office of Legislative Council, which designated.
Thank you, Speaker. We did receive a request for an amendment for Delegate Crotty. We probably need another, I would say 20 minutes at most to finalize that, but we just received another request for an amendment from a different delegate, and I mean, just received it. They just walked in the door requesting it, and that amendment will probably take 45 minutes to an hour to put together. So if you're looking for a recess, I would say give us an hour.
How many times, colleagues, ask if you could please send these in earlier so we don't have to take recess? Colleagues, there's a couple of things we could do. On legislation 0159-22. I don't have anybody that's in the queue next. In order for us to continue on, what we could do is you could table legislation 0159-22 until the end of the session, and then continue on to the next possible legislations. That's one. I have a feeling we could move on to other action items. Chairman Henio?
Speaker, yes.
Henio, on the main motion.
Yes, to the Speaker, Damon. The 24th Nomination Council. I look at Delegate Evan Yazzie in your pages for this legislation. I understand there are amendments that need to be processed, and I might have an amendment myself to piggyback on this. So therefore, motion to table this legislation to the end of this fall session's agenda, and we could take it up at that time. So let's Speaker Damon, that's my motion. I reserve my time.
Yeah. Thank you. There's a motion to table legislation 0159-22 by Chairman Henio until the end of the session. That, colleagues, is there a second?
Motion second.
Second. Second by Honorable Jimmy Yellow here. That, colleagues, there's no debate on a motion, but I do have the opportunity, give the opportunity to the sponsor for 3 minutes to go ahead and move forth with the support or comments or issues on the tabling motion. That, Chairman Yazzie, the floor is yours.
Speaker, members of the council, I understand the amendments that are going to be added on. That brings me to when I was trying to do amendments on other legislations, but out of respect, I went ahead and just, did the separate legislation. But I do respect my colleagues' request. If we, I know it's stated for the record that at the end of the session, this session, and so honestly, I wish we could just go on with this main legislation, my colleagues. So with respect, So I'll leave it at that, Speaker, sir.
Okay, thank you. With that, colleagues, let's go to the board.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll go green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Keith Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Keith Allen Begay Jr.
Yeah, what's green?
Honorable Keith Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Mr. Speaker, what are we voting on?
Honorable Daniels, we are voting on tabling legislation 0159-22 until the end of the session. Because of allow time for
Thank you,
possible
Mr.
amendments
Speaker.
to be
I vote green.
drafted.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green.
Yeah.
Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Whoever votes red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Either votes red. Green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. Honorable Otto Sill. Honorable Otto Sill. Honorable Otto Sill votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, let's see. Oh, so.
Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes red.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Speaker, with a vote of 13 in favor, 7 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, vote of 13 in favor, 7 opposed, and Speaker not voting, motion carries. Legislation 0159-22 is actually tabled until the end of the session. That, colleagues, Honorable Slater, what's yours?
Speaker, I have a question, and would it be possible to proceed with legislations D and F, which I think passed unanimously or near unanimously, and will most likely proceed forward before we move forward on 161 and 156-22? Could that be accomplished via a consent agenda? And this is the legislation reinstating someone as a member of the Navajo Nation, and then the legislation related to several veterans amendments that have passed out of the council and NABI.
Yes. Honorable Slater, what could be done is, as you considered, recognizing that option A, well, option 1 would be on the table, would be to suspend or to amend the agenda, and this would take 16 votes, and that would be amending the agenda to make legislation 0164-22, which is sponsored by Honorable Herman Daniels, and legislation 0184-22, which is sponsored by Honorable Keon Begay, establishing both of those under a consent agenda item. If there is no opposition to the consent agenda item, then we would just move immediately to a vote to accept that as a consent agenda item, and then we'd go to a final vote on that for accepting both of them. But if there is a opposition to the consent agenda item, your next option would be option 2, which would be just going to suspend the 4 rules and individually going to 164-22, and then suspending the 4 rules again to go to 184-22. Each one of those votes would need 16 votes in order to carry out that. Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
Speaker, I'll motion to suspend the 4 rules to amend the agenda to make a new 11C, which is 164-22, and a new 11D, which would be 184-22.
Okay.
And then E would remain 156-22, and 161-22 would become the new F.
Okay. So, colleagues, what would happen then is, if you look on your agenda right now, Vice Chair Slater is moving to change up the agenda. This would need 16 votes. The motion is to go immediately to legislation 164-22, then 184-22, and then after that to 156-22, and then finally going to 161-22, and then eventually the tabled legislation, which was just tabled, would be the last item, which is 0159-22. So there's a motion by Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
Speaker, if we get a second, can I vote on that
Charles
last tabling?
Oh. Oh, yeah.
Speaker, you already accepted Honorable Slater's
Hold
motion.
on. We're trying to clarify something. Well, there's Honorable Vice Chair Slater. Unfortunately, the code states that we had to do 2/3 legislations first. This is what could happen. If there's any amendments to legislation 0161-22, which we're going to right now, this legislation could be tabled too as well until the end of the session, and then we'd automatically go into those next legislations. That's your item. But you never know. So you withdraw your motion, withdraw your recommendation, so, Honorable Vice Chair Slater. I mean, because I can't recognize it.
Yeah, Speaker, I withdraw the motion. I was trying to get the low-hanging fruit out of the way and then give us some respite before tomorrow, and then we would tackle Honorable Yazzie and Honorable Smith's legislations and round out our day tomorrow. But because of those pesky Navajo Nation code and rules of order, we'll proceed, I guess.
Okay. Again,
thank you.
Again, if legislation 0161-22 needs amendments, colleagues, you could table that legislation until the end of the agenda. With that, colleagues, moving on down, we just now concluded tabling legislation 0159-22. Colleagues, if you are moving to get any type of amendment, please work with Office of Legislative Counsel right now to get that completed. With that, let's go ahead and move on down to item number C, legislation 0161-22, sponsored by Vice Chair Smith, co-sponsors by Honorable Stewart.
Speaker, can I vote on that last tabling motion? I lost signal.
There was on the tabling motion.
Yeah, on Honorable Yazzie's.
Yeah.
I missed a vote.
You can. I can. No, I haven't called the motion yet.
Oh, okay. I'll do red then. Thank you.
No, I did. No. Vice Honorable, you had to change a vote. So how are you voting on the tabling motion?
Red.
Okay, with a vote of 13 in favor, that changes it to 8 opposed, correct, Risota? Or 12 to 8.
Thank you, Speaker.
No, 13 to 8. 13 to 8. Yeah. 13 to 8 was one, and the speaker not voting. That, colleagues, that correction added. Let's go ahead and move on down. Item number C, legislation 0161-22. Again, sponsors by Honorable Stewart, co-sponsor, or sponsors by Honorable Vice Chair Smith, co-sponsors Honorable Stewart. Mr. Rico, if you could read that into the record.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, tracking number 0161-22. An action relating to Resource and Development, Budget and Finance, Navajo Committees, Navajo Nation Council, allocating $5 million in citizen funds to the Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company for development and construction of the Sesana C-Store, approving and adopting the Sesana C-Store expenditure plan pursuant to 12 NNC Section 2501 to 2508. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith Jr., co-sponsored by Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr. You do have committee reports from Resource Development Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendment. You have a committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendment, and a committee report from the Napakiati Committee that recommended pass and refer to the Navajo Nation Council. This legislation will go over to the Office of President and Vice President. This is a 2/3 vote legislation. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. That on legislation 0161-22, colleagues, is there a motion?
Delegate Rooknez.
So Rick Nez, is there a second? Going twice.
Vice Chair Smith.
Honorable Paul
Vice Chair
Begay.
Smith.
That, colleagues, on legislation 0161-22 is a 2/3 legislation. This did get Navi work.
Yes.
Speaker, I have an amendment.
That, moving on to Vice Chair Smith. Yeah, 20 minutes on the board.
Okay, Speaker, appreciate the time to present this legislation. On behalf of the Navajo Nation Council, we are honored to be here in front of the Navajo Nation Council on the fall session, requesting $1,000 to get a convenience store built within the community of the Lupton, Halk, and also the I-40 corridor, which is not Steve Sanders. And we've been at this for about 2 years to move forward and get this taken care of. And we appreciate the time to come to the Navajo Nation Council in respect for, and to ask the Navajo Nation Council to help us to get this accomplished. I have my agents with me with Navajo Nation Oil and Gas, and also the chapter president may be on board with us this afternoon. And we have presented this in front of NABI, and we had brought this forth to the Navajo Nation Council, and we have all our legislation in place, and the amount is $5 million for the Lupton chapter, and oil and gas will be running and operating the facility in the Lupton. There has been a feasibility study done from the state of New Mexico all the way to the corridor of I-40 out to the exterior boundaries of the Navajo Nation, and this is all project ready. The land is there, water, electricity. We're ready to construct and to build a gas station that will be serving Chevron gas. That Chevron gas is quality gas where we'll be attracting tourists and folks that want to stop in for quality gas and utilize the facility. This is the gateway that we know as Route 12 to the scenic byway, and we are excited, and we have a resolution from the chapter of Lupton, board of the C-Store, and we have my agents with me this afternoon, Mr. Latour, who's here with us, or McCabe. I keep getting the MCs, so therefore Mr. McCabe is here with me. I'd like to turn the floor over to him, and he can address the budget of the Navajo Council. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, members of council, Mr. Speaker, and committee chairs. I appreciate the opportunity to come before our elected body today. Okay, my name is William McCabe. Hey, William McCabe, thank you again, Councilman Smith, for allowing me to act as agent and provide information on legislation today regarding the funding request for the Lupton C-Store. I think it's been clear that the amount allocated for the request is $5 million. That is the going amount, if I may say, for a size a store this size that would be located along an interstate highway. that would be large enough to serve that type of traffic. As Councilman Smith alluded to, we have done a feasibility study prior to bringing forward this legislation and have then since provided all the documentation that would allow for the funding for this store, including the land withdrawal. We have a resolution from the chapter as well. But going back to the feasibility study, this was completed at the waning portion of COVID. And I say that in the sense that when the numbers that are derived from this feasibility study, they're all driven by the number of cars or traffic volume that passes that particular location. So whenever we do a feasibility study for a C-store, we look at traffic patterns. And in this case, excuse me, this study was completed in February of 2021. So we've been actually, what that also says, we've been actually engaged in this project for a number of years now on behalf of the chapter of Lupton and the community of Lupton. But what we came to, the conclusion on that was 22,000 cars pass that intersection going east and west on a daily basis. I bring up the COVID factor in that more than likely, and I think we were all aware how traffic was not as robust as it was prior to COVID, and it has taken a little while for traffic and business and activity to resume to pre-COVID levels. I would think that we might still be feeling the effects. Nonetheless, the point being is that particular number of 22,000 cars a day would most likely be conservative. I wouldn't know how many more cars are passing by that intersection, but I'm sure it is significantly higher than the 22,000. But again, that number drives all the figures for this analysis for the C-store. Excuse me. And when we come through with the analysis using those figures and the projected sales or the projected folks that would be coming off that intersection, looking at our store, we can come up with a cash flow projection regarding those figures. We look at the demographics of the area with regard to in-store sales. We look at the truck traffic as well as car traffic. And again, we come up with a number of gallons that we could project it to sell at that location, both unleaded and diesel. We look at the in-store sales that would likely occur. And this is just for a travel center type C-store. If we were to add additional activity, such as a food service, I think In-N-Out has been mentioned, or a coffee service, wouldn't mind a Starbucks at that location. But this is the numbers run here typically or specifically for the travel center that serves in-store sales, your common goods in there, tailored to that type of customer, as well as the fuel sales that would go on. We have come to the conclusion that this is a very robust project. The $5 million, again, as mentioned, would cover the size of the store. We're looking at a 5,000 square foot store at that location. And one thing that Councilman Smith noted, that it would be branded Chevron. In all likelihood, that is the case, that it would be Chevron, given that Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company operates Chevron stores currently. But nonetheless, it would be branded with a known brand of gasoline, and again, most likely Chevron. So that, again, would attract customers as well. It should be noted that on heading east, the last Chevron station for that traffic is Grants. And as you continue, as you're heading west out of Grants, they have a Chevron station at Grants. And as you continue on west, the next Chevron station along that corridor is not until you get to Holbrook. There are no Chevron stations in Gallup, which is kind of an interesting fact and actually bodes well for this project. So the next Chevron station then that would occur along that highway would be Holbrook. So that again adds to the feasibility and viability of this project. We estimate that from the activity, day-to-day activity from from this operation that roughly 200,000, let me repeat that, 200,000 per month would be generated in sales taxes, both from in-store goods and from unleaded gasoline and diesel fuel from the projected numbers based off our study. So that would equate to roughly $2.5 million a year of revenue generated that we return directly back to the nation as a result of the activity from the C-store. The Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company has mentioned that we operate 3 Chevron stations currently and 2 unbranded stations for a total of 5 operations. We've been doing so for a number of years. We have the personnel that has been long engaged in this activity at the C-store level. Myself, I'm the Vice President of our downstream operation, the Navajo Petroleum Business Operation. Have been doing so for over a year now and have been engaged with a number of experts in this field to help us really become a more efficient operator in this sector of the business. Should be noted that Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company has an upstream activity, that's our exploration production, midstream activity, our pipeline. Of course, what we're speaking to today is downstream activity. This is really the face of the company. We're here to serve the community. We're doing it the best we can. One of our mottos is, we want everyone to have a positive customer experience when they come in and out of our stores. And we are working diligently on that on a day-to-day basis. I think from the general standpoint, that's a description and explanation of our project and the request for funds to make that happen. I will turn it back over to Councilman Smith for any further questions and comment. And of course, I'm here to address any concerns of the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCabe, for that response. And the development of the construction at the Susquehanna C-store and proving the expenditure plan pursuant to the 12 NNC subsection 2501 through 2508. And if this is approved, that would be a deserving site for the communities that I mentioned, and we'll be attracting a lot of tourists and a lot of folks heading northbound, southbound on Route 12, eastbound, westbound on I-40, and summertime, wintertime, springtime, fall time. I-40 is always having a lot of traffic heading east and westbound, and then they divert off. They come up to see Winter Rock and go up to the famous canyon, Canyon de Chelly, and all the way up to the beautiful scenery of the Navajo Nation. So, colleagues, I respectfully request for your full support. This is, of course, Navajo Nation's legislation, and we're looking forward to moving forward. And Navajo Oil and Gas is ready to construct and move forward with this request on this legislation. So, Speaker, I think maybe the president of Lupton chapter, I don't know if she's on board. Yvonne Murphy, are you on board? I don't hear the president of the Lupton chapter. There's other commitments that they usually have, so they're busy with, I think, Halka down there trying to get their ARPA funds going. So with that, Speaker, we'll go ahead and turn the floor over for the Navajo Nation Council.
Thank you very much for that, colleagues. As we are on now, just gave the presentation, we just heard the presentation from Vice Chair Smith on the main motion of legislation 0161-22. For the record, colleagues, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, we do have Madam Chief Justice here in the chambers with us too as well. Somewhere. Okay. Welcome, Madam Chief Justice. That, colleagues, continuing on down on legislation 0161-22 motion and a second. Let me go ahead and go to the floor at this time. I do have Honorable Vice Chair Slater. Floor is yours.
Delegate Yellowhair, suggestion, Leo, yes, Speaker.
Delegate Callan.
Listo, Delegate Daniel So.
Anybody else want to get in there before I go? Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Shache, Delegate Raymond Smith, for sponsoring this legislation. I have a couple questions, and I also posed amendments. So the first question is, we're getting a very rosy picture on the success of this project. And if that is the case, then I don't think it makes sense for the Navajo Nation to subsidize it when those dollars could go to another purpose, such as water line extensions, power extensions, or economic development in an area that doesn't require a subsidy. So I really want to hear a strong justification from all the parties involved, in particular oil and gas, and why they will not fund the project themselves. The nation is the one that's taking all the risk right now with, it doesn't seem like any other risk coming forward that I'm seeing from either oil and gas or from the chapter. And so to me, that's very important, because when we fund C-store development, I believe that subsidy should be applied to places where there are less compelling economic arguments, where we need the subsidy. So that's pretty concerning to me, because there's a finite amount of dollars. And in order to support development like this, I really think, again, the subsidy should be directed to the places where it's needed, like in the more rural parts of the reservation that aren't right along I-40. Second is, I was just Googling the distance between Gallup and Lupton, and it looks like it's about 24 miles. So I'm curious, how did the feasibility study account for that? You know, if I'm traveling on I-40, I think presumably most folks will look at the larger destinations where there's more competition for gas and assume that they'll get a better rate there because there will be more offerings. Plus, there will be other food offerings, rest stop attractions, things of that nature. And how does that tie into the feasibility study? I'm very interested to know, you know, that's about 20, 25 minutes. If you're at 75, I guess it's less than 25 minutes for a lot of people who will be on the highway. So those are two questions I have right now, and then I'll save my amendment until after the answer to those. I'll reserve my time, Speaker. Thank you.
2 minutes and 41 seconds on reserve time. Moving on down. Honorable Keon Begay. Floor is yours.
Speaker, I believe Delegate Eugene Su was ahead of me. Speaker.
Honorable Keon Begay, maybe about 3 minutes ago, we already got your information, so you're next. The lineup is Keon Begay, then Honorable Yellow Hair, and then Honorable Eugene So, then Chairman Daniel So. That's the lineup.
Speaker, I guess I need to reserve my time. When you say that you got the document, you mean you have my amendment ready?
No. I mean, I got what you stated earlier. You said you wanted to speak, so that's when we put you in the queue.
Okay. Once I get the confirmation from the legislative office of for the amendment, let me go ahead and reserve my time, Speaker. Thank you.
4:42 reserve time. With that, Miss Barbara, I don't know how long it's going to be. Miss Barbara.
Thank you, Speaker. I apologize for being muted. We just got Delegate Keelan's request. He actually, I believe, asked that it be in either 159 or in 161. We have 4 other 159 amendments in front of his. So I'm thinking we're not going to get to his for 161 for probably 45 minutes. I'm sorry, we won't get to his 159 for probably it won't be ready for 45 minutes.
Navajo elections.
Thank you, Speaker.
No. No.
I don't think so.
No. Hey, thank you. That moving on down. Honorable Jimmy Yellow Hair, floor is yours. Honorable Jimmy Yellow Hair, the floor is yours.
Oh, yeah, this. Thank you very much, Speaker. Out of 24 Councilman Adelson, National. Thank you. This resolution, legislation 161-22 shares to bring this business. It's just an honor. It's very important to me. I'd like to see this start to be developed for the people right there. We need to support the economic development. I request to reserve my time. Speaker, share.
Yay. Every time at 4 minutes and 12 seconds. Moving on down. Honorable Eugene So. On the main motion, legislation 0161-22. Honorable Eugene So.
Hey.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, boy, yes, it's safe. So, they indicate, okay. This is how put this after. When they don't listen, sit on the United Kiddy. But I am for economic development. My main question at that time was that drainage system. You can develop any area, anywhere in the world you need drainage system. That's number one. Navajo Nation government should understand if you're going to start economic, you're going to develop anywhere you need drainage system. But we don't go that route. We only say let's go that way. I don't want that's without knowing. I think I thought I asked it also. That's all I have. We need to really understand if we're going to develop, we need drainage system. Because in some areas it has to go into the ground, come out back into the wash, out of hot dogs. Some areas like that. Over here in Gallup, you can tell all the water goes into the street, goes into a tunnel, a canal, and goes back out into the main wash out there. So this area, rocky area, so I don't know, but I am for that area is a prime spot for development because that's where all the truckers are, and even in the future for casino. Thank you, Speaker. Okay.
Thank you very much. With that. Okay, with that, moving on down. Chairman Daniel So, floor is yours. Chairman Daniel, good afternoon. The floor is yours on the main motion of legislation 0161-22.
Thank you. Yeah, the system muted me, so thank you, Speaker Damon, the colleagues, and to all the folks on the line, other brother Honorable Raymond Smith and your agent. I expressed several concerns when we deliberated at Navajo, and I'm in concert with Honorable Carl Slater's concerns. Number one, if this legislation is approved, what is the rental return on the piece of property as well as the assets that will be built in place? Before, that was the aspect of return on investment, but to make it more clear, this is what I'm posing. The other aspect is, since it's such a lucrative business site, and it's to serve the community as well, has Navajo Oil and Gas considered revenue sharing with the community? Because they are the ones that are going to bat for Navajo Oil and Gas. Additional to this is the aspect of we just had hours deliberation on a Navajo Nation enterprise that went belly up. If the Navajo Nation funds this particular C-store, and there appears to be fuel and diesel leakage into the underground, does Navajo Oil and Gas have adequate coverage to deal with the fuel contamination if it ever happens? Speaker, that would be my questions. I reserve a balance of my time. Thank you.
2 minutes and 11 seconds on reserve time. Let me go ahead and go back, Chairman, to sponsor at this time.
Thank you, Speaker, and the Navajo Nation Council for these questions on behalf of justification, other projects that could be funded in the rural parts of the Navajo Nation. Yes, those are very important. They're not forgotten. We support that when it does come down to council bringing legislation in, and the feasibility study that was done by the Navajo Nation Oil and Gas. So have my agent here explain that. And yes, it is a 20 to 25 mile stretch, but like earlier was presented, Chevron gas is one of the leading type of fuel that tourists really like to fill their vehicles up, because that's an investment on their part with their vehicles. And I heard earlier in Nabi that folks from California will stop at Exxon stations, and they're traveling across I-40 and they're looking for Exxon stations. Fortunately, we have Exxon over in Twin Arrows, and I see folks pulling off for refueling over there. I refuel over there to help out Navajo Nation Oil and Gas. I refuel over here at the Winter Rock with the Chevron gas, and I know that those dollars are going back into the coffers of the Navajo Nation. So those are some important things on behalf of that. The other one is amendments to the legislation. And of course, amendments are presented, and we debate on those amendments, and we'll see what those amendments are. And appreciate Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair wanting to support this, and he's sees the outcome of what this endeavors are for the C-store, for the development down there. Drainage system, I have Mr. McCabe here. We'll speak on the drainage system and what they're going to be doing with the dollars and how they're going to make sure that there's no flooding system in that area. And then brother from Eastern Agency expressed several concerns that were right in concert with Honorable Carl Slater, and what is the rental return in assets? That would be a question directed to the oil and gas, because they will be operating that, and there may be questions that will arise from that and further clarification. And there is a business site there, and it does have that ability to develop in that area. And of course, there's always that chance of any development leakage. That's one thing that we cannot prevent, but we want to put state-of-the-art type of equipment underground and make sure that we don't contaminate any surrounding wells or springs or arroyos. And we just had a lengthy discussion with the one in NFPI and what was what they're experiencing. We don't want any of that to happen, and there is that concern. So I'll turn the floor over to at this time to Mr. McCabe to answer those questions that were posed by our honorable delegates of the Navajo Nation Council. You have the floor, Mr. McCabe.
Thank you, Councilman Smith. With regard to the questions posed by our legislative body, I appreciate your input and your thoughts behind each of these inquiries. Councilman Slater, you alluded to the success of this project. Given the location of this particular project along a major interstate corridor, yes, it stands to be greatly successful, and with it becomes the success of an economic development project that Navajo Nation can hang its hat on. To be reminded that the Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company is 100% owned by the Navajo Nation. So as we go, so does the Navajo Nation. So in this sense, we have an opportunity to bolster the revenue stream directly back to the nation with regard to this economic activity. I mentioned some of the figures that we anticipate with regard to this operation along this corridor. Currently, all our stores are inland, if you will, within the interior of the Navajo Nation, our great reservation, and we are primarily serve the community at large within those locations. The bonus to this particular location is that it is along an interstate corridor that serves the general public of society, the United States. So it goes beyond just community service, but also a huge opportunity for the Navajo Nation to realize its asset, in this case, location along an interstate corridor. So it would be the first of its kind to be located there, and of course, we expect great results. You asked about the subsidies. Why wouldn't Navajo Nation Oil and Gas, if we think what is going to happen here will look at their own funding? I mentioned during my opening comments that we are a oil and gas company with 3 business units: upstream, midstream, downstream. Within each of those business units, we have to look at what the investment would be and the return on that investment. If you look at a $5 million investment in our upstream activity, say a conventional oil and gas well, the return on that investment is significantly larger, much larger than it would be for a C-store down at our in the downstream business sector. Same would go with our pipeline. Its return on investment within a $5 million investment would be similar. So we have to look at this from a business aspect, and where would we bet, if it were our own money, where would that money best be placed? And in the short answer to that would be in most likely our upstream business unit, where again we could have the highest return back to the Navajo Nation, our owner. So with that said, any monies on behalf of the nation to support its Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company would be greatly beneficial to helping our downstream make an easy business decision. And as I mentioned, the return on taxation and just the taxes from unleaded diesel and in-store sales would easily cover that initial $5 million, and then into the future, gas stations, C-stores tend to last anywhere from 20 to 30 years. So if you start looking at the return that we mentioned on those taxes over a period of 10 years, this would be a very good investment on behalf of the Navajo Nation. And of course, with a green vote, would be attributed to the legislative body and their support of this particular legislation. You mentioned why not Gallup? Why would people stop in Gallup as opposed to our place? In our feasibility study, we look at our competition. And right now, the nearest competition is Speedy's, right at the Arizona-New Mexico border. We look at them, and then the next nearest competition is at, I can't remember the exit there where the Bosch's is.
359, no, 329.
But there's a speedway right there, the next exit down or a couple exits down. Those are our nearest competitors. Those are the people stop there as well. So we look at the success of those stores and the operation, and they come up with a competitive impact score in this feasibility study. And we feel that we could pull business from those particular stores in addition to attract new business along that corridor. Where we are relying on a feasibility study here, but I might add that the company that does these feasibility studies, IMST, has been doing these particular types of studies for a number of years and have been deemed to be very accurate with their assessment of a location for a new C-store. The consultants and experts that we refer to on a regular basis rely on these feasibility studies as well. The consultants that I mentioned have been in the business their entire careers. They worked with Texaco's downstream retail business, running 14,000 stores. They have designed, developed, and constructed hundreds of stores, and in some cases thousands of stores. So we have a very good resource at hand when it comes to these type of projects that we can go to with regard to our downstream operation. So I hope that answers that question as well. Councilman Yellowhair, I thank you for your support, sir. The term economic development will resound over and over with this discussion today, I'm sure. And we have mentioned that this would be a great project, a very visible project on behalf of the nation. I mentioned that Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company, the downstream business unit, is really the face of our company. Where our C-stores go is how the community sees us. And so if we can have a success within the Lupton chapter of how Navajo Nation can conduct business and utilize its funds for that purpose, then I appreciate your support, Councilman Yellowhair. Delegate Eugene, so we have a project timeline that we go through, or project management development process, where we look at the site analysis, we look at a survey of the land, we do a soils report, we do utility research, we do a number of assessments of just the land of the site itself. And until of course, we don't want any, your references to a drainage system. If indeed there is a large degree of rain or whatever source that water would come from, the whole project is tailored such that the land, the topography, the shape of the land would divert that water into a more safer location. And so we look at that. We're currently in another project right now with the rebuilding of one of our stores, and we are exactly in that process where we've done surveys, topographical analysis, soils analysis, and so all this goes into how we situate the store and such that it is properly drained and that wouldn't impact not only our operations but just the community at whole. So all that is considered in our preliminary assessment for the development of this project. Councilman Daniel, so thank you, sir, for your comments as well today. I appreciate that you represent Eastern with the integrity that you do, sir. And if I can answer your questions, the current business site lease, so you're looking at the rental return. The current business site lease is run by the Navajo Nation. For the most part, we pay $1,500 a month, I believe, on average, for a business site lease for a given location. That may vary with Kayenta, given that they're a township, but our Blue Gap, our Chinle locations would most likely be in that range. So I think that the direct response to that question is $1,500 a month here. I had and 18,000. There we go. 18,000 a year would be the rental on that particular location. Again, that's through the Navajo Land Department. These things can vary with the location, but right now that's what it is. Your assets in place, we would be looking at. So again, along with the site development, we would improve the electrical system to the location. We would improve the water to the location. And of course, the other concern is the wastewater. We would obviously be installing a wastewater system that would be appropriate for that location. And ultimately, the chapter and immediate community would benefit from these improvements. The revenue sharing with the chapter, that is certainly a consideration that the company would have a discussion with not only Councilman Smith here, the delegate for that location, but of course the chapter president and the community at large. I think that's a good comment that you share with that, and given that we think that this particular activity would have a greater return than any other activity, certainly we would consider a revenue share with the community. We do anticipate, on average, our stores have 10 employees. We would draw that from the community. We would have, again, service the community so that they don't have to go to the 25 miles to Gallup. They can come right down to the intersection there and serve. We can serve them with their needs there, not beyond gasoline. We tend to tailor our stores to the community. Obviously, it's interstate traffic that we'd be focusing on, but of course we have a community to provide for as well. So we'd be looking to how best we could do that in concert with the interstate coverage. And then you ask about any leaks. The technology today with regard to tanks and just materials, sir, is at its highest standard. The Navajo Nation has a very stringent and strict regulatory requirements with regard to this activity. So any subsurface tanks that are placed in the ground, and those are typical with the C-store operation, there's certain standards that the Navajo Nation EPA, as well as the federal EPA, and no doubt the state would have its input as to how that tank is installed. So there's that side of it, and the materials themselves. We use double-walled tank, double-sided tank. So indeed, if the interior tank were to have a leak, of course, these are inspected regularly, but if the interior were to have a leak, it would leak into the secondary container. So all this is considered as we design and develop and construct the C-store, sir. You talk about in the event that these safeguards fail, then of course the Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company, our downstream business unit, has more than adequate coverage, not only through insurance, through our activity, but a bond that most likely is required through the Navajo Nation as well. So I hope that addresses those questions at this point, and of course we'll turn this back over to Councilman Smith. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCabe, for those in-depth information and the highlights of what has been done and where this C-store and what has been taking place and how it's going to be utilized within that area. And we just appreciate the time, we appreciate the questions, and looking forward to development out there. So at this point in time, Speaker, go ahead and turn the floor back over to you, the Navajo Nation Council.
Thank you very much, colleagues, for that response. Is there any other further comments or questions at this time?
Speaker, just Delegate Begay.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Good afternoon again, speakers, other than members of the Navajo Nation Council. Delegate Smith, Yate, Navajo Oil and Gas. I have a question on this. I know that there's going to be competition. I know that we have Speedway there, and not only for gas, but that there's going to be other, like they will have their basses right there, and then there's some fast food service that was there. I don't know how the competition is going to be there, and also I know that I've kind of heard that there's already been studies been made, market studies and other assessment studies being done. But my question is there, how much is the operating cost is going to be to operate that, and also regarding there's a lot of climate in the area. So what will be the operating costs, and before you get to, if you're traveling from where I am in the Winslow and going towards Gallup, we know that you can be hitting Navajo there, which has a convenience stores, and then they have a subway there and a lot of truckers that go over there, and I've seen a lot of truckers that are parked there. And what's the projection, or what's the any studies that's made for any truckers that will be getting off ramp, and then it'd be easier to go over there, or where is it going to be? Because over at Navajo, it's really convenient. We can easily come off and park there, and then get back on the road again. So that'll be my question, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer Begay. With that, colleagues, any other further comments or questions? Not, let me go back to Honorable Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Speaker, Navajo Nation Council. legislation number 0161-22. Aroshita na identificate in that area of Navajo and the competition and the operation costs and a lot of truckers at Navajo, Arizona. If there's any truckers going to be turning off at the new proposed C-store, we did a feasibility study on that, and it's viable to have truckers in that area, but the way that the businesses within that area, the folks at the Lilton community said it's going to be 24/7, and they're concerned about their safety. There's a Head Start right there, and there's that senior center, and then there's that chapter house right there, and truckers in and out 24/7. That poses accidents that we don't want to have happen. So maybe later down the future, they're thinking about expanding if that's possible. It's always an option. But I'll go ahead and turn the floor over to Mr. McCabe on those questions of the market study and the operation costs and what is being projected on behalf of the operation within the C-store that's being proposed at milepost or exit 357. Okay, Lashda. I'll go ahead and turn the floor over to Mr. McCabe. Mr. McCabe, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you again, Councilman Smith. Delegate Elmer Begay, thank you for your leadership and the questions that come from that leadership with regard to our council and the representation of our communities, particularly yours up there in Dilcon. Well, you mentioned the competition. There is a speedway at the first or the next exit up from to the west, and of course there's the Speedies that is at the state line. Again, we feel that with a better product, a better location, with better service, and really just a newer look, people tend to migrate towards that particular operation. In this case, a Chevron C-store. We intend to put up additional signage directing those customers to our location, and of course the Chevron brand stands for itself. It's very interesting that as I'm engaged in this business, how important a clean bathroom is at these locations. If you ask the average C-store customer, why do they stop? They're for gas, they're for a candy bar, but the pervading answer is a clean bathroom. So obviously we're going to have the newest store, we're going to have the brightest lights, but we're also going to have the cleanest bathrooms, and we're taking note on some of these large stores that are coming about. Some of these major travel centers that really focus strictly on that particular service to the customer. So we will have everything modernized. I think I've been over to the Speedies location at the state line there. It's very hard to get to. It's not a very shiny or bright. But so we hope to be able to pull traffic from there. And according to this feasibility study, we rate that competition. How are we going to be better? And that's what we do. We build better than the competition. And the same way with the speedway to the west, how we pull from them. And so again, we're right off the interstate there, so we're going to be pulling that type of traffic. You ask about our operating costs. Strictly operating expenses, and that's our administrative expense, our salaries and wages, insurance, all the other factors that go into operating a C-store, credit card fees, advertising, utilities. It's a list of operating expenses. We're looking at roughly $900,000 per year as far as operating expenses. So this is a larger location than any that you've seen, certainly within within, let's say, the Window Rock area or the Chinle, or even perhaps in your area, sir, Councilman Begay. This will be more of a travel center type store. I mentioned 5,000 square feet. Your typical store is maybe 3,000 square feet, or anywhere from 2,200 to 3,000 square feet. So this is going to be a 5,000 foot store. So our operating expenses, as I mentioned, are bumping up against 900,000 per year. And of course, as time goes on, prices and costs tend to escalate, so that they will increase beyond that. You were asking so what about Navajo and the road through Navajo? Well, right now, as people turn off that road, Route 12, there is no reason for them to stop. So of course they would go into the interior of the nation if they haven't already stopped at Speedy's. They would go into the interior of the nation before they would reach the first gas station, and that would either be Window Rock, or if they're continuing on north, as you mentioned, Navajo, New Mexico. This is going to be a place that people will want to stop, and so we expect that we will be taking that business as projected from any other stop that the customer may consider. We looked at, and Councilman Smith directed his response directly to the trucker option. We've had numerous discussions with the chapter president, chapter officials, but more so the chapter community regarding this particular project. And we did have a lengthy discussion on whether or not we would like this to be a truck stop. And for the time being, the community has opted to just go with a conventional travel center and forego the trucker option. Two reasons, and Councilman Smith eloquently stated the primary reason. That is, we just don't want that type of traffic in our community at this time, if ever, but at this time certainly. And so that was the community spoke, and of course we listened to their concern. But also, that's not the easiest turnoff for a truck. I've sat there and watched truckers come off that turnoff as well. So they can do it, and of course, we hope that our store, particularly our Chevron store, will draw them to do it. As we understand, though, Arizona DOT is working on the intersection and interchanges of its interstate off-ramps. How is one of those that you may have noted. They've upgraded that off-ramp and that interchange. And as we understand, they will continue to work for along that corridor. I would guess that particular Route 12 intersection may be the next, given that it's a primary corridor for traffic. So if that were to ever happen, and we anticipate that it will, then of course we will then reconsider the trucker option, but of course with 100% input from the community on that. I think that addresses those recent questions that have now been posed to the legislation, myself, and of course Councilman Smith. So I turn it back over to Councilman. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. McCabe. Appreciate that, and the in-depth information that's provided by Navajo Oil and Gas, and the due diligence that was conducted, and it was a 2-year running period, and we're at this pinnacle now of just requesting for citizen dollars to be utilized to build. And of course that in legislation it does say that be beneficial to replenish the citizen dollars, and citizen dollars are an avenue to get economic development, which was amended by the Navajo Nation Council and by the Navajo Nation Nabki Committee. He got 554 million and they opened the doors for economic development to utilize these funding. So my understanding is that this is a good project, and oil and gas has only 5 retail sites on the Navajo Nation. Well, others throughout the Navajo Nation are like 110, and they are benefiting and they're reaping in the proceeds. And here our own enterprise is not even is just a little kid on the block for now. The seems like that's how we look at the other 110 businesses out through the Navajo Nation. The one down in Sanders, all those proceeds go down to the Arizona FET rather than any of that coming back to the Navajo Nation. And this is going to be a excise tax that will be coming to the Navajo Nation because it's on the Navajo Nation. And Speedy's is not being operated by Navajo Nation. It's privately owned, and it's been sold from Speedy's to now it's called Good to Go. I heard the employees were kind of disgruntled once they let that business go from Speedy's to Good to Go, and they're saying we're not being treated like we should be treated. And some of the employees were kind of disgruntled on behalf of that. But that's what I want to present, because we're letting Navajo Nation Enterprise oversee this and run the operation, and Speedy's is right at the state line, and all those proceeds do not, well, some of them do come to this Navajo Nation, but it's not like the whole excise tax would be coming from Navajo Nation Oil and Gas. And that's why I said earlier that I do fill up every time I can at Chevron Station here in Winter Rock and down in Twin Arrows, and I utilize their facilities. And it is true that everybody will stop at a brand new facility. Everybody will stop at a clean restroom. And I did mention that to Mr. Leonard Sosi. I said, you know, that Navajo, we have one over here at the Route 12 and 264. Are you guys going to upgrade those bathrooms? And he jumped on it. And those bathrooms are a whole lot better than what it used to be. People are commenting and saying, yeah, we're glad that we see, you know, something that's been upgraded. So they do take that into consideration. On that, I will stop here, and I'll go ahead and turn the floor back over to you, Speaker. And Shanada, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. That, Vice Chair Smith. I don't have anybody in the queue at this time. No one's texting. So let me go ahead and go back to reserve time. Oh, Chairman Henio. Chairman Henio, good afternoon. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
24th Navajo Nation Council, and Vice Chair Smith for sponsoring the legislation. Just a question, listening to the conversation here, I have a question, maybe, I don't know who'd be able to answer that, but it's a land status for the area where this proposed C-store will sit on. Who is it? Trust land, or is it under, who has jurisdiction over that land? The reason why I'm asking is because of the business site lease. Or is there my time?
We'll go ahead and we'll go back to Vice Chair Smith. Chairman Henio, we have 4 minutes and 26 seconds.
Thank you again, Speaker Damon and Navajo Nation Council, Kayla, Chairman Henio, for that question. And that question, I have documents from Navajo Oil and Gas. There's a land withdrawal designation as a checklist for the community and industrial development. And that was, there is checkpoints in there, letter of application, letter survey, GPS, support chapter resolution, and letter from grazing officer stating there are no valid grazing permittees in the use area or gathering grazing permittee consent. That's been checked off. So those 4 that are requested as the following to submit have been checked off, and biological resource has been done, and also the cultural resource compliance has been done. So this is a business site, and that's why it's shovel ready and it's ready to go, and we have the land to utilize. There's three things that I remember the former director of natural resources always say. If there's going to be any development, you got to have water, you got to have power, and you got to have land. That's the triangle. We have all three. That triangle fits the bill, so that's why we're here saying we can move forward with this legislation on behalf of the Navajo Nation Council on the fall session. Kat, thank you. Mr. Gabe, do you want to add anything to this? I know that you have studied the aspects of this, so I'll turn the floor over to you to clarify. This is just from my perspective, but I'd rather have the Navajo Nation Oil and Gas because they're the ones that went through each and every one to make sure the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed and everything is in order. So, Mr. McCabe, you have the floor.
And thank you, Councilman Smith. Yes, as Councilman Smith explained, we have gone through the land withdrawal process for this particular site. I mentioned earlier that we've been engaged with this activity for a number of years. So the documentation in front of me right now of the process that we have gone through and has been approved, some of these documents are dated back 2019, summer of 2019. So we've been engaged with this, as mentioned, process for over 3 years now. This was one of the first activities we engaged in, and that was to procure and gain site authorization. And with the support of the Lupton chapter and Lupton community, we were able to get the land withdrawn as a business site lease. I think that answers the question. Of course, we can further comment on that if necessary. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, McCabe. Appreciate that. I'll go ahead and turn the floor back over to you, Speaker.
Thank you. With that, let me go ahead and continue on down. I do have honorable
Point of privilege,
so
Speaker. Let's see you.
point of privilege. Chairman Henio, what is your point of privilege this afternoon?
I asked a simple question. What is the land status there? What kind of land is it? Is it fee land? Is it tribal trust land? Is it allotted land? That's what I was looking for. Speaker.
Thank you, Chairman.
Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. Okay, the simple question to that, it is trust land, and I'll go ahead and have Mr. McCabe speak on that behalf because he was in the process of probably elaborating on that. So, Mr. McCabe, you have the floor.
No, actually, I was just going to answer the question as well, and pardon my expansion on that response, Chairman Henio, but it is trust land location, and again, we went through the process of creating a business site lease for this particular trust land location. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. McCabe. We'll turn the floor back over to you, Speaker Damon.
Thank you. Let me go ahead and go to Honorable Aruso.
Thank you very much. Guess the issue of our this request, simply I look at it as an economic venture for the nation, and I think that it's good to look at our enterprises that are in that area of that field. So, maybe Belagana I didn't zone she we can turn the tables like that. Maybe that's the easier route, Honorable Smith. Maybe get a non-Navajo company to make this pitch, and I guarantee you will get unanimous vote to appropriate these dollars. We have our tribal enterprise that we'll be paying lease fees, we'll be collecting sales tax, and so forth, according to the law. And then, this is case. Maybe we just get Sandia Oil to be the operator, and we can, graciously go and approve this thing. But I think to have this venture with the oil and gas is good because it's the nation. Also, maybe just have some agreements to try to, if the recoup of dollars is an issue, maybe just put it into the legislation as an amendment, as a loan. That way, the company can repay the loan back, and at the end, the facility will belong to oil and gas. A simple amendment can happen like that to turn this grant to a loan and make the interest rate maybe 3%, 4%, just like how we granted loans to NTUA on the citizen funds, on the sewer treatment plant facilities. There are three of they think they were at 3%. So maybe we could do that. If that's an issue pertaining to the funds, we can make it a loan instead of a grant. But that's just a suggestion. But somewhere we need to just move forth and vote on this, and so I'm going to reserve my time.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Artiso. With that, your time is at 1:51, 1 minute and 51 seconds. Let me go on back. Honorable Slater, 2 minutes and 41 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. And thank you for the response previously, Mr. McCabe and Chicheri, for speaking to the questions. Right now, I don't think, or I'm not comfortable allocating the funding purely as a grant. And I think that we need to assess all the different scenarios that could come out of this. Say it's not great under NOG's ownership, and the facility could be better managed by someone else or put to another use. And looking at that other place where they're negotiating with the nation presently, I think to turn it over to a fuel yard or something, it could end up sitting there vacant for a long period of time. And that's something I really want to avoid. And I think that that's because it's withdrawn specifically for NOG and their ownership. Whereas if we allocate the funding to the Division of Economic Development, then have them lease the building or the facility or the space to NOG, I think that'd be a much more prudent allocation of our funding. So to that end, I also think that Sesa'ana Lupton chapter is LGA certified, and Chair Henyo had wanted to make sure that they would have an opportunity to negotiate lease payments or the disposition of that site with a tenant. So right now, Speaker, I'd like to offer an amendment that I emailed out to the council, and it would allocate the funding to DED. And then, like I said, they would lease it to NOG, and they can coordinate with them on the construction and build out to make sure that it is done appropriately. I'll reserve my time, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, you are reserved your time at 1 minute and 1 second. Mr. Rico, do you have that amendment? Yeah, Mr. Rico, if you could read that amendment.
Thank you, Speaker. 24th Nomination Council, Amendment number 1 on page 1 at lines 13 to 14 in the title of the legislation. Delete, overstrike Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company and insert _ new language, Division of Economic Development, end of new language. 2 on page 3, line 2, after the words Citizen Fund, delete overstrike be allocated to the Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company NNOGC, end of overstrike. 3 on page 3 at line 15, add the following new paragraph F underscore F. Navajo Nation leadership wishes for the Division of Economic Development, Project Development Department, DED, PDD, to receive the approved citizen funds and to be responsible for the construction of the C-Store project. Leadership further desires that once the C-Store project is completed and ready for business, the C-Store will be leased to the Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company, NNOGC. NNOGC will operate the C-Store and pay applicable sales taxes to the Navajo Nation and or the Sesa'ana chapter, and will also pay lease payments in accordance with a lease and or operating agreement to be approved by the Department of Justice, DED/PDD, and NNOGC, end of new language. 4 on page 3, line 19, delete overstrike Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company, end of overstrike, and insert new language underscore Division of Economic Development / Project Development Department, end of new language. 5 on page 3, lines 26 to 28, delete the entirety of paragraph D as follows. Overstrike paragraph D. The $5 million approved herein shall be released to NNOGC through a grant agreement with the Division of Economic Development, DED, that includes a drawdown or disbursement schedule agreed to by the controller, end of overstrike. 6 on page 3, starting at line 26, insert new paragraph D as follows. New paragraph 3 underscore. Within 60 calendar days after the effective date of this act, the Office of the Controller shall transfer the approved citizen funds to the DED/PDD for the development and construction of the Sesa'ana C-Store, end of new language. 7 on page 4, line 3, immediately after DED, insert / new language / PDD, end of new language. 8, page 4, line 7, delete overstrike NNOGC, end of overstrike, and insert new language underscore DED/PDD, end of new language. 9, page 4, starting at line 25, add new paragraph L as follows. New paragraph L underscore, nothing in this act shall be interpreted to affect the Sesa'ana chapter's authority under 26 NNC section 103, if any, to negotiate a business site lease and or operating agreement with NNOGC for the C-Store if the C-Store site is within the chapter's jurisdiction, end of new language. 10, renumber, reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the council's intent in approving this legislation. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other council amendment, which language shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. Mr. Speaker.
With that, Honorable Slater, raising the motion on amendment number 1, is there a second?
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Crotty with a second.
Second with Madam Chair Crotty as a second. That, colleagues, any comments, questions?
Speaker, this is I'll give a
Well, we're beginning, floor is
Yes,
yours.
sir, you think so?
Is there any way you could send that to me? And
Chair, Speaker, this is I'll give a
Good.
Okay, Chair, Speaker, the amendment, I have a question to that. Is there going to be can we ask the delegates Slater, regarding that the process that's going to be within the Navajo Nation, if we change it to economic development, division of economic development, and then also to regarding the process to be taken into with Navajo Nation instead of oil and gas. I know oil and gas has its own administration, and they can have a process of coming out with paying financing and things like that. So I was wondering how long is it going to take is there going to be any delay from the process that will be taken right now with the Navajo Nation economic development and also with the financing? That'd be my question, Speaker.
That, let me go to Honorable Slater for response. Honorable Slater, Vice Chair, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Delegate Begay, for the question. The funding would go to DED and it would be assigned internally. I believe it would go to that project management division. I think that's Mr. Perry and Ms. Watchman who are a part of that. I believe that's where it would end up going. I did notify the Division of Economic Development that I'd be offering the amendment today to let them know if there were any concerns or questions, and none of them have been, nothing's been forwarded to me in that regard. I think the most important thing is that there is a fiscal steward on the Navajo Nation side that will oversee this. And so in that respect, it will be DED, and they'll be looking out for the nation's interest as opposed to the corporation's interest. And from that end, I could see them handling the build out internally, but I think ideally it would be to everyone's benefit if they just come to some mutually agreed upon terms for the build out and do that with NOG. It'd probably be quicker. And I don't see any reason why that couldn't happen. But at the very least, then, the facility will remain a Navajo Nation facility. In the end, in the event that things go south, then the nation would have the opportunity to lease it out to someone else and repurpose it instead of waiting for whatever the end of the lease term is with NOG, and then they would, I guess, revert it back to the nation if it's 2050, however many years. I just don't want to see a vacant building that could be used for the benefit of the chapter and the nation sitting there in the event, unfortunately, that things don't work out. And then also in terms of the build out, to make sure that it could serve the broadest possible uses for our people. So that's my response. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That, moving on down, Honorable Eugene So, good afternoon. Floor is yours on Amendment 1.
I should say. Whoever is experienced on that, I just want to ask a question, maybe to Dana. Is there a pursuit to Navajo Nation code or section with this request? Is there a form that also, or two, is that form that needs to be signed by whomever if we're going to change the grant? That based on now. I started now when I got for nine a quite a day. Then I just kid all this. Like in the here it says DD has on instead of the Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company, we're inserting in their Division of Economic Development and Project Development Department. Is there separate forms that we can that is used? And also in regards to that, is there a pursuit to Navajo Nation what code economic development and what section is it's because that's all that what should that we will know in what code and what section we're including Division of Economic Development and Project Development instead Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company. Yeah, I'm just asking that question. Thank you. I reserve my time.
Huh? That, Ms. Barbara, let me go to you.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Delegate So. Excuse me? This is Dana. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Delegate So. As I understand Delegate So's question, he wants to know, well, let me back up. It's easier to explain it this way. So the original legislation, the way it was written, the dollars would first go to Division of Economic Development, who would enter a grant agreement to transfer the funds to Navajo Oil and Gas to build the building. Under that scenario, is my belief that Navajo Oil and Gas would then be have ownership of the building. Now, under this new, under the amendment, the dollars will go to DED, who will build the building, and the Navajo Nation will retain ownership of the building, and DED will enter a business site lease with oil and gas to operate the building. You asked me for specific code sections about that, and that would take me a few minutes to look up, but I will get them to you. I hope I didn't miss any parts of your question. My Navajo's a little light this afternoon, but let me know, and back to you, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. Any other further comments or questions on Amendment 1? There's no other comments or questions. Let me go back to reserve time. I do have Honorable Gene So, 3 minutes and 19 seconds on reserve time.
Okay. Dana. I do like the whole amendment. I'm just trying to figure out how we can put, like changing one Navajo Nation oil and gas. If we're going to change that into the Division of Economic Development, everybody has on their authority or their plan of operation or their if we can insert the code and the section that we're going to use in regards to Division of Economic Development and Project Development Department. Craig, that's what I would like to see it that way if it was my amendment to put the code and the section inserted in there. Deliberations pursuant to this deliberations 18 So criteria, that was my only question. Thank you. I wait my time. Speaker, Chair.
Thank you. With that, let me go back to Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you. And Delegate Eugene, so if you'd like to do that, I would recommend that you work with Ledge Council. I'd be open to it, but the thing is, I usually don't like tying the hands of programs or divisions by saying anything more specific than allocation to the program or division, because, you know, they could reorganize, reshuffle or something, and I think things would just get complicated. I would like to have faith that they will allocate the funding in a smart way and administer it in a smart way, and make sure the right folks are overseeing it. But thank you for that comment and recommendation.
Thank you. That, colleagues, any other follow-up comments or questions at this time? I don't have anybody in reserve time or anybody in the queue.
Speaker Davis, this is
one.
Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, floor is yours.
Thank you. On the amendment, question is DED capable of doing all this within said time frame? Because in that legislation, there is a set time frame for getting this completed. And why is the nation funneling money from its own coffers to within its own nation to do this? Is DED available to run and operate and do this C-store? I haven't seen any, and I haven't seen any results from it from Division of Economic Development. Like I said earlier during Navajo, we were asking if Division of Economic Development would do a feasibility study, and Oil and Gas stepped up to the par and just said, we'll do it. And now we want to get Division of Economic Development to make sure, is this going to be something like citizen dollars, CAP 35-18, which was well thought out, but yet it just bottlenecks, and we don't want to see that to bottleneck. We want this to happen because inflation is going. Inflation is, we don't know when it's going to stop, and that's what I myself was concerned about. I'm not doing the amendment, so I'm asking these questions, and how is this going to unfold? Reserve my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, the reserve time is 3 minutes and 22 seconds. Let me go ahead and go back to Vice Chair Slater. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Shache, for the question. I know that when I worked for the Speaker's office, I attended the grand opening of the project in Sanders that is also in your district, and that was designed, constructed, and overseen by the Division of Economic Development. I know that they've also done build outs at Burnside, and then specifically for C-stores, they did the Denahotso, I don't know if they call it a marketplace C-store or what exactly. That said, they were more intimately involved in those projects and finding operators for them. I think in this one, they would instead work with Oil and Gas to find some mutually defined goals in the build out, and I think theoretically then transfer the funds to Oil and Gas to pursue the design and construction, and then they would oversee it from the nation's end, since it would end up being the nation's building. So I think that's the thing to me that's most important, when I think about being a fiscal agent for the Navajo Nation, is what is the return for the nation? Right now, the return for the nation, I think, is very speculative, because, the only thing we're going to get back is tax revenue. And that is assuming it is successful. If you look at where that capital, the $5 million, could be allocated, if it stays in the citizen fund, it will grow and potentially appreciate at a much higher rate than if it were put into the store. But we just don't know right now. And we're the ones who are assuming the risk on behalf of a corporation. And right now, oil and gas does not have a mandatory dividend back to the nation, right? So there's no mandate that they have to give money back to Navajo aside from royalty payments, I think pit taxes, the possessory interest tax, and and then I guess for the fuel sales, they'd be paying the fuel excise tax rates. But I think they're exempt from business activity tax in some, if not all, of their operations. So, when we look at this, there's, in my mind, and I think a lot of our minds based off this conversation, a need to assure that the nation is going to get a strong return, because we have an operator lined up, and I think that's good. There's not a reason to remove the operator, but just to make sure that there's a strong control on the nation's end. And then, hopefully everything goes right. But if it doesn't, then at least it'll be the nation's building, and it could be put into a beneficial use by the chapter or by DED. But it's our job as council. If we say that a division is going to do something, then they have to do it. And that's what would be in the law. And I don't think we should be second guessing their bandwidth, because all the forces that you just described, the Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company would be subject to as well. Inflation, all of that. And so that's why I think it'd be good for them to have a cooperative relationship. And this could be the template for future C-store development across the nation, where there'd be a partnership between DED and Navajo Nation Oil and Gas that's mutually beneficial. So, I think that's what's important in looking at the financials of this whole situation. And, if there was, I guess, a question about DED accepting the funding, I don't see anything in this legislation right now that has a board resolution from Navajo Nation Oil and Gas. And so I don't see that they are officially accepting the funding in any capacity right now. And, usually if we're going to provide funding to an entity, they would have a board resolution that would accept it. And I don't see that attached as an amendment anywhere here. So I think those are a few items. And then the last part was the time frame. And in reviewing the legislation, I don't see a time frame anywhere in here, aside from that the funds need to be encumbered within 24 months. Says the $5 million approved here and shall not lapse on an annual basis. However, any CSN funds not spent or encumbered within 24 months of the date funds are dispersed to Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company shall immediately revert to the CSN fund principal unless otherwise approved by both RDC and NABI. So that money just needs to be encumbered, and I'm highly confident that both DED and Navajo Nation Oil and Gas could do that. If not, then RDC and NABI could extend that timeline. But this isn't to defeat the viability of the project. It's to make sure there's a broad return back to our Navajo people, since this is the Navajo people's funding.
Thank you very much. For the response there, Honorable Vice Chair Slater. That, let me go ahead and back to the floor. I don't have anybody else in the queue. Anybody else? Yeah, in the queue. Any other further comments or questions before I go back to reserve time? Honorable Otto So, then Madam Chair Charles Lewin. Honorable Otto So, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Well, the property and that DD has constructed in Sanders has some flaws. Department of Economic Development is behind on leases They have not brought forth the lease to the Navajo Hopi Land Commission. Mr. Tony Perry can attest to that. We keep asking him to come before the commission to bring the lease of the Bastion Shopping Center to the commission. And this is over 4 years now that this lease has been, they're operating off of an emergency lease, and Bastions today has not been paying any type of lease payment to the nation. So I really am worried if we funnel the monies to Department of Economic Development. Number two, is Department of Economic Development supposed to operate businesses on the nation? Or are they an entity that is supposed to attract and get businesses to operate on the nation? But I think that this is gonna provide some jobs to some family members who live down in the region. It's gonna provide bread and butter to their family, and cashiers, tenants that you know, to clean the facilities and so forth. Management. Economic development. I didn't know. This is one good form of economic development that we could try to infuse to get jobs out there. But to get monies to DD, I have to think about it, because like I said, the lease agreement with the Nahat Atzil there, the Basha Shopping Center, is not completed today. Mr. Tony Perry's shop is dropping the ball. We keep bringing them to the commission and, oh, we're still working on it. We're still working on it. They've been working on it for over 3 years now. And I don't know what's going on. And the division director there at DD and Tony Perry's office don't know where they're at on it. We've been trying to ask them to have an update to the commission, but that's all they give us is, we're still working on it. We're still working on it. So that's my concern, but I do support this legislation. Yeah, reserve my time.
Thank you very much. 1 minute and 59 seconds. That, moving on down. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Loon, floor is yours. Then I'll go back to sponsor.
Thank you, Speaker, and also colleagues. I've been listening in on this debate. I guess my question is, in terms of the transferring from one business enterprise to a division or department by the Navajo Nation, you know, what are the thoughts of Division of Economic Development? And I ask that question specifically because we currently have projects that are so far behind, and it doesn't seem like anything is getting done. What I would really hate to do is give the responsibility to economic development, and then this project should not get completed in a timely fashion. At the same time, you know, I'm just a little bit worried, I guess, with the arguments that have been made in terms of, you know, who would have responsibility, where would the funds, you know, how would they be coming back to the nation? We did hear the arguments about the jobs that would be attached to this legislation. But I think with the amendment with economic development, I'd like to hear from economic development, specifically maybe their area of who would be in control of this, to get their input on taking on a project of this size. Thank you, Speaker. I reserve my time.
This is Delegate. Delegate Yellowhead.
Reserve time at 3 minutes and 34 seconds. That, let me go ahead and go back to Honorable Vice Chair Slater. Floor is yours. And then if there is somebody on from Economic Development, I'll go to them. But after Vice Chair Slater, if there's someone for Economic Development, stand by.
Thank you, Speaker. I think both of the comments or requests were to the Division of Economic Development, so I'm not going to take up more airspace if you want to go straight to them.
All right, thank you. That, Mr. JT Willie, Mr. Capitan, Mr. Tony Perry, or anybody else from Division of Economic Development. Anybody on from Division of Economic Development at this time? There's none. Continue on. We'll come back. We did reach out to Honorable Otto So, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, Madam Chief of Staff. Ms. Yazzie reached out to Economic Development and it's continuing. That, Honorable Jimmy Yellow here. Good evening. Actually, good afternoon. Getting into this evening. The floor is yours. If you want to go ahead and speak on amendment number 1, you can open up the other shades now.
Point of privilege, Speaker Zeno. Thank you, Speaker. This is Delegate Yellowhair speaking.
That, hold on, Chairman Hino. There's a point of privilege by Chairman Hino. Good evening, Chairman. What is your point of privilege this afternoon?
Good, huge chair. So this good name is point of privilege here. I remember in one debate we had, there was the issue of a conflict of interest that came up. And if the delegate is a shareholder for a particular enterprise, to what extent are they, can they speak to the legislation? I remember there was clarification from Ms. Barboff on that. And is it a shareholder or is it actually a board member? I think that was it. Yeah, it was a board member. You're a board member, and there were some issues regarding that. So if I could get clarification on that from Ms. Barboff, thank you.
Yes.
Right now, oil and gas has shareholders and I believe board members. I believe that's how it's set up. I'm not associated with oil and gas, so I'm not too sure how they're set up. Thank you, Speaker, for that.
Okay, there are shareholders, and shareholders are there's a shareholder representative from each one of the committees, each one of the standing committees. So there's 5 shareholder reps. And then there's also board members. There's no delegates on the board, just for the information, Ms. Barbara.
Thank you, Speaker. And I do indeed remember reviewing this question, and what I determined was that if you are a board member, you should not be voting or participating in a debate. If you are a shareholder representative, that you could both debate and vote. However, I am now trying to find the provisions I relied on Give me just a second while I find them again. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Barbara, as you're standing by that question. Colleagues, let's go and take a 15-minute break, if that's okay with everyone. Good? Auto So?
Yes, sir.
Nobody, it's just me and Auto So here on the floor.
All right, but you take.
I can't see the rest
Great.
of you guys at home.
We got 3 more days to go, so take a
break.
Hey, Auto So said 30 minutes. Hey. Oh, there's Carl Slater's here. Madam Chair Charles Lewin's here. We have 4 delegates here. We'll take a break till 5:15, colleagues. Going to recess.
Come back at 5.
At 5:15.
Speaker, come back tomorrow morning.
5:15.
Change the camera angle. There you go.
Yeah. Okay, all right. We can get to it tonight, right? Who all has travel tomorrow?
We have council tomorrow. Cancel your travel.
I know. There's delegates. I think there's 6. 4 delegates that turned in. Yeah.
If this is Delegate Claudia, staff on the line, can you let me know when Legislative Council made this determination regarding board members? Because this June, there was an enterprise board member who sponsored $1 billion legislation that helped that enterprise. You could get me the dates, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, it's look at this section 4B3.
Hello?
Hi,
Everybody
we're on
still
recess. Oh, yeah, we're
Oh,
on
okay.
recess till 5, I don't know, gosh, is it 5:15?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
5:15.
Thank you. All right. Okay, bye.
Good afternoon, everyone. 5:15 on the dot. Watching 5:16. Let's go ahead and get a roll call. Time now it's 5:16. We'll go ahead and come out of recess and again, for the record, today, 24th Navajo Nation Council Fall Session, October 18th. We are on, well, I guess we'll roll call and I'll do a recap. Go ahead, roll call.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay answered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton is present. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty did not answer roll call. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon is present. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Delegate Daniels, present.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Present.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona's present.
Honorable Pernell Halona answered roll call. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Delegate Henio is present.
Honorable Jamie Henio answered roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James is present. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez did not answer roll call. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not answer roll call. Honorable Rick Nez is present. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. is present. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So is present. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, Portis Show. Show.
Honorable Eugene So answered roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker is present. Thank you.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. answered. Roll call. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika.
Here.
Honorable Edison Winika answered. Roll call. Honorable Edwin Yazzie.
Here.
Honorable Edwin Yazzie answered. Roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer. Roll call. Going back up. Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'm present.
Honorable Elmer Begay answered. Roll call. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not answer. Roll call.
Delegate Gill is present.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. answered. Roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty answered. Roll call via text. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater answered. Roll call via text. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel
here.
So. Honorable Daniel So answered. Roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer. Roll call. Speaker, you have 20 members present, including yourself.
Delegate Yellowhair is back on the line. On the call.
Thank you very much with that. With Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, that makes it 21 members present. That, colleagues, if you are joining us just now and we meet the individual, thank you. With that, colleagues, we are, if you're joining us now or anybody listening in, we did start off on our old business today. We completed legislation 0021-22. And then we went on to new business. Item number A, legislation 0110-22. And then legislation 0159-22, which was tabled. And now we are continuing on legislation 0161-22. And just as a recap, we are on amendment number 1. And amendment number 1 is with Honorable Vice Chair Slater, holds a motion, seconds by Madam Chair Amber Crotty. And colleagues, we were waiting for Dana to or Miss Barbara to clarify the position for in regarding membership on a board or the difference between board and shareholders, and if there was anything that was going to be referenced or in this case. With that, Ms. Barbara, turn the floor over to you, and then I'll go back to the lineup here.
Thank you, Speaker. So the provision I was looking for and could not find earlier, I have found it. It is actually under resolution of the Ethics and Rules Committee. It is resolution number ERC-08-001, and that is, and what that resolution approved was the regulations and standards of conduct for elected officials of the Navajo Nation. And under section 4, B3, it speaks to conflicts for board members. There is nothing in the rules or in the statute that identifies conflicts for shareholders representatives. There is a difference between shareholders representatives and board members. Shareholders representatives, in their capacity, they are to act in the best interest of the shareholder, which is the Navajo Nation. Board members, on the other hand, board members' duty of loyalty or are to act in the best interest of the company, the organization that they sit on the board for. So that's the difference between the two. And as I said, section 4, B3 of the regulations and standards of conduct for elected officials of the Navajo Nation, that section states, I'll read it to you. Multiple duties arise to create conflicts when elected officials hold other governmental or non-governmental positions that impose duties upon the elected official in the other roles. Members of boards of directors have duties to the entity whose board these individuals serve on. A board member who is also an elected official should refrain from actions involving that entity while performing functions as an elected official. For example, if an elected official on a committee is also a board member on XYZ nonprofit board, that elected official should refrain from voting upon or debating matters brought to the committee by XYZ. And then we have section C, or section 3C, which goes on a little bit, and it says an elected official shall not participate in debate or vote on any matter before any entity of which the elected official is a member by virtue of his or her status and elected as an elected official. So, as I said, if a delegate is a board member on one of the Navajo Nation's enterprises, entities, corporations, they should not debate or vote when a matter about that enterprise, entity, corporation is in front of the council or a committee. That same prohibition does not apply to shareholders representatives. Thank you, Speaker. I do believe I answered the question raised. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barbara. With that, Ms. Barbara, answering the question, and that was on a point of privilege by Chairman Henio. I do have next in the queue, I'm going back to the floor. I have Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, then Honorable Vince James. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, floor is yours. Good evening.
Good evening, Speaker, and my colleagues, 24th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you very much. I'd like to, my concern is I wish we leave everything as is, leave it alone, don't do any amendment. I believe that the legislation it should be better off for the people up there. Just leave and take care of it. It don't do any amendment. I vote red when this amendment comes like this. There's also a problem with the forever problem with economic development is it's going to be a lot of delay projects. Color us on which are on the south side of Navajo Reservation, close to I-40, etc. People are humble to get this business to be there. The way the amendment is put it together by a Navajo and oil and gas company. It's owned by Navajo too itself. So let them do all that, take care of all the business for us. We're not going nowhere, even exchange. Better leave it as is. Let's see this business come to the Navajo Nation. So I vote red if this amendment is being on no change. But I'd rather have leave it as is, the way it is, legislation. I support it that way. And I reserve my time. I don't care. Speaker, thank you very much. Go ahead.
Every time at 3 minutes and 32 seconds. That, moving on down. Honorable Vince James, floor is yours.
Oh, yeah, Senate Speaker. Ado, the members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Ado, Shakahasi, Law, Isano, Nike. Kodot, amendment, Lini, Benache. Email, Isla, Do, Kodon, Hitanasis, Tanegin, Hitcha, Isla, Ako, at large, the old open nature hashnet do nihilba hosen do le nishinle kindatlechi look until ilti hoye jadeto akot ebe hinal hanasteho kaya hanlini hatahast ando division of economic development bechen kodalia kaya hanlini bechen kodalia ako atoi kata haspinta chehiti ne che ya bechen hajo ba di non to had gita ada leta ako di kodo ni sin ashont abohonet zane ako ad bent di heat kodo sabe dan hadit hadit heat o en hadit akot adi meme ike chije that so kodo hadis zin so ako benache so case to linde Ganado Shopping Center. Look on here Shopping Center, Hodia. Ada Hodia. Division of Economic Development. Subway Lehinde at 10. We're going on to almost 7 years. All done. Here's no Aslo or signed as a town. Even though the building is there, even though the facility is there, Division of Economic Development cannot still establish that subway. Oh, we're working on it. We're working on it. Oh, no, konzago hod sishako. Ako akwagi bin in this case a lot in chomp. We can't move forward with this amendment. Ado bohone zada dosa hoshit hota hod ako. So with that, I just wanted to inform you of the email that I sent you based off the experience that we are encountering with Kilichi, Ganado, Cornfield, Steamboat, and Jedito Economic Development with Division of Economic Development. And we ran into many issues, and up to this day, we still have not seen a lot of the development. Even when Ganado Shopping Center was built, we were told Subway is going to be in there within the next year or so. That has moved on to almost 7 years, and we're still waiting for Subway to come in. Every year, we're just told that Subway will happen. Still hasn't happened, but there is a sign out there. So based off that experience and what we're going through, let's just keep the legislation the way it is, and let's vote red on the amendment. And I believe my colleagues, you've had certain similar situations that we ran into and have come into problems and issues trying to resolve with Division of Economic Development. And I also sent out an email with questions. So with that, I'll go ahead and hear a response from Shache, Honorable Carl Slaters, in regards to those concerns and questions that I emailed out to my colleagues, the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Reserve my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vince James. That your reserve time is 1 minute and 23 seconds. We go ahead and go back to Honorable Vice Chair Slater for the response at this time. Vice Chair, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Delegates Yellowhair and James, for the comments. I don't think there are any specific questions, but I could speak to some of the statements that were made, since it appears that was desired by the presenters. So in regards to the email, there was a statement: it changes the funding model and likely make the project uneconomic. There's no financial terms that are attached to this or anything on the feasibility study or anything like that. So there's no way for us to assess whether that's true. And if that is the case, then I think we need to question whether this really is a viable project. If it's impossible to make modest lease payments to the nation, then is it really that rosy picture where we're going to be receiving a lot of revenue back as a nation? The final statement is: this is not the role of the government. That is why enterprises / corporations are created, to conduct business on behalf of the Navajo Nation. But if we're saying that, then the role of the government is also not to subsidize those enterprises or corporations. The state of Arizona doesn't fund C-store projects, or the state of Utah or Colorado or shopping centers. They might offer tax incentives or things of a certain nature to encourage economic activity in a particular area or in a particular business. But if we're trying to do an apples to apple comparison, this is unique on the nation and how this is done. So I think there's a very valid need for subsidizing the creation of stores and facilities on Navajo, particularly C-stores, to help meet our people where they are. And so that's why, in principle, I support the legislation. We certainly have need within my district in Rough Rock, and then also in Round Rock, to construct stores, and that we're trying to work on projects there to make that a reality. But the method in which I think it is most prudent for the people's money is to either provide a loan to the entity that will be operating it, or to own it as a nation and lease it out, because there's no downside risk basically to oil and gas, and you could insert any other operator there, right? Like, it doesn't seem there's an opportunity for a non-government owned corporation to come in and pursue a gas station C-store there. And I understand that it's the will of the community right now, but this is also $5 million of the Navajo people's money. And so I think it's critical that we assess the best use of that for the whole Navajo Nation. And that's why the thought process has been, okay, let's follow the model that's happened in other places. And I think singling out Subway as saying, well, the whole project has failed is not really fair to the whole project. It seems like there's a lot of good commercial activity that's happening at that store over there in Burnside, and I think the Denahotsa store is doing well as well. In terms of the big picture, though, we are highlighting a lot of the issues with how economic development takes place and the pitfalls. There was a mention of the lease not being negotiated, or a final lease agreement not being negotiated for the Bashas store over in Sanders. And how do we as a council enforce accountability onto the executive branch to execute those items? But if this moves forward, there's going to be no lease here, right? It'll just be free land, free building, and then the only thing the nation's going to get back is sales tax and the fuel excise tax. So, that's where I think those lease payments for Navajo-owned buildings that are for a commercial purpose, I believe, go back into the BIDF, some of those lease payments. And that is used to support further construction of other facilities. So, that's a way that we're helping to recycle dollars into more economic development. And the reservations on NOG is that these enterprises are set up and they accomplish some things very well, but how are those benefits coming back to the Navajo people and to the Navajo Nation? And that's where I think we need to be really strategic and savvy in how we move forward, because I think we don't believe business as usual has been particularly good, and this is business as usual. I have full confidence in them to run the store, and I think that they can do it with lease payments if they believe they're going to be able to turn a profit no matter what. So, I think this isn't removing NOG from operating it, from designing it, from any of those things, but I'd like it to be a Navajo Nation-owned facility if we're going to provide $5 million to do this. So those are some comments in response to some of the comments. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much. That any other comments or questions, colleagues, before I go back to reserve time?
This is Delegate Henio.
Chairman Henio, good evening. The floor is yours.
Good evening to the Speaker Damon, those from the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and Vice Chair Slater for sponsoring this amendment. I raised this issue in the KOTIC committee because I felt that this is an LGA certified chapter, and the opportunity would be there for the chapter to receive revenue through a tax ordinance, which will probably come later. At the same time, that's why I asked what type of land status it was, and it comes out to be trust land, because usually there's fee land or some sort of land that's owned under the control of the chapter, and that way they can negotiate their business site leases with the entity that's wanting to build on their sites, and they receive lease payments too also. That's why I raised this issue. At the same time, I did hear Oil and Gas state that they did have a valid business site lease in place already. So that's my question to Oil and Gas is, do they have a signed business site lease already? Because it seems like the question here is that it will hinder the business site lease negotiations. But if they already have a business site lease, then how would that affect this amendment? That's my question. Reserve my time.
Reserve your time. 3 minutes and 24 seconds. Any other comments or questions, colleagues, before I go back to reserve time? We go ahead and go back to reserve time then. I have Vice Chair Smith, 3 minutes and 22 seconds. Vice Chair Smith, the floor is yours.
Chad, Speaker Dot, Bishmas an Tin Tin, the Energy, I don't class it, the Helam, the Smooth Sound, with Sound. Either Minminigi, the phone, it's not a Hida Bihadasido, Ko awa aro DED to skino da nada ibini na of the cases neither. Of course, nandado, need national, maybe now with Edo, but not size what did the amendments behind this Edo. Lana needs and I don't know, oil and gas, been a without. I don't, none this day, without oh, an exada, no. Yali, I know when they should be up a yard, no, not should lay it out. Ko. Wat daarbij gaat is, dus die heel laat, sweet voor de nou iets uit aantal zoals het aantal niet. Lanan zijn ook al shade op de cases zida. Wat daarbij gaat is het als scholen, dat je goed dat die niet zo nasty gaat dan. Speaker Damon, heel laat. I reserve my time.
Thank you. With that, 2 minutes and 4 seconds. Now let me go back to Honorable Mr. Slater if there's any response, and then we'll go to directly to Mr. Bill McCabe for a response from oil and gas to answer the question from Chairman Hino.
They're having a special meeting at Edzia saying they want Navajo Division of Economic Development to work with
Mr. Smith, your phone's not on mute. Honorable Vice Chair Slater, floor is yours.
Thank you. I think let's go to Mr. McCabe for Chair Henry's question.
Okay, thank you. That, Mr. McCabe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Council delegates. I believe the question before me is from Chairman Henio, is do we have a business site lease? The direct answer to that is yes. It was a commercial tract designation by the land department and then has been withdrawn for the purpose of this project. And so the short answer, yes, we do have a business site lease. I believe that was the question posed.
Thank you. That, we'll go ahead and continue on down. Back to reserve time. Honorable Otto So, 1 minute and 59 seconds.
Thank you very much. I guess I like the concern that or what Chair Budget and Finance Committee has brought up pertaining to the chapter that is the certified chapter. One question would be does the certified chapter has the current business site leasing authority? Because they have to go through a certain process. If it's not granted, they can't do that. It's the same way with their taxing authority there. So there's a process for that, and just wondering if Cessa Unchapter has that at this time. Reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 1 minute, 20 seconds. Honorable Vince James, are you here around on the campus? Near the chambers, or did you leave?
I'm in the vehicle.
Speaker Damon, are you calling on me? This is Vice Chair Smith.
Nope. Did you find him?
Thank you.
Ms. Barbroff's looking for you, Honorable James. Okay. She's leaving the chambers, headed back to her office. You guys might find each other in the parking lot.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, colleagues, moving on down. Madam Chair Charles Newman on reserve time, 3 minutes and 34 seconds on Amendment 1.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, colleagues. It's very interesting that we're having this discussion right now about Division of Economic Development and the amendment. And I just got an email that currently there is some issues going on in terms of trying to get projects going. And so I'm a little bit nervous now based on my experience here with this email coming from Division of Economic Development to, DCD, none of these projects moving. What I just worry about is we have seen several legislations in this last year where funding has been approved for projects, but because of inflation, the cost of completing these projects has increased and in some cases doubled the amount that it was originally at. So now we're having a lot of projects coming forward because of a shortfall. What I would really hate to see is the C-store is certainly needed based on the legislation and also based on the presentation that was given here to us today. I guess my one question is, what is the big concern about oil and gas taking on the C-store? It is my understanding that they do have, that they have had stores before. I don't know what their current, situation and conditions are with running a store. But it seems like our divisions and departments, they're not really in the position to be running a store and to be, kind of the store owners. So I just want to know, in terms of oil and gas, having this C-store, what are the big issues that we're seeing with them keeping the C-store? Thank you, Speaker. I reserve my time.
Thank you very much. That 1 minute and 30 seconds. We go ahead and go back. If there's any response from the sponsor, the amendment at this time, Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Chair Charles Newton. There isn't an issue with oil and gas running the store, and I don't believe anything in the amendment would preclude them from running it or from working with DED. The purpose was to make sure that both the nation and or the chapter would receive lease payments for using our land and for using our money to construct something that they will profit off of. And that is what I think is prudent. And then in addition to that, if everything goes south, we don't want to have a store sitting there like we do over in Tohatchee. That's a fear of mine. And I think that if there is another party that would be in charge of leasing it, then we could avoid something like that and find another tenant, find another operator if that ends up not working out. But I don't think that's going to happen, but we have to have some sort of planning just in case it does. So NOG should be, running the store. That's what's been discussed thus far. And it wouldn't be DED running the store. They would be the entity of the Navajo Nation that would be designated with owning it and then leasing it. Again, when we look at this big picture issue, we do have multiple entities that are authorized to lease spaces or stores. It's both DED and shopping centers, and I guess oil and gas to a certain extent. And as a nation, we really should consider, in particular as a legislative body, is that the most elegant way to do all of this, where we have all these conflicting entities competing against each other when they're all supposed to be working on behalf of the Navajo people and owned by the Navajo people. So I think those are a few things that we need to consider. It's very easy to have the attention of certain legislators or leaders captured by different parties that they might be partial to, whether it's oil and gas or DED or private interests. And at some point, we need to come back as leaders and think about what is the most intelligent way to manage our land and assets. I agree that DED hasn't done a fantastic job in managing all these old trading post sites. We've seen that, where there's emergency operating agreements and there aren't investments from the nation, but this is not an old site, it'd be new construction. So, this is the analysis that I've applied based off of discussions with colleagues. And I think, Speaker, we're going in circles now. So there's a lot of good discussion, but I think most delegates have their minds made up. And I hope we can just go to the vote so we can figure out how to move things forward. I think it's been a really good conversation. Thank you.
Point of privilege, Speaker. This is Delegate Charles Newman.
Thank you very much for the response, Honorable Slater. With that, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. Madam Chair Charles Newton, what is your point of privilege this evening?
Speaker, just a question. Is there anything legally that we could do where we could give them the $5 million of citizen funds, but they would have to pay that $5 million back, kind of like a loan from citizen? I don't know if there's another project where that has come, where maybe that is the issue. But is there anything like legally that would prevent us from including language that would state that SNOG would have to pay that $5 million back to citizens, and then that way they can, if they want to profit, because it sounds like they're very, I guess they're very confident that this store is going to be successful. So if they could pay back that $5 million, then it basically gives back to the nation. So is there like legally, is there anything that would prevent anything like that from happening? Thank you, Speaker.
You're asking me?
Well, I'm asking, I guess it would be Dana,
Oh,
but I called a point of privilege.
Okay, because you're
just
asking. Okay, well,
Yes,
on your
Speaker, I'd
point,
like you to answer that question.
on your point of privilege, I'll just give you some former experience that we've dealt with in the past. When we first were working with the Permanent Trust Fund and the CSN Fund plan back on the 23rd Navajo Nation Council, when I was on Budget and Finance Committee, the Budget and Finance Committee helped assist to broker the deal in order for us to actually build the Twin Arrows Travel Center. The Twin Arrows Travel Center is a portion of two different combined fund amounts from CSN. One of them was a direct allocation to Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise, and a portion of that was actually a loan. So there's different ways that you could put this whole package together. It's just up to the sponsor of the legislation that would like to do it. I do believe under the travel agreement of the travel center, I do believe $3 million of it was for a loan through CSN with a 1.5% interest rate back to the CSN. So Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise is going to pay back $3 million of the whole. I do believe it's $5 million the total amount. So there was $2 million that was gifted, $3 million that was given as a amount that was going to be over, I think, a 15-year amortization period in order for them to pay that loan back, Madam Chair. But if you're going to build it anyway in the CSN legislation with the CSN fund dollars, you're able to do that and leverage that amount. And in the 23rd Navajo Nation Council, what we did was we didn't want to handcuff our enterprises to high interest rates. So we did only charge them 1.5% interest. So the Navajo Nation still made a little bit of return, but it still made all the dollars. It would get all the funding back that was given to the enterprises in order for them to complete economic development projects. Ms. Barbara.
Thank you, Speaker. You did a fine recap. There's nothing that would prohibit this funding being a loan instead of a direct, instead of it being a direct payment. It could certainly be turned into a loan with the repayments going into the CSN fund. Another alternative that's been done, I think, I can think of, 3 CSN legislations. It, of course, does require loan documents, which can delay the distribution of funds. Loan documents have to be run through DOJ and, of course, agreed to by the enterprise. Have also done a legislation where and this is the glove factory, wherein the dollars went to Division of Economic Development. Division of Economic Development built the building. The glove factory, I think it was Rhino. They entered a business site lease, and those lease payments went to the CSN fund until, and will continue to the CSN fund until it is, the CSN fund is paid back. After that, they go into the general place lease revenues go, which I believe is straight to the general fund. So thank you, Speaker. If an amendment is considered to change this into a loan, we're definitely going to need some time to work out those provisions. Thank you, Speaker.
And that would not be completed today. I know that for a fact. Thank you, Ms. Barbara. With that, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. On reserved time, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, you have 3 minutes and 32 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Nana, I just 24 councilman. It's all nice. Not thank you. I want to say thanks to my Raymond Smith, West Chairman. This is not the first time that they Navajo and all gas company running a lot of business like this. There's one in Blue Cap too. That gas there is very good. It's a very high quality gas in that consumption. I Blue Cap. I hope in this case. Our legislation is original legislation that brought in by the two Honorable Vice Chairman Smith. And man, it's not here. It's all the cheese. Let's get over what and get down to business. Take care of this for the people's needs up there. It's a very prone area where they're going to put up business. Let's don't delay. Leave it as is. I'll compliment us on it. But none of us can. Once put all that, I don't share it all there. It's not funky. Big yellow hair next to the team around there. Reserve my time. Speakers, yes, correct.
Yep. 2 minutes and 18 seconds. Colleagues, it seems again, is there any new questions? Or are we? It seems like we're just going in circles. Are we ready to vote? But I do have numerous different individuals still with reserve time, and but I just want to note that, colleagues. And we are on Amendment 1. So let me go back to the floor. We have 1 minute and 23 seconds to Honorable Vince James.
Yeah, thank you very much, another speaker. I'd like to also let you know that it would be, I think, beneficial for us to hear from Division of Economic Development, Mr. J.T. Willie, in regards to how they would move forward with this project and how it would be a priority from their perspective to get this project situated if this amendment would pass. My other one would be also to make a motion to table this legislation if we can't hear from Mr. J.T. Willie. Reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve 36 seconds. Is there anyone on? I did call on Division of Economic Development twice. This is going to be the third time. Is there anybody on from Division of Economic Development on the line? I know that we tried to reach out.
Mr. Speaker, this is Douglas Capitan from the Economic Development.
Mr. Capitan, is the division director, Mr. Willie, around?
Yeah, I've contacted him. I hope he should be getting on shortly.
Mr. Capitan, do you have a response at this time?
For us, the Division of Economic Development supports this amendment, but I believe that Mr. Carl Slater did mention a statement earlier regarding the responsibility and duty of our enterprises. So I know that with the division, we do support our enterprises with their development. With this particular amendment, I believe that we are in favor and do wish that the division have its responsibilities and duties as in place to oversee the overall bigger picture of development rather than the management and upkeep of specific projects. Our goal is to see that businesses are empowered and that the division is only a supportive player within that realm. And that's, I guess that's our position. Thank you. I'll see if JT is going to get on pretty soon for a better response.
Thank you. With that response from the Division of Economic Development. Moving on. Chairman Hinu, 3 minutes and 24 seconds on reserve time.
To the Speaker Damon, I hoping that Division of Economic Development is listening to this conversation, as it seems like there is no confidence in this division at all from the comments I've heard so far. So I'll reserve my time. I'll wait for Mr. Willie to come on.
Every time at 3 minutes and 2 seconds. Moving on down on reserve time. Vice Chair Smith, 3 minutes or 2 minutes and 4 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker and Nomination Council. I motion to cease debate. Reserve my time. Lose him? As Vice Chair Smith, I cease debate. Motion.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. I'm just calculating everything right now. Colleagues, there was numerous questions asked and economic development did get on, and we've been trying to get a hold of Mr. Willie, and there is a response from economic development. So that has been heard. And also we've been debating this here for almost 2 hours. There was a vote of 16 in favor, 1 opposed at Napiatic Committee on Amendment 1. This is just on Amendment 1, though, right now. There's been 2 in favor, 3 opposed, and 4 that have not voiced that just voiced concerns or questions. So with that, colleagues, I'm going to accept the motion to cease debate on Amendment 1. Is there a second? Second by Honorable Otto So. That, let's go to board. We're not debating on cease debate motion. And this is just on Amendment 1, not on the main motion.
Okay, hold on.
Speaker, point of privilege.
I didn't. Who was raising a point of privilege?
Freeland.
Honorable Freeland, good evening. What is your point of privilege?
Good evening, Speaker. Is this vote related to the actual season of debate or the question? Thank you.
I could not hear your end of your question. What did he say?
To you.
What did you say, Honorable Freeland?
Is this vote we're about to take for the season of the debate or the amendment vote?
It's a vote to cease debate on
Okay,
Amendment
10-4,
1.
thank you,
And
Speaker.
the last vote was what? It's 2/3 of the voting body. 21. So what is that? Yes. Of the voting body. So if there's 21 individuals voting, there would be 14 to pass cease debate motion. That was the last vote. But it might change.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay.
I would green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Green?
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. On
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes red via text. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Votes red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Ahino votes a big red.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes red. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Jam votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. Honorable Otto So.
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote red.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy
Delegate
Yellowhair.
Yellowhair. Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay votes green via text. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green via text. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. Honorable Charlene So, Honorable Charlene So, Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Speaker, with a vote of 16 in favor, 5 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
Thank you. With the vote to cease debate at 16 in favor, 5 opposed, and Speaker not voting, motion carries. That, colleagues, let's go to the board on amendment number 1, sponsored by Honorable Carl Slater, second by Madam Chair Crotty, on legislation 0161-22. Colleagues, again, this is just voting on amendment 1.
Honorable Almar Begay,
I'll vote red.
Honorable Almar Begay votes red. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.,
Kalen was red.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay, Honorable Paul Begay, Honorable
Paul Begay votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, Honorable Nathaniel Brown, Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton,
Delegate Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty, Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty, Honorable Amber
This is
Canespa.
Delegate Amber Kunos-Bakrati. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr., Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr., Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland, Honorable Mark Freeland, Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Purnell.
Freeland votes red. Sorry.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Purnell Halona,
Votes red.
Honorable Purnell Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henyo,
He votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James,
Delegate James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Rick Nez,
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.,
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Charlene So, Honorable Charlene So, Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So, Honorable Daniel So,
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So,
Oh, no, because the show.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Honorable Thomas
I vote
Walker
red.
Jr.,
I vote red.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. Honorable Edison Winika votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Going back up, Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green via text. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
For some reason it was. I vote red.
His name again?
Yeah.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote red.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Speaker, with a vote of six in favor, 15 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
Colleagues, with that, on Amendment 1, 6 in favor, 15 opposed, Speaker not voting, motion fails. Let's go back to the main motion on legislation 0161-22. This time, colleagues, I was going on reserve time, so let me continue on reserve time. Honorable Keelan Begay, you got 4 minutes and 42 seconds.
Speaker, I do have an amendment. Legislative Council needs to forward a reserve time.
4 minutes and 37 seconds. Did you guys receive a Office Legislative Council? Is the amendment ready for Honorable Keelan Begay?
Thank you, Speaker. Delegate Keelan Begay requested that amendment be prepared for either 161 or 159. And we have prepared the amendment for 159, not 161.
Okay. Honorable Keelan
Thank
Begay.
you.
Honorable Keelan Begay. Well, your amendment's ready for 159, not 161.
Speaker, what about the other amendment for the Low Mountain? Speaker, reserve time.
That's at 159. I have a amendment for Low Mountain multi-purpose building for 159. What is the other one on Buchanan Brigade? I can't read. Mini Farm Senior Center, is that one, is that sent out too? All right, so both of them, Mini Farm Senior Center and Low Mountain is done for 159. Are you asking for that to be done for 161?
Speaker, the remainder time, Mickey, I did specify that both attempt that I'll make for the amendment, Nikki, is it possible that it can just be change of the minor changes that the 161, Nikki, from the 159? Speaker, reserve time.
Reserve time at 4:05. Ms. Barbara, is there Or is it a big change, little change, medium change, or an all-night change?
Speaker, I would say it's a 30-minute, maybe 45-minute change. If you'll note, the legislation on 161 is different because of how the dollars are going to Navajo oil and gas, those types of things. The amendments that Keelan Begay requested fit much better in 159, but they could be changed to 161, but we will need 30 to 45 minutes to do that.
Okay.
Thank you,
Well,
Speaker.
I'm going to continue on because there's numerous other individuals on reserve time. So
Okay, we'll start working on that
Okay.
change. Thank
Okay,
you.
Honorable Keelan Begay, I'm going to move on because your amendment is not ready.
Appreciate it, Speaker. Reserve time.
Yeah, moving on down. Honorable Jimmy Yellow here, 4 minutes and 12 seconds on the main motion on legislation 0161-12 or -22. Honorable Jimmy Yellow here, going twice.
Speaker, I reserve my time, Speaker.
4 minutes and 10 seconds. Moving on down, Chairman Daniel So, 2 minutes and 11 seconds on reserve time.
Thank you, Speaker, other colleagues. And then to Honorable Raymond Smith. My thoughts are still back on an ability for the community to get some proceeds back from this oil and gas C-store. And I'm just really thinking, Honorable Raymond Smith, what if the legislation read that it would be an appropriation to Buckton chapter and Navajo oil and gas? And that way there would be the aspect of revenue sharing. That would be my thoughts to you, and you could, I guess, think that over. That would be my comments in this reserved time. Speaker, I waive the balance of my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. With that, moving on down, Chairman Hino, 4 minutes and 26 seconds on the main motion.
Okay, so to the Speaker Damagement, on the 24th Nomination Council, the last vote on Amendment 1 definitely shows a lack of confidence in the Division of Economic Development. And I'm hoping they are listening and hopefully make plans to better the division in the future. That's my concern, because they are the foundation of any type of economic development of the nation. But if we don't have any confidence in them, then it's not good here. So with this, while their amendments are pending, I motion to recess till tomorrow morning. Reserve my time.
3:37.
Second.
Reese 3:37. There's a motion to recess at 6:35 p.m.
Delegate Yellowhair, second.
Motion by Chairman Hino,
Delegate Yellowhair, second.
With that, second by Honorable Herman Daniels. That, colleagues, if this motion to recess goes forward, we will start up on the main motion on legislation 0161-22 tomorrow. I do believe Honorable Keon Begay is the only one left with a recommended amendment. Okay, but there is multiple amendments on 0159-22. So with that, colleagues, on motion to recess 6:35, we will start back up on 0161-22. Let's go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Yeah, votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canaz Bakrati.
Shadow, this is Delegate Amber Kanos Bakrati. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canaz Bakrati votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
I vote green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Rick Nez.
Green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So votes green via text. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, that's great. Yeah.
Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. Speaker, with the Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green via text. Speaker, with 17 in favor, 6 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
Hey, thank you. Colleagues of 17 in favor, 6 opposed. Speaker not voting, we're officially adjourned. Officially in recess. Have a good evening. See everyone tomorrow, 10 a.m. Bell will ring.
10 a.m.?
Colleagues, tomorrow. Where everyone goes, there's recognitions tomorrow morning that start at 8:30 in the morning. We'll be running live. So recognition start at 8:30, from 8:30 to 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, colleagues.